I got lost hiking in the mountains, and I was stranded up there for 3 days. In the end, I passed out from hunger, face down in the cold, wet weeds. I figured that was it. My whole life, over just like that. But when I opened my eyes again, I wasn't dead. I'd crossed over into another body, in another time entirely. A hoarse voice was calling right next to my ear. Chincy, Chincy, wake up. I forced my eyes open and found myself staring up at a woman I'd never seen before. Confused, I let my gaze drift to the wall, to one of those old printed calendar posters. At the bottom, four numbers practically jumped out at me. 1958. For a moment, none of it felt real. I heard myself mumble out loud. Did I travel back in time? From the woman's clothes, from the look of the bare little room, from the fragments of memory now drifting through my head, I slowly pieced the truth together. That's right. I'd been dropped into China in the 1950s, not long after the founding of the People's Republic. As those borrowed memories settled into place, I froze all over again. Turns out the body's original owner was also named Li Chensi. He'd lost his mother when he was just a kid. He had a father, but the man had vanished without a trace not long ago, run off with a widow, from what everyone said. At least the original Li Chensi was 18 this year, and about to start a job at the steel mill as a procurement clerk. But here's the cruel part. When his father took off, he cleaned out everything the family owned. Didn't leave behind so much as a single grain of rice. The kid never made it to his first day of work. He starved to death, right here, just like that. And it was because he starved that I got to wake up in his place. The woman in front of me was a neighbor, somewhere in her 40s, thin and sallow, the kind of worn down you only get from never having enough to eat. Everyone in the compound just called her Auntie. I managed to croak out a few words. Auntie, am I going to be okay? She wiped at her eyes, fussing over me, the words tumbling out. I was calling for you all morning, and you wouldn't answer. I pushed the door open and found you collapsed on the floor. The more she talked, the more her heart broke for me. You poor child. Lost your mama young, and now your papa runs off with some widow. How's a boy supposed to live like that? I tried to reassure her. It's all right, Auntie. I just fainted from hunger. That's all. The second she heard that, she was on her feet. I made you a little fried flour soup. You wait right here. A moment later, she came back in, carrying a bowl as carefully as if it were made of glass. She propped me up and pressed it into my hands. Just half a bowl of thin, milky broth, but the smell of toasted flour coming off it was rich and warm. My chest went tight. This was flour her own family couldn't bring themselves to eat. She was going hungry, and she'd brought it out to save a neighbor. I took the bowl and drank it down in big gulps. 2, maybe 3 swallows, and somehow it was the best thing I'd ever tasted. I made her a solemn promise. Thank you, Auntie. When I get my first paycheck, I'm buying you a big soup bone. I swear it. She just laughed and told me to rest up, then slowly backed out of the room. But my stomach was still hollow. Man, I thought, I'm still so hungry. I was lying there in a daze when my wrists suddenly started to burning and itching at the same time. My stomach dropped. Is there a bug in here biting me? I yanked my arm out from under the blanket and looked. Not a single bite mark. Nothing. But a second later, the wrist flared up again, hot. I figured maybe the body was running a fever. Then a red mark surfaced on the inside of my left wrist. I was still puzzling over it when, before I could even react, I dropped straight back to sleep. Somewhere in the fog, Auntie was calling me again. Chincy, Chincy, you okay in there? I'm fine, Auntie, I answered, slowly sitting up. Just dozed off, that's all. She told me to holler if I needed anything, and went back to her own place. Once she was gone, I rolled my wrist around, about to climb out of bed and hunt down something to eat, and that's when I noticed it. There was a new mark on my wrist now, shaped like a little backpack. I reached out and touched it, and 3 glowing characters floated up in front of my eyes. 58 Supermarket. My heart slammed. No way. Is this the cheat? The thing every guy who gets transported into another world supposedly gets? A system? A supermarket in my own head. I sat straight up, suddenly wide awake. Okay, now what's there to panic about? I've got nothing to be scared of. Except, after staring at it a while, I realized this supermarket was not that kind of supermarket. A normal store is packed wall to wall with stuff. This thing? Empty. Calling it a supermarket was generous. It was basically a tiny, bare room with nothing in it. Dead center was a single section labeled 1 yuan flash sale. and everywhere else was just blank white nothing. And the flash sale section only had two items, flour and eggs. Both sold in lots of 100 pounds, minimum. Now, you've got to understand. In this era, grain ran about 20 cents a pound everywhere you went. And it's not even about the money. You needed ration coupons to buy almost anything. Cash alone wouldn't always get you a meal. This was the hard years, shortages everywhere. People with money still couldn't find grain to buy. On the black market, prices had already multiplied several times over. So 1 yuan for 100 pounds? That was pie falling straight out of the sky. Without a second thought, I hit buy. And then, immediately, I felt like an idiot. The account had no balance. Zero. Great. Now how was I supposed to load money onto this thing? Did I have to top it up somehow? Because I didn't have a single cent to my name. I paced the little room, going in circles. Food. Water. I couldn't even cover the basics, let alone come up with cash. Then it hit me. There was an old beat-up bicycle around here somewhere. It had belonged to the original kid's father, his old ride. He'd been in such a hurry to disappear, he'd actually left it behind. I hurried out, found a pawn shop, and hocked the bike. 20 yuan. Back home, I couldn't open the supermarket fast enough. Sure enough, a recharge screen popped right up. I picked it without hesitating, and, lucky me, the money landed instantly. My balance jumped to 20 yuan. 1 yuan of real cash, 1 yuan of credit. Even trade. I locked my eyes on that flash sale section and pulled the trigger. Ding ding ding. Flash sale successful. Congratulations, you've received 100 pounds of flour. The instant the chimes sounded, the flour appeared inside a storage pack, a little inventory window, like something straight out of a video game. Magic, and dead convenient. Still not satisfied, I hit it again. Ding ding ding. Flash sale successful. Congratulations, 100 pounds of eggs. But my place was 4 bare walls and a dirt floor. If a mountain of food suddenly appeared out of nowhere and somebody saw it, that'd be a real problem. Besides, the flash sale section refreshed at random times every day. So I bought twice and made myself stop. Doing the math, with eggs and flour in hand, I wasn't going to starve anytime soon, and I could even turn some of it into cash. While I was still chewing on the grain situation, I kept poking at the supermarket's features. On a whim, I tried putting something from the real world into the storage pack. I set my sights on the table sitting in the room and silently willed it in. Next thing I knew, the table was gone. Vanished straight into my inventory. My eyes went wide and my heart leaped. This was it. This was the kind of tool that let a man go anywhere. I kept experimenting, and before I knew it, the sky outside was already going pale. Almost dawn. I quickly boiled a few eggs and bolted them down whole. It's not that I didn't want to steam some buns, I just flat out didn't have time. Because today was my first day at the steel mill, and there was no way I was showing up late. I got to the plant bright and early. My post, procurement clerk. My whole job was buying supplies for the mill. The procurement department had 4 sections. I was in the 4th procurement section, 5th group, under a group leader named Wang Weiman. And right now, Wang Weiman had a headache. The section chief was leaning on every group to find some way. Anyway, to push their purchasing numbers up. Turns out the grain crisis had reached the mill too. The cafeteria kept cutting portions. Word was, just yesterday another worker had collapsed on the floor. Thank God it didn't turn into an accident on the line. But the buyers had it rough too. They'd already combed through every farming commune in the countryside around the capital, and there just wasn't much food left to squeeze out of anyone. Wang Weiman held a quick little welcome, and just like that, I was on the payroll. Though for now I was only a trainee, not a full employee yet. After work, I came back to the compound and found a gaunt, gray-faced auntie washing up out in the courtyard. She greeted me warmly. "Chinsi, how was your first day?" I smiled back. "Not bad at all. Have you eaten yet?" Second auntie. Now, this courtyard compound also had 3 old men living in it. The kind of setup you'd recognize from a certain old TV sitcom. The first elder lived in the front court. He was a doctor at the steel mill. The second elder lived in the middle court, right across from me. The third elder lived in the back court and was a level 6 blacksmith at the mill. Lucky for me, all 3 of them were perfectly decent men. None of the over-the-top quirks you sometimes get, which made my life a lot easier. Second auntie gave an awkward little smile. These days, every household was short on grain. People who didn't have jobs ate next to nothing, 2 meals a day, and some folks were down to a single bowl of thin gruel. She hesitated, then leaned in close and lowered her voice. Chintzy, did you get an advance on your wages today? I smiled and asked her straight. A little bit, yeah? Second Annie, are you looking to borrow some money? I asked it plainly, because if I had the means, I was more than happy to help the people in this compound. They were good folks here and tight-knit. When the original kid was small, half the families in this place had fed him at one time or another. But second auntie just shook her head gently, her eyes full of worry. My family can still scrape by, but auntie's household ran completely out of grain yesterday. She sighed. Chintzy, if you can spare a hand at all, please try to help them. It turned out auntie's household was 2 elderly people, plus a widow with 2 kids, all of it resting on that one widow's shoulders. Back in the day, that family had been comfortable. Her son was a truck driver, decent pay, but you never know what's coming. He died in a road accident, and half the household caved in overnight. Now everything ran on auntie alone, grinding herself down, and there was no room left to even think about getting enough to eat. I went quiet. I hadn't realized Annie's own family was out of food, and she'd still taken the last of her flour to save me. There's an old saying, a single drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. I nodded to myself. After tidying up at home, I grabbed a bag of flour, a little over 10 pounds, and headed for Annie's place. I'd barely reached her door when I spotted her, that thin, sallow auntie, sitting and working away. She was clearly half-starved, but her hands moved over the needle and thread without a single fumble. She looked up and saw me and smiled. Well, if it isn't chintzy. Work goes smoothly today. I couldn't just hand it over. That'd embarrass us both. So I made up a reason on the spot. Auntie, would you stitch me a pair of shoe soles? I'll trade you this bag of flour for it. Before she could even answer, I'd already set the flour down, turned, and walked off. Auntie cradled that precious bag of corn flour, her hands shaking, her eyes brimming over. Good boy, you're such a good boy. Her family was desperate for grain. But who, in times like these, would ever trade food for a pair of shoe soles? She knew exactly what I was doing. I couldn't stand to watch her family go hungry, so I'd come to bring her coal in the dead of winter. That kindness moved her to tears. I got back to my place quick and started kneading dough. Tonight, I was treating myself, a whole steamer of buns. In under 2 hours, a full batch was done. While I ate, I opened up the 58 supermarket. Same empty flash sale section as before. But pretty soon I noticed something new sitting in my inventory. A good person card. A good person card. That threw me for a second. Back in my own time, getting handed a good guy card was how a girl let you down easy. You're such a nice guy, but except I wasn't dating anyone. So where had this thing come from? Then it clicked. This was the 1950s. It couldn't possibly mean what I thought it meant. More likely it was a reward, something you earned for doing a good deed. And it hit me. I'd just given Annie 15 pounds of flour. Could that be it? I tried tapping use. Congratulations, meat section unlocked. One good person card consumed. I looked, and sure enough, right next to that empty flash sale section, a brand new meat section had appeared. And it was loaded. Pork belly, pig's trotters, intestines, chicken, duck, goose, you name it, it was there. I could have cheered. Now I really had nothing to worry about. With this supermarket, the whole world was mine for the taking. I'd cracked the system's logic, too. To unlock new sections, I just had to keep doing good. Be a good man, do good deeds. I cashed out 5 pounds of fatty pork, watched my balance slide from 18 down to 13, and felt every yuan of it. I made myself a quiet promise right then. I needed to figure out how to make some real money. The night passed, and I was up early. The plan for today was to head out to the countryside to procure supplies. I knew full well how bad things were in the villages, grain short everywhere, everyone fretting over how to survive. But for the job, I had to make the trip anyway. Around here, the countryside has always been the safety net of last resort, going back forever. Except now I had the 58 supermarket. Buying supplies was no longer a problem at all. I could even use the store to conjure up goods. A whole money-making scheme took shape in my head in an instant. But then I caught myself. If a brand new trainee suddenly came back loaded with scarce supplies, that'd be way too conspicuous. To keep from drawing eyes, I decided that after work I'd first go visit the original kid's grandparents. And, I'll admit, in the back of my mind I was also thinking, Maybe I can earn myself another good person card while I'm at it. Before setting out, I didn't forget my daily 1 yuan flash sale. Today there were actually 3 items: peanuts, sweet potatoes, and candy, all in 100-pound lots. I snapped up all 3, then headed out the door. Following the route in the kids' memories, I walked for over 2 hours and finally reached Lee Family Village. The whole way there, I passed so many people in misery. It churned something up inside me, but I didn't dare look too long. I knew the country was deep in its hardest years. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't save everyone. For now, all I wanted was to get my own life on solid ground, and then do what I could for the people who deserved the help. As the village came into view, I quickly pulled my supplies out of the storage pack: meat, peanuts, eggs, candy, loaded them into a back basket, and covered them up tight. Just then, a familiar voice called out from not far off. "Chinsi, back to see great-granduncle and great-grandauntie again." I turned. A few young guys about my age were hauling rocks. One of them I recognized, my cousin's son, Li Dafu, who everybody called by his nickname, Wankai. Bring the riches, the kind of name you'd usually slap on a dog. Now, we were close in age, but by the family generations, Wankai actually had to call me uncle. I needled him, half joking. "Hey now, Wankai, that any way to address your elder? You want me to go have a word with your dad?" Wankai looked thoroughly put out. Getting bumped down a whole generation for nothing didn't sit right with him. But generation rank is generation rank, so he gave in and dutifully called me uncle. The countryside was even worse off than I'd imagined. I actually walked past a few children gnawing on grass roots, every one of them thin and yellow with hunger. I couldn't take it. I called them over. "You kids know who I am?" One little guy suddenly stepped up and pointed at me. "I know you. You're my 16th granddad." I looked at him. He had a long string of snot running down. Then he gave one big sniff and gulp, swallowed it right back down. My scalp prickled. 16th granddad, huh? In a big clan, they actually track the generations, so even a little kid can outrank a grown man by lineage. This one had to be the grandson of one of my distant cousins. I gave the order. "All right, line up. One at a time." The second they heard that, the kids knew presents were coming and snapped into a neat little row. Off in the distance, a few grown-ups watched the scene and started talking. "That's Chinsi back home. Got himself a state job in the city, living real comfortable now." One woman dropped her voice. "Chinsi's about marrying age too. I've got a sweet little niece on my side of the family who'd be just right for him." But someone else ribbed her. "Oh please. A fellow like Chinsi's got high standards. He'll want a city girl for sure." I had no idea the village women were already busy plotting to set me up. I dug a cloth sack out of the basket and grabbed a big handful of peanuts. "Hold your shirts out." The kids cheered and spread their shirt fronts wide. "Thank you, 16th granddad." When I was done, there were still plenty of peanuts left, so I tucked them back in the basket. I'd fry them up for Grandpa to go with his drink. The kids took off running back into the village, telling everyone they passed that 16th granddad gave them these. To them, a single handful of peanuts was a rare delicacy. What else did they ever eat but wild greens? I just reached my grandparents' door when I saw Grandpa fiddling with a shovel. Up close, I realized the wooden handle had snapped. "Grandpa, I'm home." The old man heard my voice and tossed his broken handle aside in a flash. "Chinsi's back. Come in, come in. You eat yet?" I waved him off, deliberately drawing it out. "I'm not hungry, Grandpa. Come see what I brought you too." Then I said it plainly. "From now on, you and Grandma eat well, drink well, don't you worry about a thing. I can take care of you now." When he heard "I can take care of you now," the old man just about lost it. He had to fight back tears. Good, good, good. Our Chinsi's really made something of himself. First, I pulled out the rest of the peanuts and handed them over. "Grandpa, save these for your drinks." I knew the old man liked a cup or two, but all he had to scratch that itch was rough sweet potato moonshine. He took one look at that pile of peanuts and couldn't stop grinning. "Oh ho, that's a lot of peanuts. Wonderful." He swallowed hard, and in the end, good sense won out. "Grandpa'll just take a handful to try. You take the rest home with you." I smiled and shook my head. "You keep them, Grandpa. I eat off the state's grain now. I don't need these." The old man muttered happily. "The state, that's good. The state's a good thing." Because in these years, a procurement clerk was a hot commodity. In his mind, his grandson would never go hungry again. Next, I lifted out a bag of flour. "Grandpa, You and Grandma are getting on in years. Eating more refined grain is good for your health." He took it, looked, and his eyes went wide. "This is the good white flour." He knew it was the finest flour you could get right now. Fine milled, high gluten, white as snow. Then he sighed. "If you traded this for coarse grain, it'd last us a good long while." But underneath, he was moved. He thought to himself that his grandson was more devoted to him than his own son ever was. "We'll save this white flour. There's enough here to marry a wife on, and then some." In this era, out in the countryside, 10 pounds of grain was enough to take a bride. Some families didn't even ask for a bride price. I smiled and reassured him. "Don't you worry about wives, Grandpa. You just eat this flour and enjoy it." Then I started lifting eggs out of the basket. Ah, dang, 2 of them already cracked. The old man turned and saw the 2 broken shells, the yolk all run out, and it pained him to no end. He scolded me, but the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth gave him away. "What are you bringing so much stuff for?" I kept up the suspense on purpose. "I'll be coming back to stay a lot from now on. Can't have the house without some good food in it, can we?" His whole face lit up. "Really? In a bit I'll have your grandma make you noodles with pork sauce." And then, from the very bottom of the basket, I brought out that big slab of fatty pork. The old man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A chunk of fat pork that size was treasure. He could hardly believe it. He half suspected I'd hauled home my entire yearly meat ration, because even though the city had supplies, meat was tight enough that it came rationed. I caught the doubt on his face and cut in with a laugh. "Grandpa, you're forgetting, I'm in procurement. Bringing a little meat home makes perfect sense." He thought it over and figured I had a point. After all, I was a buyer. "This meat's fine stuff. Grandpa's gonna render it down right now." He stroked the slab of fat, downright giddy. That's when it really hit me how badly people in this era craved a little grease in their food. He bustled around putting everything away, then grabbed the pork and started slicing, filled a whole basin with it. It was hot out, and meat wouldn't keep, so it had to be dealt with fast. Render the fat into lard, and you could even fold the leftover cracklings into dumplings. I noticed the water vat was nearly empty and stood up. "I'll go fetch some water." The old man waved me off immediately. "No need, Chintzy. Your cousin uncle comes by all the time for that." That reminded me of the cousin uncle who looked after the 2 old folks, Li Shuqiang. A warm feeling welled up in my chest. His family wasn't well off either. He had 3 kids to raise, Laifu, like I, and little Laifeng. Years ago, when the family split up its property, he hadn't gotten much. It was Grandpa who'd reached out a hand to help him back then. Shuqiang kept that dead in his heart and took on nearly all the heavy work, fetching water, chopping firewood, the whole load. And Grandpa, of course, would never have the heart to make his eldest grandson do that kind of backbreaking labor. Right then, 3 little ones came running in. Shuqiang's kids, barefoot, their clothes patched on top of patches, hands filthy, every one of them plainly underfed. They were yelling as they ran. Big brother, we want peanuts too." Word about the peanuts at the village entrance had clearly already spread. I pointed at the water vat. "Go on, wash your hands first. Scrub them good." I started ladling water for them. But Laifu, sweet and sensible, reminded me, "Big brother, that's wasting water." Turns out, at home, using water like this earned them a scolding. I paused, then patted my own forehead, a little embarrassed. Grandpa jumped in to smooth it over, figuring, what's a few extra ladles of water for his eldest grandson? It's fine, it's fine." I didn't give them peanuts. Instead, I dug out some of the candy I'd just won in the flash sale and passed it around. "Eat it at home. Don't take it outside." Laifu and Laikai jumped up and down with excitement, and little Laifeng said in her sweet baby voice, "I never had this much candy in my whole life." I couldn't help laughing. "How old are you? Talking about your whole life?" But I smiled and ruffled her hair anyway. Grandpa, off to the side, gave the 3 kids a little talking to. "You all remember from now on. You remember how good your big brother is to you." Laifu and Laikai nodded gravely. "We'll never forget it, our whole lives." Hearing that left me with a strange knot in my chest. It sounded a little off, somehow. But looking at 3 innocent, beaming faces, I couldn't help smiling too. Back in the city compound, Uncle Sue and his daughter-in-law came home together. Auntie couldn't wait to share the good news. "Chintzy really is a good boy. He brought our family more than 10 pounds of flour." When the daughter-in-law, The widow Sue heard that. Her heart leaped. 15 pounds of flour was enough to hold them over until next month's grain ration came through. It pulled them right back from the edge. Uncle Sue let out a breath of relief, then thought it over. Next time he comes back, I'm bringing him to you on. The way he explained it, even down at the pigeon market, grain prices were outrageous these days. The pigeon market, that started out as a market for selling pigeons, then turned into a catch-all bazaar. Not exactly legal, but different from the black market. The pigeon market was something ordinary folks ran themselves. People set up stalls there even in broad daylight, and the authorities mostly looked the other way. You've got to leave people some way to survive. The black market, on the other hand, ran in secret at night. An entry fee, men posted on watch, every kind of shady thing for sale. A bit like the old legend of the ghost market. Right now, at both the pigeon market and the black market, flour had climbed to a full yuan a pound. And even at that price, people were still scrambling to buy it. When you don't have enough to eat, what choice do you have? Uncle Sue knew his family's grain ration was only going to shrink. He couldn't lean on me forever. But I was in procurement. I could get my hands on grain outside the planned allotment. He figured that, going forward, buying grain through me was the only way to solve the problem for the long haul. Andy nodded when she heard it. That's only right. That Chincy's had it hard too. Meanwhile, back in the family village, my grandma must have caught wind of the news. She came hurrying home, basket in hand, just a few sad sprigs of wild greens in it. She hadn't even reached the door before the smell of frying pork cracklings hit her. By now, the village kids were crowded outside, every one of them swallowing hard, mouths watering. I was just lifting a basin of cracklings to hand out when I looked up and saw Grandma coming back. I put on a little scolding tone. "Grandma, you're home. Didn't I tell you to quit going out to dig up wild greens?" The old lady's whole face crinkled into a grin. Okay. No more digging. Long as my grandson keeps coming home, I'll do anything you say." She watched me handing out cracklings to all the kids. There was a flicker of that so much good food in her eyes. But mostly, she just looked relieved and happy. From inside, Grandpa called out, "Old woman, get back in here and make dumplings for my grandson." She answered him and hurried inside. Only then did I start handing out the cracklings. "Line up, everybody. One at a time. No shoving." Each kid got 2 pieces. A lot of them ate one on the spot and couldn't bear to eat the second, so they carried it home. Every one of them thanked me politely, and they kept savoring it long after it was gone. So good, crispy and rich, your whole mouth fills up with grease. I spotted one kid nearly as tall as me and raised an eyebrow. "How old are you? Why are you in line?" He gave a sheepish grin. "Uncle, give me 2? I'm taking him back for my little brother." He twisted his ankle. I half believed him. I didn't know a lot of these village folks, so I glanced at Laifu. Laifu nodded, backing him up. "Big brother, Godan really did twist his ankle." I shook my head, gave in, and slipped the kid 2 extra cracklings. "Thank you, Uncle." When the cracklings were all handed out, I went back inside. Grandma had already stirred me up a cup of sugar water. "Chincy, come drink your sugar water." As for Laifu and the others, naturally, none for them. I let myself soak up the old woman's doting and knocked the whole cup back, sweetness flooding my mouth. "Thanks, Grandma." But that wasn't enough for her. "You hot? Let your grandpa fan you a little." I couldn't help laughing. "No need, Grandma. Making Grandpa fan me. That'd be the death of me." Not long after, my cousin Aunt Huang Lan showed up too. Chincy brought home so much again. Wonderful. Her whole face glowed. Already calculating that her own family might catch a little of the good fortune, maybe get the 3 kids a proper meal. Then she said to me, "In a while I'll get hold of some cloth and make Grandpa and Grandma a few sets of clothes." She went on, "Laifu and them can do without. Their clothes still wear fine." I rolled my eyes at that. Solid patchwork, and you call that still wears fine. Of course, these days everybody lived by the old motto: new for 3 years, old for 3 years, then mend it and make it last another 3. What kid's clothes didn't have a few patches? So I set her mind at ease. "I've got connections at the textile mill. I can get cloth. Don't you worry about it." Grandpa spoke up then. "Xuqiang's wife, you just do as my good grandson says." Huang Lan nodded quickly. "Yes, Uncle. I understand." Then the old lady started instructing Laifu and the other 2, going on about how they needed to be good and sensible from now on. Lecture done, she pulled Huang Lan off to the kitchen to get the dumplings going. Huang Lan stared at everything I'd hauled home, eyes practically glued to it. Auntie, your chintzy's really something. Hearing that, the old lady's heart bloomed wide open, though out loud she scolded with a grin. The whole lot of you, useless. Only my chintzy's worth a thing. Then she launched into a whole round of bragging, building me up to the heavens. A little while later, my cousin Uncle Li Shuqiang came trudging back, dust and all, a carrying pole over his shoulders with 2 buckets of water. Grandpa saw him and wouldn't even let him rest. Chintzy's home today. Fetch a few more buckets so he can take a proper bath. Li Shuqiang answered cheerfully, not a hint of complaint. He came around here more often than he went to his own house. I jumped in to speak up for him. Grandpa, let third uncle take a breather. I'll go with him in a bit. Li Shuqiang waved me off with a laugh. No need. You just sit, chintzy. The water's a fair walk these days. Turns out the old well had dried up, so now you had to go farther to fetch any. Seeing me plead his case, Grandpa rolled with it. Then eat first and go after. I'll let you have a couple of cups. How about that? The second Li Shuqiang heard that, he was over the moon. Thank you, uncle. Sweet potato moonshine was a rare treasure. Normally Grandpa drank it on the sly and almost never shared. For 2 cups of that, Li Shuqiang would happily haul as many buckets as it took. He could have just eaten at the cafeteria, but the family was making dumplings tonight. Who'd settle for that awful wild greens gruel when dumplings were on the table? Mid-fold, Huang Lan couldn't stop praising the ingredients. This flour's really something. If I hadn't been eating at home, they'd probably have stretched the flour by mixing in something cheaper. Who else would dream of wrapping dumplings with the good white flour, plain? By now every household in the village was talking about me, every word laced with envy. Their own kids had all gotten a little something out of me, after all, so they weren't stingy with the praise. The dumplings came out fresh and steaming and hit the table. Grandma had even fried up a little plate of peanuts to go with Grandpa's drink. The old man cheerfully brought out his stashed sweet potato liquor and asked me, eyes crinkling, Chintzy, how about keeping your old grandpa company for a cup or 2? I smiled and nodded. Of course. Just go easy, though. Next time I'll bring you some good liquor. Then I let it slip, offhand. My dad's actually got a bottle of Mount Ice stashed away. The instant I mentioned my father, the old man's face went dark. Don't bring up that good-for-nothing. Ungrateful little wretch. In his mind, the man had liquor that fine and never once thought to bring it home for his own father. No comparison to his grandson. Back in the day, he'd scraped and sacrificed to put his son through school, thinking he'd get to enjoy his old age. Instead, his son took a wife and forgot his own parents. And now this, running off with a widow, going to break his back serving some other family. The one decent thing that no good son ever did was leave behind this grandson of mine for the old folks to lean on. I saw where this was headed and quickly changed the subject. The old man could talk for ages, but there were things I couldn't say much about. After all, his son had done his duty by the man, once. The savory dumplings got everyone's appetite up. The 3 little ones gobbled theirs down. Little Lifong asked, wide-eyed and innocent, Big brother, can we still have dumplings tonight too? In her memory, dumplings only came around at New Year's, and even then they never tasted as good as today's. Laifu and Like Ai stared at me too, eyes full of hope. Their mother shot them a look. In your dreams. You want to eat dumplings again tonight. If I hadn't come home, they wouldn't even have managed more than a couple bites of a wild greens dumpling. The 3 kids let out a disappointed little groan. I laughed and reassured them. No dumplings tonight. Tonight we eat meat. The 3 of them lit right up, eyes sparkling. But their auntie cut in sternly. You'll eat at home tonight. You will not. I broke in. Auntie, let's all eat together. Huang Lan wavered, sneaking a glance at my grandma. The old lady caught it and made a face, half scolding. My grandson's inviting you, so come along. Count yourselves lucky. Huang Lan and her husband exchanged a smile, quietly grateful. Mostly they just wanted to put a little meat on the 3 kids. After the meal, third uncle got ready to head out to work, rubbing his belly and sighing with satisfaction. Haven't eaten that full in ages. I followed him out, earnest. Third uncle, when I'm not around, I'm counting on you to look after grandpa and grandma. Li Shuqiang took a contented drag on his cigarette and grinned. You even have to ask? Rest 100% easy. Long as I've got my eyes on them, nothing will go wrong. Then his face suddenly shifted, and he said quickly, Chintzy, let me catch up with you later. Sounds like the village is fighting over water again. In this era, water was life. Crops, wheat especially, take one bad turn without water and the whole harvest suffers. Besides wheat, the village had corn in the ground too, also at a make-or-break stage of growth. My curiosity got the better of me, so I tagged along to see what was going on. Passing the wheat fields, I noticed the ground was already cracking and splitting. No wonder the villagers were so frantic. Starvation was right at the door, and everyone was banking on this little bit of wheat to save their lives. But the river that ran past the family village, right now you could barely see it flow at all. Before long, the village's young men had gathered, hose in hand. Some of them had even shouldered hunting rifles. Led by the old village chief, the party branch secretary, they surged off toward Upper Water Village in a furious wave. I was still puzzling over it when the old chief suddenly sidled up to me. Chintzy, heard you do procurement at the mill, that right? I nodded and picked up the thread. Yep. Anything the village needs to sell from now on, you come to me. I'll give you a better price than the supply and marketing co-op. Though privately, I knew the score. These people couldn't even feed themselves. Where would they get goods to sell? The old chief asked again. Can you trade for grain? Anything works, cornmeal say. I paused a beat. What would you trade for it? The old chief gritted his teeth. If it's possible, tomorrow I'll round up some men to go into the mountains and see if we can take down a wild boar. Mountain boars are nothing to mess with, but with people facing starvation, it was a risk worth taking. An idea struck me, and I asked, you want sweet potatoes? I can trade you a whole lot more of those. I ran a quick scan of my inventory. No cornmeal. The supermarket stock wasn't complete yet. But compared to everything else in there, sweet potatoes were easily the cheapest thing I had on hand. Out on the market, sweet potatoes were going for 3 cents a pound, and on the black market, more like 5 cents, and still hard to find. The second sweet potatoes showed up anywhere, they got snapped up in a flash. I could let Lee Family Village have them cheap, but not too cheap, or I'd give myself away. Besides, I wasn't running a charity here. I needed the cash, urgently. This supermarket of mine was a one-way funnel. The moment the balance hit zero, I'd be stuck staring at it, helpless. The old chief heard sweet potatoes and lit up with joy. Yes, whatever you've got, we'll take, and sweet potatoes, no less, good stuff like that. He pressed eagerly. Chintzy, how much do you have? How much can we trade for? I thought about it. Let's trade by weight. I'll get some ready, but you'll have to give me a few days. The old chief thanked me right away. After all, a 100-pound boar wouldn't normally even fetch 100 yuan. I smiled back. Don't mention it, chief. I'm a son of Lee Family Village too, aren't I? The old chief stuck up his thumb. Spoken like a true educated man. Well said. Nearly everyone in Lee Family Village shared the surname Lee. Every household tied to the next by some thread of kinship. Strictly speaking, the old chief's family and mine were relatives too, just way past the 5th degree of kinship by now, distant cousins many times removed. Before long, the men of Lee Family Village reached Upper Water Village, and the two sides squared off on the spot. But who'd have guessed, Upper Water Village had a grievance of their own. Their stretch of the river had run dry too. The Upper Water Village head just spread his hands. See for yourselves. That stopped the Lee family men cold. What little flow there was wouldn't even reach Upper Water Village, let alone make it downstream. Both villages were stuck in the same misery. Go on like this, and the harvest would fail, and people really would die. The Upper Water Village head took a pull on his pipe and turned the question back on the old chief. Oldly, you folks got any grain left? Spare us a little. He hadn't even finished before the old chief cut him off. We can't last more than a few days ourselves. We were about to come borrow from you. Well, how about that? Two brothers in the same boat. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the old chief had no choice but to lead everyone back home. But the water problem still had everybody at their wits' end. Thankfully, Lee Family Village still had one spring, the source the villagers depended on for daily water. Ever since the well dried up, everyone went to that spring to carry their drinking water. The way things were now, that spring would have to be managed carefully. It couldn't be allowed to run to waste, which meant the whole village's daily water use was about to come under control. So third uncle's planned to haul a few extra buckets for me. That was probably out of luck. I reassured him. It's nothing, third uncle. I'll just go get a wash in the city later. The whole village had to live this way. I couldn't go asking for special treatment. But for my grandparents' sake, I had an idea, a hand-cranked water pump. Install one right beside the house, and using water would get a whole lot easier. Now, don't let the drought fool you. Even with no surface water, there's plenty of groundwater down there. Pick the right spot, drill straight down, and you'd probably hit water at maybe 30 feet or so. The pump itself is simple to use, and it can pull groundwater up from a good 10 meters down. My family's old place had one back in my past life, so I knew it well. There's nothing high-tech about it, just a handful of parts. For someone like me, working at the mill, any old master craftsman could knock one out in no time. The moment that came to mind, I could hardly wait to get back to the steel mill and start putting it together. But third uncle still wasn't ready to give up. You head back first, Chintzy. Let me see if I can scrounge a few more buckets after all. My head was so full of the pump that I barely registered him. Back at Grandpa's, I got straight to work sketching out blueprints. Besides the pump parts, I'd also need to make a drilling rod for boring the well. Watching me scribble and draw, Grandpa and Grandma were afraid of breaking my concentration, so they shooed all 3 kids away. By evening, I'd finished the blueprints for every single part. Right about then, third uncle came back hauling water, and I was a little surprised. Didn't you say every household was supposed to ration its water from now on? Third uncle gave a sly little laugh, a touch smug. The old chief knew it was for your family, so he didn't stop me. After all, his kids had all eaten the food I brought. Nobody had the nerve to begrudge me a few extra buckets. Still, I shook my head and warned him. Once or twice is fine, but don't keep doing this. It's an easy way to make people resent you. The old man agreed with me. Chintzy's right. Starting tomorrow, we go by the village rules like everybody else. The harder the times, the more you have to play fair. Carve out special privileges for yourself, and you'll never pull together to get through it. Since Grandpa and I both said so, third uncle dropped it, and honestly seemed a little relieved. He changed the subject. The old chief's planning to take a crew into the mountains tomorrow. I already knew all about that, so I wasn't the least bit surprised. The way I see it, a transmigrator goes into the mountains to hunt, and just happens to run into some retired old cadre. That's a tired old trope these stories love. But to me it seemed like a lot of pointless effort. Hunting, fishing, at the end of the day, isn't it all just about getting your hands on supplies? I had the supermarket cheat. As long as I had money, I'd never be short on resources. Why go knock myself out? The old man, though, took it as the most natural thing in the world. They ought to go up the mountain and scare up something to eat. When the fields don't yield enough and you still don't think to go hunt for food in the hills. Well, that's just plain not thinking straight. Better to take your chances in the mountains than starve. At dinner that night, I didn't eat much of the meat. Mostly because, with no real seasoning, the flavor was pretty plain. But Grandpa and Grandma assumed I was holding back on purpose so they could eat more, and got all choked up about it again. The old lady kept piling meat into my bowl until I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 3 kids must have been warned by their mother. They each ate 3 pieces of meat and didn't dare reach for more. But they were already over the moon. Theirs was the only family in the whole village eating meat. The next morning, the second I woke, I found Grandma had already made steamed buns and boiled eggs. But the 2 old folks had eaten early, and what they'd eaten was cornmeal buns. They'd done it deliberately while I was still asleep. Their grandson had brought home all this good food, and they were still set on saving the best of it for me. I noticed the crumbs of cornmeal bun on the ground and immediately put on an act, pretending to lose my temper. Grandma, if you eat cornmeal buns again, I'm not coming back. Caught in the act, the old lady rushed to promise. Okay, no more. I'll have your aunt take the cornmeal back home. She didn't dare cross me. If I ever stopped coming home, the 2 of them would cry their eyes out. The 3 kids came running in, saw me eating, and sensibly backed right out again. I called toward the door. Where are you going? Come on in, all of you. I peeled an egg and ate only the white. I left 3 yolks behind for them. Only then did the 3 kids come inside, sneaking glances at Grandma's face the whole way in. I handed each of them a yolk. Go on, try it. Truth is, I don't even like egg yolks myself. Always too dry and chalky for my taste. As I got ready to leave, I gave Grandma some instructions. If they really do bag a wild boar, send them to find me in the city and tell them to bring the ox cart. The moment Grandma heard I was heading back, her face fell. But when she learned I'd be home again in a couple of days, She settled right down. All right, Grandma, have your grandpa go tell the old chief. I didn't drag it out, took a sip of water, and set off back to the capital. On the road, I pulled up the supermarket in my head to check it. Today's 1 yuan flash sale had refreshed, and now it was 100 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of beef jerky. I didn't say a word. 2 yuan, and I snapped them both up. 100 pounds of beef jerky. This was a straight-up jackpot. Take it to the black market, and it'd sell out at 5 yuan a pound. Easy. After all, buying through their mint, no ration coupons required. Back at the compound, I loaded 50 pounds of eggs into my procurement basket. Time to go report in at the mill. I hadn't shown my face there in a day, after all. A procurement clerk can be as flexible as he likes, but he still has to turn up now and then. And there was a hard minimum on monthly purchasing. Miss it, and there'd be no good way to explain yourself. The way I figured it, with these 50 pounds of eggs, plus that boar from the village, this month's numbers wouldn't just hit the target, they'd blow past it, comfortably. I'd barely set foot in the courtyard and hadn't even caught my breath when Annie came looking for me. She was carrying a brand new pair of cloth shoes and clutching 2 yuan, her face full of gratitude. Chinsi, I made these shoes special for you. And take this 2 yuan, too. I quickly took the shoes with both hands. The stitching on the soles was fine and tight, and it warmed me right through. But I firmly pushed her money hand back. Auntie, now you're treating me like a stranger. I made plenty off that last favor myself. I can't take your money. You have to understand, a pair of handmade cloth shoes was worth real money in this era. 5 yuan, at the very least. For shoes like these, I was actually thinking of giving Annie a little something back. But Auntie pressed the cash into my hands anyway. It's not the same. The shoes are a gift, and I'd like to keep buying a little food from you down the road. Would that be all right? So she had something else in mind. I agreed gladly. Of course, Auntie. Just give me 1 second. I went inside and brought out a small basket of eggs as a thank you in return. Some bargains you just can't let yourself take. I held the basket out to her, sincere. Dongzi and the others are still growing. Take these home and help build them up. Then I added, and if you won't take them, I can't accept the shoes either. Auntie stood there holding that basket of eggs, a whole tangle of feelings on her face. This was coal in the dead of winter, all over again. I seized the moment to ask another favor. Auntie, your craftsmanship is something else. Could you make 2 more pairs for me to take to my grandparents? I paused, then went on. I won't have you working for nothing. Let's trade. You bring the skill, I'll bring the grain. I knew exactly what my grandparents wanted most, to be comfortable in what they wore. These cloth shoes would suit them perfectly. I'd originally planned to just buy some from the supermarket, but with workmanship this good, why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Auntie was overjoyed to hear it and nodded right away, carefully asking what sizes I needed. Inside, she couldn't stop marveling. That Chinsi really is a devoted boy, still thinking of his grandparents out in the countryside. She headed home carrying that basket of eggs, light on her feet, happy as could be. Back at her place, her little grandson Dong Dong rushed over, his eyes practically glowing at the sight of the eggs. Auntie patted his head, teaching him to be grateful. Be good, Dong Dong. Your big brother Chinsi gave us all of these. Tonight Grandma make you egg drop soup. The little guy nodded very seriously. I understand, Grandma. Last time I even helped wipe down brother Chinsi's bike. Meanwhile, I stood there staring at the 2 good person cards now sitting in my supermarket inventory, lost in thought. Sure enough, 1 good deed, 1 card. And the cards unlocked new merchandise. I tapped use, twice in a row. Good person card used. Congratulations, vegetable section unlocked. Right on its heels, good person card used. Congratulations, grocery section unlocked. I looked, and most of the items ran just a few cents or a few dimes. I was over the moon. Now it was starting to look like an actual supermarket. Everything you'd want was finally there. So now the store had 4 major sections: 1 yuan flash sale, meat, vegetables, and groceries. In an era this starved for goods, owning a fully stocked supermarket was, without question, the high point of a man's life. I balled up my fist, fired up. Do more good. Help more people. I'm going to climb all the way to the top. A courtyard compound keeps no secrets. My dealings with Annie were all out in the open, so before long, just about every auntie in the place knew about it. One of them sighed. In this whole compound, Chinsi's about the only one with grain to spare. Another said enviously, "It's a fine thing, chintzy doing procurement. Sure beats that good-for-nothing son of mine." One auntie was just about to bring up her niece again when another, who was in the know, shut her down. "What are you thinking? Oldly already arranged all that ages ago." The first one was startled. "What? Chintzy's got somebody already?" The one in the know nodded, said Oldly had let it slip a thing or two over a few drinks. The first auntie was crushed. And no wonder, a fellow with a bike, a house, good looks, and a procurement clerk's perks on top of it. That was enough to make anybody's eyes go green. The aunties were all quietly calculating. When food ran short later, they'd come by from me. But taking it for free, or borrowing it outright, they just couldn't bring themselves to ask. I tidied up a bit at home and took my dirty clothes out to wash. A man washing laundry, you know how it goes. Scrub a few times, stomp on it a few times, wring it out a few times, and call it done. Once that was settled, I locked the door and headed to the steel mill to report in. If something got lost, who'd be on the hook for it? Even if there were no thieves around, a stray cat wandering in was still a loss. The mill I worked at was the biggest steel plant in the capital. It had been founded all the way back in the early Republic era. A plant this size ran tens of thousands of workers, and the amount of grain it went through was downright terrifying. That's why the procurement department was split into 4 sections, with 5 groups under each. I was in the 4th procurement section, 5th group. The group leader was Wong Wayman, and the group ran 10 people total. Right now, Wong Wayman had a headache. The section chief had handed down a flat order. Every group was to find some way, any way, to push their purchasing numbers up. The cafeteria kept slashing portions. Word was that just yesterday another worker had collapsed from hunger. But the buyers had it rough. They'd already combed through every farming commune around the capital. These days the countryside was even worse off than the city. If you wanted to buy more, your only option was to range farther out. One of the group called out, "Chintzy's back." Wong Wayman turned, and there I was, walking in with a huge procurement basket on my back. I quickly warned them, "Careful, it's all eggs up top." Everyone rushed over to help me lift the basket down. "Whoa, that's a lot of eggs. Chintzy, where'd you buy all these?" I explained with a smile. "Had to range pretty far this time. That's why I was gone the last 2-3 days." Far from scolding me, Wong Wayman praised me right there in front of everyone. "Nicely done, Chintzy. The rest of you, take notes." He was flipping through the basket when he suddenly spotted the secret at the bottom. "HM, is that jerky down there?" I covered smoothly. Ran into a fellow on the road. A relative had mailed him more beef jerky than he could eat, so I took it off his hands. Wong Wayman was thrilled and waved a hand. "Doesn't matter if the price runs a little high, long as it's the good stuff." Now, the price the mill paid wasn't market rate. It was that low supply and marketing co-op rate from the countryside, which is exactly why plenty of folks would rather sell their goods straight to a buyer from a big plant. Someone was eyeing that pile of jerky, practically drooling, already running the math in his head. "Group leader, think we could keep a little?" Skimming off a small share of the supplies was an open secret in procurement. Buying at home at the co-op rate was allowed. Wong Wayman thought it over. "No keeping the jerky, but everyone can take a pound of eggs. Pay Chintzy for it." The group was a little disappointed, but eggs weren't bad either, and they started picking through. In the end, each man took 10 eggs, about a pound, and gave me 30 cents. Wong Wayman took the jerky and the rest of the eggs to log and enter into the books. Jerky at 2 yuan 50 a pound, eggs at 40 cents a pound. 3 pounds of beef yields about a pound of jerky, so that price was actually fair enough. I signed off and walked away with 141 yuan, the jerky and the eggs each making up a share of it. If I'd taken this to the black market, it would have fetched more, no question. But selling it off piece by piece was a hassle, and it carried risk. I weighed it out and decided I'd rather just sell to the mill. I also wasn't in any hurry to dump all the cash into the supermarket. You've always got to keep a little in the real world for emergencies. I grabbed a quick lunch at the plant. The food was pretty rough, honestly, hard to get used to. Then I spent the afternoon coasting at work, killing time. Meanwhile, back in Lee Family Village, the men who'd gone up the mountain came back loaded down. One look at the grins on their faces and you knew it had been a good haul. 2 wild boars, each well over 100 pounds, hauled out by the whole group working together. The old chief spoke up with a smile, clearly not planning to keep a scrap of meat for the village. "Chintzy's headed back to the city. So I'll round up some men to deliver these to him. Eat the meat? Why? When you can trade it for sweet potatoes. These 2 fat boars were thick with flesh, together maybe 280 pounds. Drop the heads, trotters, and innards, and the net weight was still around 200. That could trade for close to 8,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. 8,000 pounds, enough to carry the whole village clear through to harvest. The villagers' eyes lit up at the thought. By dusk, they'd finally hauled the 2 boars all the way to my courtyard in the city. One young fellow looked around enviously and sighed. So this is where Chintzy lives in the city, huh? Real impressive. A stern-faced middle-aged man promptly smacked him on the back of the head. Is Chintzy a name you get to call him by? Where's your respect for your elders? Just then an auntie came out of the courtyard to ask, "Folks, what's all this?" The man in front answered quickly, "Hello, comrade. We're from Chintzy's hometown." The moment she heard they were my people, she dropped her guard and warmed right up. "You're here looking for Chintzy, then? He's not off work yet. Should be back soon, I'd think." And right at that moment, I came strolling back, having clocked out early. "Oh, you're here." The man in front was named Lee Dagaway. By the family generations, he had to call me uncle. He pulled back the straw on the ox cart, revealing 2 stone-cold boars. 16th uncle, the old chief sent us to bring these over. The second the auntie caught sight of them, she sucked in a sharp breath. I was a little surprised myself. I hadn't expected the village to take down 2 this time. I gave my orders right away. "Dagaway, you all go on inside and sit. I'll run the boars over to the steel mill." That young fellow volunteered eagerly again, wanting to tag along to the plant and broaden his horizons. 16th uncle, let us help you." Lee Dagaway smacked him on the head a second time. The boar for sweet potatoes deal was strictly off the books. The fewer people who knew, the better. "What are you tagging along for?" "No sense at all." Lee Dagaway knew exactly how to handle it. 16th uncle, we'll just wait here at the compound till you're back." I nodded and tossed out one more thing. "There's food in the cupboard. Help yourselves, take the edge off." Then I asked the auntie to lead the way, threw the straw back over the cart, and drove off toward the mill. The group leader had made a point of telling me today, bring in a little more in supplies, and I could get made permanent ahead of schedule. Once that happened, my wages would jump to $28.50. With these 2 boars, it was a done deal. Honestly, turning in just one of them would have been enough to make me permanent. At the mill gate, the old gatekeeper asked, surprised, "Didn't you already clock out?" I handed him a cigarette and grinned. "Got my hands on something good. Look forward to some meat tomorrow." His eyes lit up. He glanced at what was on the cart and hurried to open the gate. Get in there, get in there." Anybody who could bring meat home to the plant. Now that was a big shot. Inside, the first thing I did was track down my boss, group leader Wang. Wang was both shocked and delighted. 2 boars? Good lad. Getting you made permanent is a matter of days now. He was anything but discreet about it. He deliberately spread the word the whole way, making sure everyone knew. It was finally the 4th section, 5th group's turn to hold their heads high, and by God, everybody was going to hear about it. The people in the other groups went sour inside. What kind of dumb luck is this? The various group leaders started chewing out their own people, asking whether they still wanted to get ahead or not. Before long, a whole crowd had gathered around, staring at the boars, swallowing hard. Wang Weiman barked at the receiving crew. "Get on it. Process them. Weigh them in, log them, pay the man." 2 big, broad-shouldered guys came over from the cafeteria and went to work, scraping the bristles and gutting the boars with practiced ease. Wang took the chance to make an introduction. "Chensi, this is Section Chief Zheng of our 4th section." I greeted him respectfully. "Hello, Section Chief Zheng." Zheng was in a fine mood today. He clapped me on the shoulder. "Chensi, is it? You've got a future. Keep at it. Anything giving you trouble at work?" I jumped on the opening. "Chief, any chance you could approve a bicycle for me? Be a big help for ranging farther out to buy supplies." The chief mulled it over. "Group leader Wang, didn't old Zhang leave behind a used one when he stepped down last year?" Wang answered at once. "Yes, chief. When Deputy Section Chief Zhang retired, he did leave one behind." The chief waved a big hand. "Then it goes to Comrade Li Chensi to help him do his job." I hurried to thank them. "Thank you, Chief. Thank you, group leader. I'll give it everything I've got. I won't let you down." In short order, they had the tally. The 2 boars netted out at 203 pounds. Through some lobbying by group leader Wang and Section Chief Zhang, The mill entered them at 90 cents a pound. That ran a touch above the market rate of 80 cents, but nobody objected. Finding meat these days was just that hard. Heck, even at a full yuan, the mill would have coughed it up. You don't let meat slip through your fingers. So I banked another 182 yuan 70. Added to the earlier 141, I now had over 300 yuan in hand. On the way back to the compound, I deliberately piled the ox cart high with sweet potatoes, a full 2,000 pounds. Even the old ox pulling the cart looked like it was straining a bit. Back home, Li Dagawei and the others were eyeing the rice and flour in the cupboard, envy written all over their faces. But hungry as they all were, not one of them reached out to take any. I came in to find them sitting there as good as gold, and couldn't help being curious. "You're not hungry?" In one voice they answered, "We're not hungry at all." The words were barely out when somebody's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. "Not hungry, my foot." They hadn't had enough to eat to begin with, and then jolted a boar all the way into the city on top of it. I rolled my eyes, then raised my voice and gave orders. "Somebody go out and keep an eye on the cart. Don't let anyone make off with it in the shuffle." Then I pointed at another. "You, get into the kitchen, light the stove, and boil up a pot of noodles. Make it quick." Li Dagawei immediately took a man out to stand guard over the sweet potatoes. That was life-saving grain. I pulled out the noodles, cracked several eggs in, and soon had a big pot going. "Quit dawdling. Pick up your chopsticks. Eat your fill. You'll have the strength for the road." Li Dagawei and the others stared at the noodles with the eggs nestled in them, swallowing nonstop. They racked their brains trying to remember the last time they'd eaten this well. A flash of memory. It felt like back when the village cafeteria first opened. But do the math, and that was 2 years ago now. I handed out the big bowls one by one. They didn't bother with manners, just squatted down and dug in, mouthful after mouthful. Bowl after bowl, 3 apiece, until at last they set down their chopsticks, thoroughly content. I turned my attention to Dagawei and gave him a serious instruction. "That other 6,000 some pounds of sweet potatoes, tell the old chief to send people for it. Fast." I didn't forget to add, "Be careful on the road. Those sweet potatoes are the whole village's lifeline. Don't let anything happen to them." Li Dagawei answered quickly, "Got it. Don't you worry, 16th uncle." The men got the ox cart moving and ambled off toward Li family village. A good ways down the road, one of them rubbed his belly and sighed, satisfied. "We finally ate a proper meal this time. Be just grand if we could eat like that again next time." That one line dropped like a stone into a still lake, ripples in every direction. The men licked their lips, every head full of those egg-laden noodles. Back and forth they went, each one quietly resolving, "Next time, I'm getting myself into the city for sure." Li Dagawei shot them a glare. "What are you all dreaming about? Walk faster. You want to eat like that again? Why don't you just fly up to heaven while you're at it?" Once they'd gone, I grabbed a good-sized slab of beef jerky and headed for the back court. I called out softly, "Third elder? You home, sir?" A little carrot top poked his head out through the crack in the door, eyeing the jerky in my hand, drool starting to run. "Brother Chinsi, my dad's here." From inside came the third elder's warm voice. "Chinsi, come in, come sit." I fished out 2 pieces of candy for the little carrot top. "Here, share one with your sister." I knew the third elder's family had 4 kids, so I only gave candy to the 2 little ones. The little carrot top took it, thrilled. "Thank you, Brother Chinsi." And off he dashed to share the sweetness with his sister. The third elder took one look at the jerky in my hand and understood right away that I'd come to ask a favor. "Chinsi, what are you bringing things over for?" I set the jerky on the table. "Third elder, I was hoping you could help me have something made." Now, the third elder was a blacksmith, a man who swings the big hammer. For making a precise part, you'd really need a fitter's hands. "Oh, made how exactly?" I pulled a blueprint out from inside my jacket and handed it over. "Just this little thing. Shouldn't be hard. Tell me what it comes to, and I'll pay you." He took it and studied it a few moments. "Sure enough, no precision part. Not difficult at all. Only thing is, there's no material on hand right now. I'd have to ask around at the mill." He clapped his chest, decisive. "No problem. The old masters at the plant are real pros. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Have it done by the day after tomorrow, easy." Just by playing middleman, he'd earn himself a pound of jerky. A deal like that, how could he say no? Seeing him agree so readily, I was pleased and took the hint to head out. "Third elder, Your family's about to have supper. I won't keep you." In these times, hardly any household had much food in the house. Lingering past your welcome was just plain dense. The third elder's wife looked at the jerky on the table, beaming. "Look how good this meat is." The third elder nodded. Set it aside for now. We'll use it to entertain guests later on." A little past 8 that evening, Lee Dagaway and the others finally made it back to Lee family village. The old chief brought a few men along to inspect the sweet potatoes, opening up the sacks one by one to check. "All good sweet potatoes, chief. 2,000 pounds, dead on." The old chief clapped his hands, the grin no longer possible to hide. "Good, good, good." Lee Dagaway raised his voice, his face turning earnest. 16th uncle gave the word. That remaining 6,000 pounds, every last bit of it, gets hauled back. Everyone there went wild with joy. 2 wild boars, traded for 8,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. It really does come down to chintzy. Having connections, having people in the right places, that's what gets things done. The old chief made arrangements on the spot, an edge of "let's not give the night a chance to bring trouble" in his voice. "Tomorrow, take a few more carts. Try to haul it all in one trip." The sweet potatoes all went into the cafeteria storeroom. They even set out rat traps and posted a dedicated guard. With this food in hand, everyone's nerves finally settled. Back when the village grain ran dry, you should have seen the panic. Somebody suggested, "Old chief, should we make another run up the mountain?" The old chief mulled it over. "We'll see." With grain enough to scrape by on, he really didn't want to send anyone off to take risks again. The next morning, the second I woke, my first order of business was checking the 1 yuan flash sale. Today's items had swapped out. Now it was 100 pounds of corn and 100 pounds of milk powder. Holy cow, 100 pounds of milk powder. Milk powder was the good stuff. Money alone couldn't buy it. It was expensive and it needed ration coupons, and the coupons themselves were near impossible to come by. Without a second's hesitation, I spent 2 yuan and grabbed the milk powder. 100 bags, sitting neat and tidy in my inventory. I pulled one out and looked. No place of origin, nothing. Looked like an unbranded, no-label product. But even so, a single bag of milk powder was worth 10 yuan, easy. By comparison, corn was downright cheap, under 10 cents a pound. I looked around the room, turning over the idea of giving the place a renovation. After all, what does a man chase his whole life but food, clothes, shelter, and the road beneath his feet? Who doesn't want to live a little more comfortably? Conditions permitting, I even wanted to put a private bathroom in the inner room. The public outhouse outside, I just couldn't get used to it. My place wasn't small. I could easily partition off a section. Convenient and clean. Only trouble was, I didn't know anybody in the renovation business. But no matter, in this compound, when you needed something done, you went to one of the 3 elders, and that was that. With that, I got up quick, grabbed a few eggs on my way out, and headed to the second elder's place. The second elder was sitting at his table, gnawing away with great relish on a cornmeal bun. In this era, folks without jobs got no breakfast at all. 2 meals a day was considered doing pretty well. I greeted him with a grin. Second elder, having a bite? He looked up, a little surprised. "Oh, Chintzy, what do you need from me?" I handed the eggs to the second Andy. "Second Andy, keep these eggs for the family. I've got a little something to ask the second elder about." She lit right up and took them. Good, you two talk." The way she saw it, since I'd come to her husband for a favor, taking a few eggs was perfectly above board. I got straight to it. "Second elder, do you know anyone in the renovation trade?" He gave me a surprised look. "I know a fellow, right over on the next block." "Why, you looking to fix up your place?" He remembered my 2 rooms had nothing much wrong with them. Perfectly livable. In times like these, everyone was used to making do. If a place was barely livable, nobody went stirring up trouble over it. I nodded. "Want to spruce it up a bit. I'm getting to the age where I ought to be thinking about marriage." That, he understood instantly. He nodded. "Yeah, it's about time you fixed it up. I pass his place on my way to work. I'll have him come find you to talk." I accepted gratefully. Whether I go into the mill today or not is fine. So, much obliged, second elder. The second elder looked a touch envious. Procurement really is a sweet gig. "All right, I'll head out now. You wait here." And with that, a cornmeal bun in one hand and his lunch tin in the other, he was out the door. He didn't keep me waiting long. Soon enough, the second auntie led in a travel-worn man. "Chintzy, this here's Master Gu. You two talk. I pulled out a pack of Great Gate cigarettes, a popular brand, and offered Master Gu one. Master Gu, sorry to make you come all this way. Have a smoke. He took it with a smile. It's the trade we're in. So, comrade, what are you looking to do? I led Master Gu inside and laid out my ideas one by one. I pointed at the floor. First, let's smooth out this bumpy ground. Cement or floor tile, either works. Then I pointed at the windows and walls. I want the room brighter, bigger windows, and give the walls a fresh coat. Finally, I asked, can you do a dropped ceiling? Master Gu nodded. Sure can. Not hard. Mostly comes down to what material you use. He even gave me a little lesson. Said dropped ceilings weren't some modern invention. They went back centuries. The most famous was the caisson ceiling, the zhaojing, endlessly varied in shape, decked out with carved patterns and painted designs. It was, without a doubt, the crowning achievement of ancient Chinese architecture. But in recent times, he said, the materials had gotten pretty crude. One method was just patching together woven sacks and colored strip paper. A chaotic mess, not a shred of beauty to it. By the 1950s, lime ceilings had started catching on, prefab panels brushed with lime wash. But they came out speckled and rough, and they molded at the drop of a hat. I told him, pick some lightweight materials. What I'm after is a bright look. Master Gu gave a small nod. He understood plainly now, bright was the whole theme. Next came the bathroom. Master Gu gave me a heads up. For that, you'll need to lay drainage pipe. That runs into real cost. And you'll have to clear it with the neighborhood office, too. I answered breezily. No problem. You go right ahead and do it. Just tally up the cost. Since the client was this easygoing, Master Gu didn't belabor it. He explained, labor and materials all in. Let's call it 400 yuan. The materials are the pricier part, mainly. After all, glossy floor tile and laying drainage pipe were both no small expense. I agreed without fuss. Done. I'll give you 200 up front as a deposit and settle the other 200 when it's finished. That price was well within what I'd expected. Master Gu replied, we can start any time. Just need the things in the rooms squared away first. I laid it out. Tomorrow, then. Finish one room, move everything over, do the other side. Then I added, I know how it works with you fellows. I'll cover one meal at midday. Send your men over to the second antes to eat. Master Gu laughed. That'll do. No problem. Men like him loved a client like this. No dragging things out, no nickel and diming. I brought out 200 yuan, let him count it, and saw him to the door. Right after, I went over to the second Annie's place. She was busy gluing matchboxes at the moment, piecework handed out by the neighborhood. The pay wasn't much, but any household in difficulty could apply for it, to put a little something toward the family budget. I explained why I'd come. I want to cover the workers' lunch. Was hoping you could cook it and let them eat here at your place. Then I offered her a sweetener. When the job's done, I'll give you 5 yuan, or get you 5 pounds of meat, your choice. The second she heard it, the second Annie was over the moon. That'd be wonderful. You have to understand, gluing matchboxes at home, she earned all of 60 cents for 1,000 of them. And don't underestimate the work. There's nothing high-tech about it, but it's far from easy. That little matchbox is a fussy thing to put together. First you mix the paste, thinner for the inner tray, thicker for the outer sleeve. For the inner trays, you sort the long, thin paper strips into 10 stacks, then brush on paste with a soft bristle brush. The outer sleeves come printed on big cardboard sheets, 10 across and 5 down, 50 to a sheet. Once the inner trays and sleeves dry, you slide them together, and only then is one basically done. So I set her mind at ease. Cook lunch for a little while, and you walk away with 5 yuan. What a bargain. She made up her mind with a smile. Then I'll take the 5 pounds of meat. Given the choice, of course you take the meat. I nodded my agreement. Sure. No problem. Most people would have picked just like she did. What this era was short on wasn't money. It was food. Plenty of the older generation in the city had gold and silver quietly stashed away, and they'd sooner go hungry than loosen their grip on it. You think they couldn't bear to spend it? No, there was simply nothing to buy. After that, I set off for the neighborhood office. To lay drainage pipe, I first needed their approval. Good thing Master Gu had reminded me. I'd just reached the door when I heard low voices inside. Turned out Director Li had been in a sour mood these past couple of days. Her little grandson was crying from hunger. As bad luck would have it, her daughter-in-law had no milk, and she'd been trying to get hold of some cow's milk. As if that were ever easy. The instant I heard it, my thoughts went straight to the milk powder in my supermarket inventory. I could probably get the approval empty-handed, but a little give and take greases the wheels, as everyone knows. So I carefully tucked 2 bags of milk powder into a plain, unremarkable cloth sack, straightened my clothes, and walked up to the office gate. The old gatekeeper sized me up, as procedure demanded. "Young man, what business brings you here?" I quickly produced a Great Gate cigarette and offered it with both hands. "Hello, sir. I'm here to register a renovation with Director Lee, laying some drainage pipe." He took the cigarette, gave it a sniff, and his expression eased considerably. "There is a rule about that. Director Lee's office is the first one on the left." I thanked him. "Thank you, sir." I walked over to Director Lee's office and gave a light knock. "Come in," came the voice from inside. I pushed the door open and found a middle-aged woman with short hair looking up at me. "You are?" I stated my business. "Director Lee, I'm Chinsi, from Compound 66. I'd like to renovate my place and run a section of drainage pipe." Then I shifted gears and pulled out the little cloth sack. "Oh, and I got my hands on a bit of milk powder from a friend." Before I'd even finished, Director Lee heard milk powder and shot up out of her chair. She lifted the flap of the sack, and sure enough, 2 one-pound bags of milk powder lay inside. She made her call right there. Renovating's a fine thing, but the work can't disturb your neighbors. With that, she put the milk powder away. Then she pulled 2 big black tin-yuan notes out of a drawer and handed them to me. Those big tins had only gone into circulation 3 years back, a sizable denomination at the time. I waved my hands in refusal at once. "Director Lee, I really can't." But she pressed the money into my hands. "Take it, and from now on, call me Annie Lee. If you come across more milk powder, you remember to get me some." I climbed right onto that rung of the relationship. "Will do, Auntie Lee. I'll let you get back to it, then." Director Lee was all smiles. Her grandson's problem finally had a solution. Drop by Annie Lee's place sometime. She didn't let just anyone call her Andy. But a man who could get hold of milk powder was clearly no ordinary fellow. Not long after I got back to the compound, I was about to gather everything in the rooms into a single room, and right then, the folks from Lee Family Village showed up again. Free labor on hand. I wasn't about to stand on ceremony. "You all help me move things. Dagaway, pick a few men and come with me." Lee Dagaway answered. "You got it, 16th uncle." I took Dagaway and a couple of others over near the steel mill. "Wait here a minute." I slipped off to a hidden spot on my own and bought 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes from the supermarket. I released them into a corner in a heap, then waved the men over. "Come here." Lee Dagaway and the rest didn't ask any questions. The moment they saw the pile of sweet potatoes, they got to loading it onto the cart. Before setting out, the old chief had already told them, "Don't ask what you're not supposed to ask." I said to them, "Head back to the compound first. I'll feed you a meal. Eat, then hurry home." Lee Dagaway hesitated. After all, there were more than 10 of them this time. 16th uncle, maybe we'll just eat back in the village." This time, I left no room for argument. "What are you on about? You came all the way into the city to find me, and I'm going to send you home on empty stomachs?" Back home, I cooked them a big pot of rice. The ones here for the first time were stunned. They'd never imagined people in the city ate this well. In that moment, they were full of longing for city life. Out in the countryside, you were never quite full. I urged them on. "Eat up. Eat plenty." There was only a single basin of cabbage on the table, but the rice alone left them perfectly content. After all, what they usually ate was cornmeal buns, wild greens dumplings, that kind of coarse fare. To their eyes, having no vegetables wasn't worth mentioning. If anything, they wished they could eat like this every single day. One young guy patted his belly, satisfied. 16th uncle, I'm full." I didn't push him. "Then go on out and keep watch. Let the others come in to eat." The young man set down his bowl at once and ran out to the courtyard to stand guard. Those sweet potatoes were their treasure. Lose a single sack and the old chief would chew you out within an inch of your life. He hadn't eaten his fill like this in a very long time. Truth be told, he'd just been seized by the urge to sneak a bowl of rice home for his little brother and sister, but in the end he hadn't dared. And it wasn't only him. Deep down, Lee Dagaway and the others felt exactly the same. One young man couldn't help sighing. "If only I could stay in the city too." Lee Dagaway shot him down without mercy. "And do what in the city? Quit dreaming. You've eaten your fill. Now come back with me. Better to throw cold water on it now than have them forever pining to come into town. Who wouldn't want to be a worker in the city? But here was the problem. No skills, no education. How would you ever land the job? After their big meal, Lidagwe marched the men and the sweet potatoes off, not lingering a moment. Back in Lee family village, the old chief saw the full load of sweet potatoes and let out a breath of relief. Chensi didn't say anything else, did he? In one voice they answered, "Nope." The old chief nodded. Good then. That very day the village cafeteria boiled up a huge pot of sweet potato soup, and at last everyone got to eat halfway full. Only halfway, though. Let everyone eat all they pleased, and even a few 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes wouldn't last. But the village's young men had started cooking up other ideas. A group of them huddled together, scheming. "Wankai, let's sneak up the mountain and have a look. What do you say?" Li Dafu made a show of refusing, but a flicker of temptation showed in his eyes. That's probably not a good idea. If they could take down a boar, there'd be money for food. Heck, money for a wife. The temptation was just too much. Seeing him waver, the others made to head off. "You're not coming? Then we're going." That did it. Li Dafu panicked. "Wait, who said I'm not coming?" Around midday, the third elder made a special trip back. He said he'd already lined someone up to start making my part. The third elder watched me, waiting for my decision. Material cost is 50 yuan, and old Chun wants 2 pounds of meat for the labor. What do you think? I pulled out 50 yuan and handed it over. Tell Master Chin 2 pounds of meat is no problem, but the quality has to be guaranteed. He took the money, nodding away. "Don't you worry. Old Chin's got real skill. Any problem, you come take it up with me." With that, he hurried back to the steel mill. That 50 yuan in material cost, more likely than not, went straight into some boss's pocket. Use the mill's materials, and you can't not show a little appreciation. Using public resources for private ends was common as dirt. That 50 out the door, and the cash in my hand was getting thin. I'd already given Master Gu 200, and I still owed him another 200. I needed to figure out how to make some money. I'd also noticed something. Lately, doing good deeds had stopped producing any good person cards. Had my reign as the #1 philanthropist already come to an end? On the bright side, even without the cards, the supermarket's framework and stock were basically complete now. I scrolled through the message panel for a good while and turned up one drab little gray notice. Supermarket upgrade available. Upgrade cost, 10,000 yuan. Please upgrade as soon as possible. 10,000 yuan. That was no small number. Thankfully, the supermarket's goods could still be bought as normal, and the 1 yuan flash sale still worked fine. Thank heaven for that. Maybe the good person cards had just been there to carry me through the hellish opening stretch. Meanwhile, Director Lee headed home with her milk powder. She'd barely stepped through the door when she heard her grandson crying. The sound of it could break your heart. Her daughter-in-law held the baby, her face creased with worry. They'd butchered a couple of laying hens, but still no milk came in. Director Lee handed over the milk powder. "Xiaowan, take this and mix some up for Guagua." When her daughter-in-law heard it was milk powder, she was overjoyed. "Mom, you got milk powder?" That household knew firsthand just how hard milk powder was to find. Even with coupons, they'd flat out been unable to buy any. Director Lee smiled. "It's from a nephew I just took on." Soon a bowl of milk, mixed with warm water, was brought over and spooned bit by bit to the crying little one. The moment the milk hit his mouth, the baby went quiet. The whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Director Lee's husband spoke up. "We really ought to thank the fellow properly." Director Lee said, "That's easy. I'll have him over for a meal one of these days." The thank yous would have to keep coming, of course. 2 bags of milk powder. How long could that really last? That evening, the second auntie came by again. "You need grain to cook," so she'd come to ask for some. I answered, "Second auntie, I'll bring it over first thing tomorrow." I still had plenty of food in my supermarket inventory, all of it from the 1 yuan flash sale. That corn especially hadn't been touched. But handing over dry kernels of corn straight didn't seem quite right. Flour and rice were too extravagant. I figured I'd wait a bit and see what good stuff turned up in the morning's flash sale. Worst case, I'd mix something into the flour to bring the cost down. It's not that I didn't want the workers to eat well, it would just look too flashy. Hardly any household in the compound got to eat refined grain. Besides the main dish, I need to put together some vegetables too. so I quietly started running through it in my head. The next morning, the second I woke, I couldn't wait to check the store. The 1 yuan flash sale had refreshed. Today, it was 100 pounds of sorghum and 100 pounds of brown sugar. Sorghum, that was the perfect pick for cooking the second auntie's meals. Sure, it's coarse grain, but in this era, it could fill bellies without looking too showy. And brown sugar needs no explanation. That was a fine thing. Normally, only women just after childbirth would treat themselves to a little. While I was washing up, I spotted Auntie Ma over in the middle court, wiping away tears. Uncle Ma stood off to one side, looking sheepish. I took the chance to quietly ask the second auntie, who was busy rinsing something. Second auntie, what's going on with Uncle Ma and them? In my memory, the Moss were a model couple. I'd never once seen them quarrel. The second auntie explained under her breath. Sounds like your Uncle Ma gave away half the family's grain to someone. They didn't have enough as it was, and the kids cried from hunger every day. Lose half your grain, and how could you not fall apart? Ma Zhigao was trying to explain to his wife with a bitter smile. Kid's mother, my big brother's family truly has nothing left to cook. He'd gone to his brother's place yesterday. He couldn't bear the sight of it, so he came home and split half their grain over to them. Auntie Ma fired back. And we have something to cook, do we? She wasn't only angry that he'd made the call on his own, she was angrier that he hadn't talked it over with her first. Ma Zhigao rushed to admit fault. My mistake. I'll go check the black market tonight. The second auntie glanced at Ma Zhigao, then at me. She started to say something, then thought better of it, and in the end said nothing at all. But I'd already read her meaning. So I just spoke up myself. Uncle Ma, I got hold of a little corn. Does your family want some? I'd been fretting over what to do with that 100 pounds of corn kernels anyway, whether to sell it at the black market or haul it back to the village. The Moss heard it, and their eyes lit up. As one, they turned to look at me. There was a procurement clerk right here in the compound who could get grain. How had they not thought of it before? Ma Zhigao answered quickly, afraid I'd change my mind. Yes, thank you so much. I'll pay black market price. I smiled. No need for that. Let's call it 15 cents a pound. That was a touch above market rate, but far below black market. And after all, no ration coupons required. Even the second auntie was a little stunned to hear it. These days, getting corn outside the grain shop was no easy thing. And it wasn't just the second auntie. A few other households in the middle court caught wind of it too and started poking their heads out. Ma Zhigao was overjoyed. Great. Thank you, Chensi. I finished brushing my teeth and washing my face, then went back inside and hauled out that 100 pounds of corn. I called out across the courtyard. Anybody else want some? Come get your share. I figured the renovation was bound to make noise and bother everyone anyway, so I might as well give the neighbors a good deal. The courtyard erupted at once. Me? Chensi, save some for my family. Households all over the middle court sent someone out, every one of them hoping for a portion of this hard-to-come-by corn. 15 cents a pound. Buy 10 pounds, and it's only 1 yuan 50. Where else were you going to find a deal like that? I let Uncle Ma buy 30 pounds first. The other 70 got split among a few households. The second auntie took 15 pounds too, and everyone was thrilled. This corn beat plain cornmeal any day. I took the chance to say, the renovation's probably going to be noisy and bother you all. I'd appreciate your patience. But the neighbors were nothing but gracious. Chensi, listen to you. You need a hand with anything? I thanked them, then carried 20 pounds of sorghum over to the second aunties. I also brought out the rest of the eggs and the cabbage I'd been stockpiling. Master Gu and his 4 men were doing heavy physical labor. They couldn't go hungry. By the official ration, a heavy laborer was owed a pound of grain a day, but in this era, who actually got a whole pound? Even the third elder, swinging that big hammer, ate maybe 12 ounces a day at most. Truth is, if you let them eat their fill, forget 1 pound. They could put away 2, easy. No grease in their diet, after all. Master Gu and his men were only eating 1 meal here at midday, so I had half a pound prepared per man, a solid, honest portion. The second auntie was startled. They eat this well? Half a pound a head per meal for the renovation crew, plus eggs and cabbage. Her own family wouldn't have dared eat like that. I laughed. You've got to let the men working for you eat their fill, right? 20 pounds of sorghum, 4 pounds a man. At half a pound a day, that lasted 8 days, just about enough to see the job through. Before long, Master Gu showed up with his men and part of the materials. I went out to meet them and handed each man a cigarette. Master Gu, much obliged to you all. The day the job's done, I'm treating everybody to meat. Master Gu and his crew broke into smiles. Long as we eat full, that's plenty. Thank you, boss. In times like these, eating your fill was enough on its own. And on top of that, the boss had promised meat when the job wrapped. Just the thought of it had a few of them swallowing hard. None of them had touched meat in a month or two. This boss is generous, not like some of the tight-fisted ones who hand out pickled vegetables one strand at a time. I asked Master Gu, roughly how long will it take? He thought it over. About a week. 10 days at the very most. I nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left them to their work. At midday, I pocketed some ration coupons and went to eat at a state-run restaurant. I couldn't be bothered with the mill cafeteria again. I hadn't crossed over into this life just to choke down husks and weeds. The things worth enjoying, you enjoy. The restaurant staff were exactly as the rumors said, cold, couldn't be bothered to give you the time of day. Service like that, in a later era, would have gone out of business inside 2 months. After the founding of the Republic, every social class got completely reshuffled, and lousy service in the restaurant trade became the norm across the board. If you couldn't find your chopsticks, for instance, you had to ask, all polite about it. Excuse me, where do the chopsticks go? Meanwhile, eating over at the second auntie's, Master Gu and his men kept calling the boss a real stand-up guy. Master Gu reminded the other 4 hands, I want every one of you putting real care into this job. The hands answered, no need to tell us, Master. We know how it's done. A stand-up boss like this didn't come along often. Full and content, I made my way back to the compound and ran right into the third elder, who'd hurried back himself. He had the finished part in his hand. Chinsi, here's everything you wanted. Give it a look. I examined it carefully and figured it was good to go. Thank you, third elder. Though, I forgot to ask whether Master Chen wanted fresh meat or jerky. He laughed. Either should do. Having meat at all is good fortune these days. Who's going to be picky? I told him. Hang on a minute, third elder. I need to step out. Thinking of how everyone craved a little grease, I decided to buy 2.5 pounds of half-fat, half-lean pork from the store. I didn't keep him waiting long. Soon I was back with 2 pounds of meat. The third elder stared at that thick layer of fat, green with envy. This was the meat of a lot of men's dreams. He took it and hurried back to the steel mill, where he handed it over to Old Chun. Old Chun took one look at those 2 pounds and grinned, so wide the lines creased clear across his forehead. Nobody in his household had eaten meat in nearly 2 months. They'd only just tasted a few shreds of boar yesterday. Old Chun chuckled and added, Old Young, next time you've got a sweet deal like this, you remember to come find me. The third elder rolled his eyes and gave a grudging grunt. I'd just gotten my hands on the hand pump and the drilling rod and was thinking about heading back to Lee Family Village when I looked up and spotted Wang Kai and a few of the village's young men slinking around, looking shady as could be. Wang Kai, I called out. What are you lot doing in the city? Li Dafu pointed at the something behind him. 16th uncle, we took down a deer. Have a look. I glanced over, and my heart jumped. Good grief. It was a sika deer. Pull this in a later era, and every one of you would be doing a solid 10 years behind bars. The deer looked to be over 100 pounds, clearly a full-grown adult. I asked, where are the antlers? The deer's blood being gone. That was normal. After you bring one down, you have to bleed it fast, even if it's a shame, since that blood is quite nourishing. Besides the blood, the antlers themselves were a fine medicinal ingredient. You cut them all off, did you? Li Dafu answered. The antlers were a pain to bag, so we cut him off and left him at home. You want him, 16th uncle? I said, a little exasperated, obviously. I'll come by your place for them when I'm back in the village. Then I noticed the state of them, faces all bruised and swollen, and got curious. What happened to you all? Why's every one of you beat to a pulp? Bagging a sika deer and still ending up looking like that. Pretty pathetic, frankly. The second I asked, Li Dafu and the others went horribly awkward, hemming and hawing forever before finally admitting it. Got beat at home. Turned out their families had found out they'd gone up the mountain and laid into them without a word of warning. That left me speechless. The silence was deafening. After a while I spoke up. So, looking to sell this for cash this time, or trade for grain? When the village sent business my way, naturally, I wasn't going to turn it down. Li Dafu and the rest asked, grain again, but is there anything besides sweet potatoes? Before they'd set out, The old chief had told them, get grain. If they'd hunted it on the sly, a few of them could have split it. But since they'd been seen, it all went to the collective. I suggested, potatoes then. Potatoes were cheap too, 2 cents a pound. This deer could trade for 4,000 pounds of potatoes. Li Dafu jumped on it. Good, potatoes it is. After all, eating nothing but sweet potatoes left a man, well, passing a lot of foul gas. I took the opening to wave them over. Perfect timing. On your way back, you can haul this thing home for me. Li Dafu and the others stared at the heap of iron contraptions, baffled. What is this stuff? I smiled. A water pump. Just give me a hand hauling it. Seeing how sure of myself I was, Li Dafu didn't press and briskly loaded it onto the ox cart. Then the whole crew set off in a grand procession toward the steel mill. Near the mill, I raised a hand and pointed at an open patch of ground. Everybody wait over there. Don't go wandering, just sit tight. The village folk were good that way. Never asked questions, never made a fuss. I shouldered the sick deer in its sack and strode into the steel mill. From a distance, the guard caught my hurried, confident bearing and figured it was important supplies. He didn't ask a thing, just smartly lifted the barrier and waved me through. I didn't slow down, and before long ran into Chun Yugong, just back from a procurement run. Chun Yugong had his head hanging, his whole face downcast, clearly a meager haul. But the moment he saw my fully loaded cart, his eyes lit right up. Whoa-ho, Chintzy, what treasure'd you dig up this time? How are you this lucky? He had it right. Finding supplies these days came down purely to luck. I told him quietly, a deer. Brother gang, do me a favor and go tell the group leader. His eyes went wide. A deer? Meet again. Just days ago I'd hauled in 2 boars and caused a stir, and now here I was with a deer. Win after win after win. My numbers were exploding, and it was impossible not to notice. My colleagues at the plant couldn't help marveling. There was no way Director Ding, head of procurement, wouldn't take notice of me. Keep this up, and I'd surely leave a deep, favorable impression on the higher-ups. With that foundation laid, any chance for promotion down the road would come a whole lot easier. Chun Yugong tossed out, I'm on it. And he took off at a run for the 4th procurement section, 5th group office. He burst through the door hollering, Boss, boss, you won't believe it. Group leader Wang had been sitting there nice and relaxed, and getting jolted like that knotted his brow into deep creases. He fumed inwardly. This Chun Yugong is too jumpy, not a steady bone in his body. Chun Yugong was panting hard, his face beet red. Group leader, Chintzy brought in a deer. Go take a look, quick. Wang Weiman sat stunned for several seconds before it hit him. What? A deer? On the way over, he grew more and more convinced that I was the lucky charm fate had sent him. Eggs, then jerky, then 2 boars, and now, somehow, a deer. Group leader Wang found me, his eyes locked on the deer at my feet. It had been tipped out of the sack and lay quietly on the ground. Chintzy, good work. I answered with a smile. Just adding a brick to the nation's wall. It's nothing. Wang thought to himself, this kid knows how to talk. Real talent. And pulled out a cigarette to offer me. Here, have a smoke. Soon the logistics crew arrived one after another. Same routine as always. Weigh it, log it, store it, pay out. Venison was far better quality than pork. Going way back, it had been one of the main game meats among the common folk. By the Qing dynasty, everyone from the emperor on down to the nobility prized it. Back then venison was rarer than farm-raised pork, beef, or mutton, pricey, and often given as a gift. That legacy carried right through to the present. Venison was simply far more precious than other meats. So the plant's ordinary workers, most of them, would never get a taste of this deer. In all likelihood, it'd be set aside, brought out only later to entertain honored guests and visiting brass. The finance fellow counted out the cash without a fuss. Net weight 96 pounds, 3 yuan a pound, 288 yuan total. Count it. That price ran a touch beyond what I'd expected. I hadn't realized venison was that much dearer. I made a show of counting it twice, then tucked the money into my trouser pocket. 288, all there. Thanks. Looks like I'd better give Li Family Village a few extra potatoes. Wouldn't do to come off looking greedy. Group leader Wang walked over and clapped me on the shoulder. Good lad. Keep it up. You're permanent now. That lifted my spirits. With a showing like this, if I couldn't get made permanent, that'd be enough to chill anybody's heart. Thank you, group leader. I thanked him out loud, but inside I wasn't all that worked up. For my purposes, just having the procurement clerk title was enough. I didn't live off my wages. Being made permanent was a bonus, sure, higher pay, and it'd be more above board to buy and eat whatever I pleased. After all, low income paired with lavish spending is genuinely hard to explain. Then Wang handed me a coupon. Hold on to this watch coupon. Director Ding awarded it to you. Special. He'd just been to Section Chief Yang's and Director Ding's offices. This was one of the spoils. A watch coupon was a fine thing. Naturally, I took it without ceremony. I was, in fact, in want of a watch. With one, telling time would be easy from here on. I could even buy a second one to bring back for Grandpa, so he'd always know the hour too. After I left, I circled back to that hidden corner and bought 5,000 pounds of potatoes from the store. I'd thrown in an extra 1,000 on purpose. Once everything was set, I showed myself and waved them over. Come on. Li Dafu and the others pushed the cart over and, without asking what it was, started loading. But they soon realized something was off. 16th uncle, this is more than 4,000 pounds, isn't it? We can't haul it all. I explained. This time it was venison. The bosses love it, so they threw in an extra 1,000 pounds of potatoes. Not being able to fit it all worked out fine. I planned to make a trip back to the village anyway, so I borrowed a cargo trike from the plant. Learning that I'd given them an extra 1,000 pounds and was coming back with them, Li Dafu and the rest were overjoyed. That's wonderful. Before long, I'd rustled up a trike. Group leader Wang went and requisitioned it himself. He said I could use it whenever I liked from now on. I was his ace, after all. I kept turning up game, so a trike was only fitting. The others helped load the remaining potatoes onto the trike, and I asked, which of you can pedal a trike? I had no intention of pedaling it myself. Far too tiring, but several of them shot their hands up, scrambling. Me, me, me. To their minds, pedaling a trike was as much of a status symbol as driving a car would be in a later era. So I said, all right, take turns then. I sent Li Dafu and the rest on ahead while I went back to the compound to grab a few things. Go on. I'll catch up quick. Back at the compound, I dug out the bottle of Maotai my old man had stashed away, along with a bottle of Fingio. Like Maotai, Fingio was one of the 8 great famous liquors held in such high regard at the time. Next, I bought a bolt of cloth from the store, a full 30 yuan. The fabric was top-notch, every bit the equal of what you'd find at a cloth shop. The one upside, buying cloth here took no cloth coupons. And in this era, cloth coupons and cloth itself were both extremely hard to come by. Money alone wouldn't always get you any. Ever since the founding of the Republic, the country's cotton cloth supply had been desperately tight. With only so much land, you had to prioritize grain, which left little room for cotton, so textiles were in severe shortage. For years back, the whole nation had rolled out planned, ration cloth supply. A shirt took 7.5 feet of cloth. A padded winter coat took 16 feet. Cloth coupons were scarce, so people had no choice but to economize hard. Patched clothes and pants, detachable sleeve covers, these became the markers of the era. And this bolt of cloth ran a full 34 meters, enough to make a whole lot of clothing. These days people bought cloth by the foot. Nobody bought a whole bolt outright. Even if you had that many coupons, you probably couldn't have gotten it. It averaged out to about 1 yuan a meter. I also packed 5 bags of milk powder, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 20 pounds of rice. Milk powder was nutritious. I just wasn't sure whether Grandpa and Grandma would take to the taste. Once everything was ready, I set off on the bicycle from the plant to catch up with Li Dafu and the others up ahead. It didn't take long. I found them resting by the roadside, every one of them too weak with hunger to go on. They hadn't eaten since leaving the village. That's when it came back to me. I pretended to pull a bag of something out of my procurement basket. Inside were big meat buns. I'd bought extra on purpose and kept them warm in my inventory the whole time. I called out, "Everybody come get 2." The moment Li Dafu and the others saw the meat buns, they were practically drooling. They quickly wiped their hands and stepped up, each carefully taking one, savoring it in tiny bites. A second ago, some of them had been grumbling that I hadn't fed them noodles. Who'd have guessed I'd buy them hot meat buns instead? Li Dafu got a little bashful. 16th uncle, one's plenty for us. I laughed. When I tell you to take it, you take it. Quit yapping. Everyone thanked me. Thank you, 16th uncle. The second bun, none of them could bear to eat. They planned to bring it home for their families to try. They hadn't had meat buns in so long they'd nearly forgotten the taste. Then I handed each of them a cigarette, and now they were happy as gods. Back in Li family village, Li Dafu and the others hauled the potatoes straight to the cafeteria to find the old chief. They mentioned that those iron contraptions would be brought over a little later. The moment Grandma saw me coming back, she hurriedly hid the wild greens in her hand behind her back. I just played along, pretending not to notice, and said with concern, "Grandma, it's so hot out. Don't go standing in the sun." Grandma laughed. "I'm not getting any sun. Your grandpa and I had white flour buns today. I just came out to walk it off." I didn't call her bluff. She turned and shouted into the house, "Old man, get out here and help Chintzy carry his things. All you know how to do is eat, sleep, and laze about." I quickly said, "Grandma, I've got it. It's not even heavy." I lifted the whole procurement basket off the cart and started toward the house. Grandma's eyes landed straight on that bolt of cloth, and her face filled with astonishment. This much. Grandpa came running out with his shoes barely on, and one look at that bolt left his mouth hanging open too. "Chintzy, all done with your business in the city?" Phew, what a big bolt of cloth. Country folk understood best of all how precious cloth was. Some kids didn't even have ragged clothes to wear. I said, "Done for now. I can stay 2 or 3 days this time. This cloth needs no coupons. It's a good deal." The moment the two of them heard I could stay a couple of days, they could hardly contain their joy. A deal, a real deal. Good cloth like this. Long as you could get your hands on it, paying a little extra was no loss. Without connections, you couldn't buy it at all. I handed the bolt over to Grandma for safekeeping and instructed, "Have Third Annie make you 2 sets each for the hot weather, and a set for Laifu and the kids too." Grandpa spoke up, "We ought to make you 2 sets first." Grandma nodded too. "That's right." I waved them off with a smile. "Grandpa, Grandma, I've got something better. I had a tailor shop make me a Zhongshan suit." The Zhongshan suit, also called the leader's suit, was hugely popular with young men, and not everyone could afford one. I said it on purpose. Otherwise, the two of them would have insisted Third Annie make my clothes first. Not that I was fibbing, either. I really did mean to get a couple of Zhongshan suits to wear. Hearing that, the two of them dropped the matter of making my clothes first. A Zhongshan suit. Now that's good. That's good. Grandma quickly put the cloth away, planning to call Third Auntie over later to help cut it. Then I pulled the Maotai and Fingio out of the procurement basket and handed them to Grandpa. "Grandpa, these 2 good bottles are for you. Don't drink too much. It's bad for your health." One look at the Maotai and Fingio and Grandpa couldn't put them down, praising his grandson's devotion to no end. "All right, I'll just have a little, wet the whistle." Then I brought out the milk powder and brown sugar and gave them to Grandma, who'd just finished storing the cloth. "Grandma, this milk powder's to build you and Grandpa up. Give Third Annie's family a bag or 2 as well." I gestured. "Look how thin Laifu and the others have gotten." Grandma looked at the milk powder, the cloth, the liquor, the brown sugar, all of it rare, fine things. A little stunned, she asked with a laugh, "Chintzy, you didn't go and haul your whole household out of the city, did you?" I shook my head, earnest. "If you don't take to the milk powder, that's fine. I brought it back just so you could try it." Then I started painting the future. "Once the house is renovated, I'll bring a wife home and give you a few great-grandchildren." Grandma's eyes filled with laughter and longing. She knew her grandson's heart was in the right place and stopped refusing. And let me tell you, old folks just eat that kind of talk right up. Sure enough, the moment they heard about fixing up the house, getting married, and great-grandchildren to dote on, the two of them broke into wide grins. Grandma laughed until her eyes were nothing but slits. "Good, good, have plenty of them." Grandma helped raise them. She happily put away the milk powder and brown sugar. That brown sugar was the finest she'd ever seen. Smooth, no impurities. You have to understand, sugar was still very scarce in China in this era. As she tidied up, Grandma chatted with me, warm as could be. "I hear next year might be a little better." Next year? That'd be 59. Cuba's leader was due to visit China. Cuba's big industry was sugar. It had earned the nickname, the world's sugar bowl. We'd signed an agreement with Cuba to import 400,000 tons of sugar a year. So down the road, sugar probably wouldn't be this precious and scarce anymore. Just then, the voices of Laifu and the 3 siblings came from outside, and a moment later they raced into the courtyard. I looked at Laikai and said, concerned, "Little three, wipe your nose right now, then go wash your hands." The kid's snot had nearly run down to his mouth, and he gave one hard sniff and sucked it right back up. My stomach gave a lurch at the sight, but I held my tongue. Lifong was a bit better off, except she liked to suck on her fingers. If their mom and dad had told them to wash up, they'd have brushed it off, but when Big Brother gave the word, nobody dared slack. I scooped a ladle of clean water from the vat and walked over to the jujube tree to wash the three little ones' hands. When I was done, I poured the used water onto the tree's roots, a little extra nourishment. Lifong, full of pride, spread her clean little hands out in front of me. "Big Brother, look, I washed them so clean." I nodded, pleased. Very nice. Now hurry inside. Grandma Andy's going to mix you some milk powder in a bit." Inside, Grandma heard this and reluctantly set down her work, walked to the cabinet, and opened a bag of milk powder. She spooned a scoop into each little bowl, poured in warm water, and stirred carefully until it fully dissolved. In an instant, a rich milky aroma drifted out and filled the whole room. She handed the bowls to the three little ones with that same old refrain. "Drink up, and remember how good your big brother is to you." I'd nearly worn calluses on my ears from that line. All I could do was give a helpless little smile. The three kids had never had anything this good. They drained it in one go, then licked the bowls spotless, not leaving a trace of milk behind. Everyone had a small bowl except Grandpa. He was a liquor man, no interest in milk. He held his bottle in hand, eyes fixed on his grandkids drinking. "This milk powder's better saved for the children. These old bones don't need to crowd in." Once Lifu finished, Grandma told him to go fetch his mother, and he tore off out the door. Meanwhile, at the village cafeteria, the old chief and the others looked at the little mountain of potatoes, faces full of satisfaction. With these, there'd be no more worrying about running short of grain before harvest. The old chief looked at Li Dafu and the rest with gratitude and approval. "You all took down this deer together, so each of you take 10 pounds of potatoes home. Call it a reward." Li Dafu and the others didn't stand on ceremony. Each picked out 10 pounds on the spot, and nobody objected. Then the old chief's gaze flicked over, and he suddenly pointed at the heap of iron contraptions, puzzled. "What in the world is that stuff?" Someone answered, "No idea. It's 16th uncle's. We're about to take it over to him." Learning that I was already back in the village, a wave of gratitude welled up in the old chief. He decided to follow over and thank me in person. After all, it was thanks to me that the village had traded for all those sweet potatoes and potatoes. Otherwise, the tragedy of people starving to death might well have played out in Li family village too. Li Dafu carried his 10 pounds of potatoes home, back ramrod straight, feet practically flying. Bringing 10 pounds of grain home was a major triumph. His old man, though, wasn't so easy to please. He glared and laid into him. "Wipe that smug look off your face. You sneak up that mountain again, and I'll break your legs." He got angrier the more he talked. A whole deer for 10 pounds of potatoes. You could have just sold it in the city and kept it off the collective's books. Li Dafu didn't dare argue. He just broke apart the leftover meat bun and shared it with his little brother and sister, who ate it with great relish and licked their fingers several times over when they were done. Over at my grandparents' place, the old chief arrived along with the men hauling the drilling rod. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw Grandma and Third Auntie busy cutting the cloth, praising it as they cut. Third Auntie especially. This was the first time in her whole life she'd touched a full bolt of cloth. Thinking how lucky her children were, getting to lean on a capable big brother like me, Third Auntie was over the moon. She couldn't help marveling at her husband's wisdom back in the day, in tying himself to my grandparents. Over the years, Third Uncle had treated the two old folks almost like his own parents, devoted to them. Now the blessings were raining down, and Third Auntie felt nothing but the sweetness that comes after long hardship. Grandma cut the cloth and instructed, "Make the clothes a little big. Children grow fast." Third Auntie answered, I know, Annie." Outside, I was busy handing cigarettes to the men hauling the pump, one great gate apiece. Each of them took it but couldn't bear to smoke it, carefully tucking it into his pocket instead. The old chief said to me gratefully, "Chintzy, we really owe you this time." I answered with a smile, "Chief, don't say that. You send me game, you're sending me my numbers, too." I added, The second those two bores hit the plant, my permanent position was locked in. We're helping each other out. The old chief declared on the spot. Good, then. Next time there's game, it all goes to you. My grandpa gave a snort from the side. So you've got some conscience after all. The old chief didn't dare talk back. By the generations, he ranked lower. He had to call my grandpa uncle, too. About then, third uncle hurried over, and I started showing them how to operate it. This is the drilling rod. You all. Third uncle and two strapping men got to it first, drilling at the spot I'd marked. None of them had ever seen a well dug this way. It was novel, sure, but they didn't hold out any hope of actually hitting water. The farmhands took turns toiling away, and in about an hour they'd bored down some 7 or 8 meters. Somebody started in with the hindsight. See? Told you. There's no water here. If digging a well were that easy, they'd have sunk 8 or 10 of them by now, and wouldn't be feuding with the neighboring village over it. Someone raised a doubt. Bet we picked the wrong spot. Another shot back. Spot's got nothing to do with it. Didn't you see our village's old well dried up? I'd never expected water at 7 or 8 meters in the first place. I recalled the village's old well was only 8 meters deep, and since even that had dried up, it meant the water table had dropped lower still. So they had to keep going down. Neither the old chief nor I called a halt, and the men working the rod didn't dare slack, just kept their heads down and dug. The old chief couldn't keep his doubt in any longer. Chinsi, this wellhead's so small. Even if it does hit water, how do you draw it up? A hole that tiny, maybe a tea mug could just barely fit down it. Awfully inconvenient. And then there was that pump I'd mentioned before. The village didn't even have electricity. Could that possibly work? Someone chimed in. Right? I say we quit wasting our effort. My grandpa heard that, and his eyes went wide. What do you lot know? If my Chinsi's doing it this way, he sure got a way to get the water up. When did this turn into personal attacks? Everyone felt stifled, but with the generation ranks what they were, nobody dared talk back. I explained with a smile. What I'm sinking is a pitcher pump well. Once it hits water, you fit the gear on, give it a few pumps, and the water comes right up. As for the exact principle, I didn't go into it. Explained or not, they probably wouldn't follow it anyway. Third uncle, full of disdain, snapped at the men impatiently. Telling you lot is a waste of breath. Quit prying into things. The others were utterly speechless, thinking, like you understand it yourself. Who are you to look down on anybody? 9 meters. 10 meters. Still no water. The rod got harder to push the deeper it went, and the men were flagging. Just as someone was about to shake everyone's nerve again, suddenly, they hit groundwater. The crowd erupted. Water. There's water. Right away somebody got other ideas. How'd Chinsi know there's water here? Let's just dig it out bigger and replace the old well. The old chief let out an angry roar, silencing the scene before my grandpa could even blow up. Every one of you, shut your mouths. Since when do you get a say here? Barely struck water and already scheming. The whole village had pulled through on my help, and they wanted to commandeer the well. I spoke up at the right moment, my voice firm. Old chief, let me make myself clear. This pitcher pump well is for my grandparents' convenience. I went on. It used none of the village's resources. Even this ground is my family's vegetable plot. My gaze was resolute, leaving no doubt that I was nobody to be pushed around. As it happened, as long as it didn't interfere with the two old folks' water, I wouldn't have minded others coming to pump a little now and then. But talk like this, I simply couldn't stand for. The old chief nodded at that, his expression grave. This is your family's private well. Anyone's got a problem, I'll go have a word with them. Crossing me was unwise. The man had sunk a well right next to his own home. What business was it of anybody else's? In those days, a private well was a critically important asset to a household. Grandpa glared at the loudmouth, an edge of cold in his voice. Your old man wouldn't dare run his mouth like that in front of me. You've got some nerve, boy. Only then did the fellow realize he'd misspoken. His face went pale, and he stammered out an excuse. My grandpa wasn't listening to any of it. He'd already made up his mind to go have a good talk with the kids' parents later. Seeing third uncle getting heated, about to take a swing, I quickly handed him a task. Third uncle, don't lose your cool. Let's keep drilling. This well isn't deep enough yet. No need to hit anyone. We were all from the same village. After a warning like that, the fellow should have gotten the message. With this little jolt, I figured we'd be spared a lot of trouble down the line. Third uncle deliberately kicked a clod of mud toward the guy's feet, then got back to work. The fellow, feeling he had no face left to stick around, slunk off. The others rushed to apologize to me, scolding the loudmouth. Their sympathies had clearly swung my way. The men kept at it, drilling all the way down to about 14 meters. The groundwater began to rise, but the pressure wasn't enough yet. It still couldn't surge up out of the bore. I directed everyone to lower a plastic pipe down the hole and fit the pump head on. The head was a length of iron pipe about 10 centimeters across, with a rubber piston inside, connected to a lever handle. Someone asked, curious, "That's it? We're done." I didn't answer directly. Instead, I gripped the lever and started pressing up and down with force. In under 10 strokes, murky water came gushing out of the iron pipe at the head. Everyone present, the old chief included, stared wide-eyed and cried out how amazing it was. The old chief shouted urgently, "Grab a bucket, quick! Don't waste this water." I stepped aside and said to third uncle, "You take over pumping. Keep it till it runs clear." Third uncle spat into his palms, grabbed the lever, and started pumping. "Righto, watch me work." This was so much easier than hauling water from that spring. The others got itchy hands just watching, figured it looked like great fun, and lined up to try pumping. The water came out bucket after bucket, and pretty soon someone was carrying it off to water the fields. After about 20 minutes, clear water finally ran out, and I called happily, "That's it. We're good." By now, the better part of the village had heard the news and come to gather around and watch. They'd never seen a well like this and cast envious looks all around. Of course they hadn't. Pitcher pump wells didn't really catch on until the 80s and 90s. When the village's old men and women heard I'd sunk this, well, especially for my grandparents, they couldn't help giving me a thumbs up, praising me as a good, devoted boy. The old chief strolled closer and asked, full of concern, "Chincy, sinking this pitcher pump well, how much did the parts run you?" Now that he'd seen me actually strike water, he was already calculating sinking a few more around the village for irrigation. I caught his drift well enough, and I was all for him sinking several more. That way my family's well wouldn't stand out, wouldn't be the constant object of people's eyes. If the village had a good several wells, there'd be nothing left to fight over. Besides, I genuinely hoped these pitcher pump wells could start serving the villagers as soon as possible. At least through these grueling 3 years of hardship, they could do some small good. I knew full well that sinking too many wells would drop the water table, but right now, who could afford to worry about later? Getting through these brutal 3 years was the pressing matter. So I told him straight. It cost me 50 yuan. In truth, a pitcher pump well doesn't have many parts. Mass-produced, the cost shouldn't even reach 50. The old chief was a little taken aback. That much. 50 yuan was nothing to a city worker, but to a farmer earning work points, it was a fortune. Bear in mind, in the countryside these past few years, taking a wife cost about 5 yuan. I turned the question back on him. That well the village dug before, how much did that cost? At those words, the old chief had no comeback. He fell silent a while, gritted his back teeth, and pressed on. "But can you guarantee it'll strike water?" Unhurried, I explained patiently. "This is groundwater. The water table's roughly the same across one area, in our village, about 10 meters down." I went on, "If you dig that old well down another 2 or 3 meters, odds are it'll hit water too." Then I added, "But with steady use, the table drops, so how long it'll last is hard to say." It dawned on the old chief all at once, and he blurted, "So if we just keep digging that old well deeper, it'll strike water?" His eyes filled with delight. This would solve the water problem and save a chunk of money. I added, "Most likely it'll hit water, but how much it'll yield, that I can't promise." The old chief nodded, his mind already made up. Thinking of the crops crying out for water, he immediately rallied the men to go dig. "Quit standing around like fools. Come with me, quick." Everyone jumped to it. The onlookers gradually drifted off, each back to their own business. My grandparents stood beaming, gazing at the newly sunk pitcher pump well, eyes full of joy. Grandpa couldn't wait. He bent down, caught a mouthful of well water, and drank. Finding it no different from the old well, he broke into a delighted grin and couldn't help praising me. "That's our grandson for you, even rigging up a well this handy." Right then, a man suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Grandpa, startling everyone. "Great-granduncle, I heard your family has milk powder. I'm begging you. Please sell me some. He kowtowed desperately, forehead nearly grinding into the dirt and sand. My little girl's starving, truly. If it goes on like this, she won't make it. Turned out his daughter had been born just days ago. His wife was so famished her chest had caved to her back, with no milk to give. At first she'd begged her sister-in-law for a few mouthfuls, but now the sister-in-law couldn't squeeze out any milk either. This man was named Li Dajing. He'd already braced himself for the worst. What if his little girl didn't survive? He'd heard the news about the milk powder a moment ago, but with so many people around, he'd waited until the crowd cleared to speak up. Third Annie stood off to the side, looking awkward and uneasy. All her own girl's fault. Can't keep her mouth shut. Went and told people the family had milk powder. Grandpa sighed and turned to look at Grandma. Grandma, in turn, looked to me. I spoke up. Grandma, sell him a bag. 10 yuan a bag. Giving it away free wouldn't do, or else everyone would come asking to borrow. Li Dajing nodded quickly. Yes, I'll go home and get the money right now. Thank you, great-granduncle, great-grandauntie. And you too, 16th uncle. His family had maybe 20 or 30 yuan to their name, and one bag took nearly half of it. Yet he didn't hesitate for a second. Grandpa, reasonable as ever, said, take it home first. Bring the money over after. So Grandma took out a bag of milk powder and handed it to him, and he scurried home like a thief in the night. The moment he left, Third Auntie grabbed Lai Fong and gave her a thorough thrashing. Grandpa and Grandma didn't try to stop her. They figured it was a hard lesson worth learning. Otherwise, next time there was good food, she'd go blabbing again. I tried to talk her down from the side. Third Auntie, don't hurt her, enough's enough. Then I beckoned Lai Fong over, gave her a piece of candy, and told her, from now on, eat it in secret. Don't tell anybody. The little girl promised through her tears. Big brother, from now on I won't even tell my mom. Not far off, Lai Fu and Lai Kai watched their sister eat candy, envy written all over their faces. They thought, if getting a beating means getting candy, then we'd be willing too. I said to the two old folks, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going for a walk. Grandma looked at me, doting. Go on. Take a straw hat. Don't get sunburned. The three little ones, barefoot, came trotting eagerly after me. Over at his place, Li Dajing got home and quickly shut the door. His wife looked thoroughly confused. He pulled the bag of milk powder out from inside his shirt. Wife, look what this is. She wouldn't have dared imagine milk powder. She took it for some precious rice flour. Rice flour. Li Dajing handed her the milk powder and told her to mix some for their daughter. It's milk powder. From great-granduncle's place. 16th uncle must have brought it back from the city. His wife was overjoyed beyond words. She took it, wiping away tears all the while. Their girl was saved now. She carefully spooned out a small scoop, mixed it with warm water, and went to feed their daughter. Meanwhile, Li Dajing turned the house upside down, scraping together enough small bills to make 10 yuan, and brought it over. Before long, word reached me. The old well had struck water, but it came up very slowly, nowhere near enough for the village's needs. The old chief and the others were a bit discouraged, but it beat nothing. The old chief came to find me again. He'd resolved to sink a pitcher pump well at each of the village's 4 corners. 1, for daily water. 2, for irrigating the fields. He pressed the money into my hands. Chensi, troubling you again. That 200 yuan was the village's life-saving grain money. I agreed readily. Sure. I'll check at the plant later and see if I can get more parts. I wandered around the village a while. A few of the little ones pressed some small wild berries into my hands. I looked down. Weren't these ground cherries the fizzless kind? You could tell just from looking they'd be plenty sour. Sure enough, they were tart going in, but if you really worked them over in your mouth, you could tease out a hint of sweetness. I asked, half teasing, you're a brave bunch, eating these. Aren't you scared of a beating when you get home? I knew well enough that eating too much sour stuff on an empty stomach. In this era, what parent wouldn't blow up at the sight? I was still mid-thought when one little guy suddenly pulled a mouse out from inside his shirt. Little granduncle, I caught this too. It scared the hair right off my scalp. The other kids, though, looked downright envious. To their eyes, that was meat. I urged them on, all gentle on the surface. I see it. I see it. Aren't you something? It's getting late, though. Everybody hurry home now. I knew good and well that lecturing about how mice are unsanitary in this era was wildly out of place. Laifu, full of excitement, volunteered loudly. Big brother, mouse meat is delicious. I know where there's another one. I'll take you to catch it. Like I, afraid the credit would get snatched away, wasn't about to be outdone. I know too. Big brother, I can take you. I knit my brow and shot Laifu a stern look. Catch a mouse, my foot. Get your butts home now. Back at the house, I caught sight of that loose-tongued fellow getting disciplined by his old man, who didn't hold back one bit. He'd broken a whole stick over him. My grandpa didn't call for a stop. The man's father swung the broken stick, cursing in fury. If you can't talk right, keep your mouth shut. Nobody took you for a mute. Grandpa saw me come back, and only then, face still stern, did he call it off. All right, everyone head home. From here on, put some thought into what comes out of your mouths. Hearing that, the father and son both let out a breath of relief, the tension draining away. My generational rank was sky high. On top of that, I'd helped the village out of a jam several times now. There was no way this family would dare offend me. The middle-aged man wore an apologetic smile, all but groveling as he begged my forgiveness. 16th uncle, the boy acts without thinking. Please, don't take it to heart. I felt, keenly, just how absurdly high my rank was. A man in his 40s, respectfully calling me 16th uncle. The awkward part was, I had no recollection of this family whatsoever, didn't know them from Adam. I waved a magnanimous hand, my tone gentle. We're all of the samely clan. An honest mistake, talked out, is settled. Stop beating and scolding him. The man nodded over and over. Right. The misunderstandings all cleared up. And with that he smacked his son on the back of the head again. What's that mouth of yours for? Can't you greet your granduncle? The young guy looked thoroughly put upon. Beaten for talking, beaten for not talking, a real bind. Granduncle. Good grief, I thought. A fellow about my own age, having to call me granduncle. I pulled out my Great Gate cigarettes and handed one to each of them, smiling. Glad it's all cleared up. We're family. Come visit when you've got the time. The man was flustered with gratitude and nodded eagerly. Absolutely. We'll come by often. Once the father and son had left, Grandpa turned all tender. Chinsi, you've been at it all day? You must be starving. I'll have your grandma cook for you. That warmed me, but I declined with a smile. Grandma's getting on in years. She ought to take it easy. I'll do the cooking today. That made Grandpa even happier. Good. I'm in for a treat. He felt a quiet satisfaction. His son hadn't turned out right, but his grandson was thoughtful and devoted. The only pity was that the daughter-in-law who'd borne me, my mother, never got to enjoy any of it, passing away far too early. Grandpa pulled out another 10 yuan and held it out to me. This is the 10 Dajin gave us. Take it, Chinsi. I didn't take it. You keep it, Grandpa. My dad left me a whole 1,000. I couldn't spend it all if I tried. Hearing that his son had left some money for his grandson before running off with the widow, Grandpa gave a cold snort. That wretch, guess he's got a shred of humanity left. He cursed his son out loud, but his eyes were full of love for me. He forced the money into my hands anyway. Either way, everything the two old folks had would come to me in the end. I went into the kitchen and took stock of the ingredients. Still on the thin side, I'd have to make do. Laifu slipped in to help tend the fire. Like I, not to be outdone, pitched in too. And little Laifong got anxious, hugging a stick of firewood and trotting over to help as well. First I rinsed the rice and started it cooking, deliberately making extra. I was counting in third uncle's whole family of 5. The pork from last time, Grandma and Grandpa had already cured into bacon. I sliced off 2 pounds to stir-fry with garlic sprouts. Then I took a couple of laps through the vegetable plot. The vegetables were sparse and poorly grown. I pulled a few garlic sprouts to fry with the cured meat, and picked some leafy greens too, didn't dare twist off whole heads. The menu came together fast. Cured meat stir-fried with garlic sprouts, steamed egg custard, and a stir-fried green. By the time Grandpa and Grandma came hurrying over, drawn by the smell, the food was nearly done. Grandma said, astonished, "Is it New Year's? Eating this well?" Rice and meat, and a heavy hand with the oil on the greens. Watching it made her mouth twitch. Third Annie shook her head too, thinking her nephew didn't quite know how to run a household. Laifu was all expectation. Big brother, it smells so good. Like I gave a hard sniff and sucked it back in. Big brother, your cooking smells even better than my mom's. Fong just stared fixedly at the meat on the plate, practically drooling. Third auntie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is eggs and meat, she thought. With that much oil, you could fry up a shoe sole and it'd smell good. I spoke up. When does third uncle get off work? Call him back to eat. Sure, the village cafeteria had grain now, but it was nothing but sweet potatoes and potatoes. That wasn't eating well. Third auntie immediately trotted out, terrified her husband would miss out on a meal this good. Right, I'll go fetch him. When the food hit the table, Grandma looked at the spread and got a little pained. Chintzy, from now on, let Grandma do the cooking. She knew that jar of oil at home wouldn't last long, but she was also afraid that saying so outright might scare her grandson off. I knew exactly what was weighing on her, so I set her mind at ease with a smile. Grandma, after we eat, I'll head back to the plant. I'll bring a tub of peanut oil back with me. And I promised, from now on, you and Grandpa eat without a worry. If it's food, I can get my hands on it. Over there, the moment third uncle saw his wife come for him, he understood most of it without a word. He quickly cleared it with the team leader to knock off early, promising to put in extra tomorrow to make up for it. The team leader, out of regard for me, didn't stand in his way. All right, go on home. Watching third uncle and his wife head off into the distance, someone nearby grew envious. This guy's got it made. Bet he's going home for a good meal. Another chimed in. In our whole village, only 16th uncle eats meat. Chincy's got it sweet over at the steel mill. And someone couldn't help but sigh. If only I had that kind of luck. Working at the steel mill, now that'd be the life. The team leader shot them a hard glare and barked, quit daydreaming and finish the work. Aren't you all hungry? At the mention of the cafeteria's sweet potatoes, every stomach in earshot growled in unison. Sweet potatoes didn't fill you up, but there was no help for it. Upper Water Village was scraping by on nothing but wild green soup. Third uncle hadn't even reached the door when the aroma found his nose, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. His wife had already told him. The meal Chincy made was more lavish than New Year's. The instant he stepped inside, he spotted the bottle beside Grandpa, and his eyes lit right up. Whoa, Uncle, what fine liquor is that? Grandpa shielded the bottle. Never you mind what it is. There's none for you. Chincy brought this special for me. Third uncle stared at the bottle, his throat bobbing, his face full of longing. Uncle, just let me have one little sip, just one. I couldn't watch it any longer. Grandpa, let him have a couple sips. Only then did Grandpa grudgingly pour out exactly 2 small sips. Third uncle was thoroughly content. He took a tiny, treasured sip, slowly smacking his lips, sinking into that rare flavor. That's right, this was Mautai. He was over the moon, already plotting how he'd brag about it to people later. I scooped a big spoonful of egg custard into Grandma's bowl. Eat more, Grandma. This custard's full of nutrition and easy to digest. Grandma's eyes went hot, and she nearly cried. Good, good, Grandma, eat. In all these years, her son had never once served her food. She'd never imagined she'd get this kind of care from her grandson. Lai Fu and the others didn't dare start eating until the grown-ups had picked up their chopsticks. Once they did, they ate happy as 3 little piglets. Their mother had warned them not to take too much meat, so they were fairly genteel about reaching for the dishes. Everyone but me ate to their heart's content, especially the 3 siblings, bellies stretched round, faces glowing with happiness. They were full of longing. If only every meal had meat and eggs, how wonderful that'd be. Quietly, they wished their big brother would come back to the village often, because only when I was around did they get to eat well. After the meal, everyone took it easy and let their food settle, except third auntie, who silently cleared the bowls and chopsticks without a word of complaint. As she was leaving, Grandma handed her 2 bags of milk powder and gently urged her. This is Chincy's heart going out to his little cousins. Take it home for Lai Fu and the others. Hearing that, third auntie couldn't hold back her tears right then and there. Grandma patted her shoulder. They're now head on home. Just then, the call of "Dinner's up" rang out from the village cafeteria. Right about then, a few outsiders walked into Li Family Village. At their head was village head Wong of Upper Water Village. He'd heard Li Family Village had gotten hold of sweet potatoes, so he'd come, thick-skinned, to ask, because that day another person in his village had starved to death. The situation was dire, but as they neared the cafeteria, they were stopped. Wang had already caught the scent of sweet potatoes, and the villagers with him couldn't help swallowing hard. Village head Wang handed the old chief an economy brand cigarette and sighed. Ah, another one starved to death today. I hear your village got hold of sweet potatoes. He laid out all the village's money, declaring he'd pay anything if it meant getting grain. The old chief was on his guard. Old Wang, whatever it is, just say it. He prayed silently that the man wasn't here to borrow grain. Li family village truly had none to spare. He had a duty to his own villagers, after all. But hearing how wretched Wang made it sound, and recalling what I'd said, that game was a matter of mutual help, his heart softened, and he spoke up. There's a man in our village who works as a procurement clerk at the steel mill. He can trade for grain, but he wants game, wild boar, and the like. Wang's eyes lit up at once. Really? The old chief cautioned. The mill's got tens of thousands of people. Just the grain that slips through the cracks is enough to feed us. But you've got to keep this quiet. Wang thought it made perfect sense. The plant didn't lack money. What it lacked was meat. He gave the old chief his word on the spot. Old Li, rest easy. I won't breathe a word of it. The old chief quietly congratulated himself for not having acted on his own earlier and felt grateful for the benefits I'd secured for the village. Before long I got word and came over too. The old chief made the introduction. Chinsi, this is village head Wang of Upperwater Village. You've met him before. I nodded. I remember. Hello, village head Wang. Wang launched right back into his hard luck routine. Hello, comrade. I've come to ask about trading for grain. It's shameful. We've had people starve to death in the village. After hearing him out, I named a price straight up. 100 pounds of meat for 3,500 pounds of sweet potatoes or potatoes. Can you accept that? The old chief quietly thanked his stars again that he hadn't acted alone and was grateful for the favorable rate I'd worked out. Wang agreed almost without hesitation. Yes, no problem. Comrade, thank you so much. He knew better than anyone how hard grain was to come by these days. Even high-priced grain on the black market was hard to find, let alone in bulk. Having gotten what he came for, Wang didn't linger. There were people back home waiting to be saved. On the road back, he drilled it into his people over and over. Don't ever say we traded with the steel mill. Only say we hunted to sell for cash and bought the grain at black market prices. I'd originally planned to head back to the city after the meal to have the third elder rush produce parts for 4 pitcher pump wells. But with village head Wang's sudden visit, I thought it over and decided to go back tomorrow instead. Besides, it was already getting dark, and Grandma worried I'd run into danger on the road. In an era where people couldn't fill their stomachs, some might be driven by hunger to desperate acts. Grandma was, in fact, a little put out with the old chief. She felt the village kept troubling her grandson with its problems. She grumbled under her breath. What are you all good for? If you can handle it, handle it. If you can't, then don't. With the pitcher pump well, getting water was so much easier now. The vat was full of clean water, and Grandma beamed at the sight of it. I took a bath, though the bathing setup at Grandpa's left a lot to be desired. It got me thinking, why not give Grandpa and Grandma's place a full renovation while I was at it? After my bath, I talked it over with Grandpa. Grandpa, how about we build 2 more rooms onto the right side of the house? He was a little taken aback. To his mind, the rooms they had were enough, and there was an empty room next door besides. He asked, puzzled, is there really any need for that? After all, adding 2 rooms and fixing up the old house was no small expense. He figured the 2 of them were used to the old place, and the money saved would be better kept for his grandson to start a family. I knew good and well what was going on. Grandpa was fretting over the money. Looked like I'd need to pull out a special tactic. So I started painting the future for him. I'll be coming back to stay often. Fix the house up nice, and it'll be comfortable to live in. I went on. And when I'm married with kids, won't your great-grandsons and great-granddaughters need somewhere to sleep? Grandpa hadn't said anything yet, but Grandma couldn't sit still. She nodded eagerly. Right. We do need to expand, or there really won't be room later. In her mind, she was already picturing her grandson's bustling household, longing to hold a great-grandchild soon. The thought of a grandson's wife and great-grandkids got Grandpa excited too. Then I'll go talk to someone about building tomorrow. Looks like that move worked on them every time. I felt rather pleased with myself. As night fell, bored, all I could do was wander around the store. Just then, Grandma came in holding the family's one and only kerosene lamp and set it in my room. Lee family village still had no electricity. Every household lit their homes with kerosene lamps or candles. The lamp's burner was shaped like a toad with its mouth gaping open, brass, with a glass chimney. Nightlife here was plain and simple. Most people went to bed early to save on kerosene, which was exactly why, whenever word came that a movie would be shown, it caused a sensation. Everyone looked forward to that rare bit of entertainment. The next morning, Grandma steamed white flour buns special and boiled eggs for me. This time they hadn't made the cornmeal buns I disliked, afraid of upsetting me. Grandma's love for me was meticulous to a fault. She'd have squeezed my toothpaste onto the brush for me if she could. Full and content, I watched Grandpa bring over the man in the village who knew how to build houses. I pulled out cigarettes and handed them around. Li Jiming took one. "Whoa, great gates, that's good tobacco. Chensi, how are you wanting to build this place?" He was in his 40s, yet the same generation as me. He couldn't bear to smoke the cigarette and tucked it away. Grandpa had already told him the building was my idea, so he asked me directly what I had in mind. I laid out my requirements right away, especially the part about the bathroom. Li Jiming made quiet note of it all. After all, I'd grown up in the city. It stood to reason I'd want things a bit finer. He looked a touch worried. "Done this way, I'm afraid it'll cost quite a bit." I answered breezily. "Brother Jiming, you build it the way I said. Whatever materials you're short on, tell me. And you'll all eat your meals here at my place." Li Jiming agreed readily. "Sure, no problem." By now, who in the village didn't know my family ate the best? Everyone envied it, but nobody resented it. I suddenly asked, "Oh, does your family have any ridge beams ready?" House building materials came down to stone, mud bricks, timber, and roof tiles. Of these, the ridge beam had the highest demands. It couldn't be just any old wood. You needed a straight trunk, not prone to warping or cracking. Grandpa shook his head. "No." I asked again. "Then whose family has ridge beams to spare?" Grandpa answered, "Dachuan's family does. They've got a dozen-odd nice lengths of timber." I said, "Good. I'll go have a word with them in a bit." Li Jiming thought for a moment, then advised me, "If it's convenient, buy some cement and lime to bring back too. Good for plastering the walls." I agreed without hesitation, knowing Master Gu could surely supply those materials. "Sure, I'll see to it." Li Jiming laid out the various tasks methodically. "I'll take some men to gather stone. You give the old chief a heads up and spell out how many mud bricks we need." He went on, "Hold off on the tiles for now. Once the ridge beam's up, I'll go pick you out a good batch at the tile kiln." I was full of gratitude. "Then I'll be troubling you, Brother Jiming." Li Jiming waved it off. He knew well enough this work was easier than earning work points, and the meals were good besides. After seeing him off, I headed out too, walking toward Dachuan's place, with Laifu and the kids leading the way. Dachuan's family lived in a remote corner of the village, right up against the foot of the mountain, with a log lying under the eaves. The three siblings stopped short. Turned out the family kept a dog. I heard the barking too, and was surprised. In an era where people could barely feed themselves, this family kept a dog? Thin as it was, there was a flicker of menace in its eyes. Just then a man with messy hair and crust in the corners of his eyes came out. Li Dachuan. By the generations, he had to call me 16th uncle. 16th uncle, what brings you?" He shooed the black dog off, and a scolding voice promptly came from inside. "Don't you even know to invite your 16th uncle in to sit? No manners at all." Dachuan had no choice but to greet me, embarrassed. "16th uncle, come in and sit." I led the three siblings inside, and the scene before me was a bit of a shock. Half the room was piled high with timber. Anyone who didn't know better would have taken this family for loggers. Inside, Dachuan's father, Li Jiqing, was just as unkempt, his beard a scraggly mess. By contrast, Dachuan's younger brother was clean and tidy, a stark difference from the cluttered room. As for this family of three, Dachuan's mother had passed away years ago. Li Jiqing spoke. "Chensi, have a seat." "What's the matter?" I pulled out cigarettes and handed them around, but Dachuan snatched the one meant for his brother. "You don't smoke, give it here." Li Jiqing let out a questioning. "Mm?" Dachuan grudgingly handed the cigarette to his father, looking a bit sulky. Only then did Li Jiqing nod, satisfied, and get down to business with me. "We've got timber, and you can have it, but my family won't take money." I asked, curious, "What do you want then?" Li Ziqing looked at me with hopeful eyes. Grain. Have you got any? He was after grain not just for his own household, but also for the in-laws of his late wife. As it turned out, Li Ziqing's father-in-law had no sons. He'd promised his dying wife he'd see the two old folks through to the end. On top of that, he'd been fixated on finding a match for his son Dachuan. The girl was even picked out, but her family had demanded grain as the bride price. With the lean season upon them, where was he supposed to find it? I pressed further. What kind of grain do you need? Rice, flour, or corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes? For others, grain was a thorny problem. For me, it was no trouble at all. Li Ziqing relaxed considerably. He said, I'll go with potatoes and corn. How many lengths of timber do you need? I'll pick them out. I answered according to plan. 12 for ridge beams. I'll need wood for doors and windows too, plus 3 thicker pieces set aside. Li Ziqing was decisive. Done. Dachuan and I will bring the timber over a bit later. As for the grain, I was just as crisp. 1 length of timber for 10 pounds of corn kernels or 30 pounds of potatoes. How's that sound? I did the math in my head. Corn kernels ran just 5 cents a pound at the store. Li Ziqing had already worked it out. Give me 100 pounds of corn and 150 pounds of potatoes. I agreed at once. Sure, I'll bring the grain over tomorrow. The deal struck. I didn't linger. I still had to go ask the old chief for mud bricks. After I left, Dachuan was so excited he rubbed his hands together, unable to hide it. Dad, first thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to see Xiaofeng. Li Ziqing quickly cautioned him. What's the rush? Trade for the corn and potatoes first. Help me carry the timber over. Dachuan's younger brother couldn't help but remind him, and gently nudge their father at the same time. Brother, you ought to go get a haircut. Looking at the state of them, they were hardly fit to go propose marriage. Only then did Dachuan come to his senses. All right, you cut it for me tonight. The brother went on. Dad, the way I see it, we should bring Grandma and Grandpa over to live with us. He complained that every time they sent grain over, it got gobbled up by their aunt's family. Li Ziqing's brow furrowed, his fingers tapping the armrest, hesitant. Let me talk it over with your grandpa. He knew his sister-in-law's family's character all too well. Dachuan, though, was impatient. Talk it over for what? Grandma and Grandpa would never want to come and be a burden. Li Ziqing spread his hands helplessly and simply pushed the matter onto his younger son. Fine, then you go and persuade your grandparents. Over here, I took out 3 pieces of dragon's beard candy and handed them to the 3 siblings. Eat up quick, before anyone sees. The 3 little ones had never seen candy like this. They nodded like chickens pecking at rice and hurriedly stuffed it into their mouths, glancing around like little thieves all the while. The sight nearly made me laugh. This dragon's beard candy was milky white, its sugar strands fine as silk threads, melting the moment it touched your tongue, with a delicate sweetness running through. As the story goes, when the Zhengde emperor was traveling incognito among the people, he chanced upon this treat. 1 bite delighted the imperial heart, and he named it Dragon's Beard Candy, on the spot, and from then on it became a court delicacy. As the years rolled on, the treat gradually passed from the palace into common hands, beloved by ordinary folk. Like I gave a sniff, his snot nearly reaching his mouth before he sucked it back in. Big brother, this candy's so good. I frowned and scolded him. From now on, when you've got snot, blow it out. Don't be so grubby. It's unsanitary. Like I pinched his nose and blew hard, flicked it off with his hand, then wiped his hand on the ground. Oh, got it, big brother. I watched Brown knit. I quickly took Lifong by the hand and got moving. There was no looking at that. I found the old chief and laid out my plan to use mud bricks for the new rooms. The old chief nodded readily. Sure. Take however many you need. Those mud bricks were left over from building the cafeteria. I'd use them now and replace them later. Nobody could find fault with that. The old chief knew well enough that if he couldn't grant me even this small request, he'd be useless indeed. And seeing that I planned to add on to the house, he was secretly pleased. It meant I still cared about Li Family Village. After all, I was essentially a connection at the steel mill, and a procurement clerk at that, who could be of great use down the road. Add to that the favors I'd done the village these past few times, and by every measure he had to give me a hand. The old chief added, anything you need, just come find me. I said gratefully, will do. Thank you, old chief. He waved it off and went about his business with his hands clasped behind his back. Up ahead, a few kids were playing the mud game, peeing into the dirt to make mud and shaping it into all sorts of forms. Laifu and Like I watched, itching to join in. If their big brother hadn't been keeping them in check, they'd have bolted over long ago. The kids spotted me too, and, one after another, cocked their heads to greet me. "Hello, 16th Granddad," I told them with a smile. "Anybody who wants melon seeds, go wash your hands." The little ones scattered in a flash, racing off toward water. Melon seeds were a New Year's treat. Only 7 kids had gone to wash their hands, but 12 came back. No need to guess. Word had gotten out. These kids' mouths were looser than anyone's. Once they were over by me, well acquainted with the drill, they lined up of their own accord. The grown-ups working in the distance saw it and chuckled among themselves. 16th uncle's handing out treats to the kids again. And someone sighed. 16th uncle really is a generous man. No wonder he's living it up in the city. The team leader saw a grown man edging over hoping for a handout too, and flew into a rage. "Hold it right there. You little rascal. You're a grown man. Where's your sense of shame?" I pulled the melon seeds out of my trouser pocket and gave each kid a small handful, and nobody noticed a thing. Truth was, my pocket couldn't possibly have held that many seeds. Listening to them, some calling me 16th uncle, others 16th granddad, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The seeds were 5-spice flavored. The kids didn't even spare the shells, slowly chewing and savoring. I was about to take the 3 siblings and stroll back home when I saw village head Wong of Upperwater Village arrive. Not only were they hauling a wild boar, they were also dragging a black bear that had to weigh at least 300 pounds. My eyelid twitched at the sight, and I asked carefully, "Village head Wong, did the hunt go all right this time?" Wong gave a bitter smile. One of our men broke his leg." The old chief cursed the old fox under his breath for playing the pity card again, but he also envied just how much grain this could trade for. I handed Wong another cigarette. "A black bear this big, I can't haul it back myself. Help me get it to the steel mill." Then I asked, "There's quite a bit of meat this time. You all want to trade it for sweet potatoes and potatoes?" Wong nodded. "Sweet potatoes and potatoes are fine, no problem. I'll have them send it over." Having food at all was good fortune, and besides, he knew well enough that those 2 crops would trade for more. Wasting no time, I went home, hopped on the bicycle, and took off. The old chief called after me. "Chensi, don't forget about the pitcher pump wells." Beside him, Wong asked, curious, "What pitcher pump well?" A young fellow from Li Family Village showed off proudly. "Never seen one, have you? It's a kind of well that draws water up easy, Before he could finish, he met the old chief's stern glare, shivered, and hastily changed his tune. "I'm getting back to work." The old chief covered with a laugh. "Don't listen to his nonsense. The boy's not quite right in the head lately." But Wong's face was full of suspicion. "Who do you think you're fooling? Upperwater Village's stretch of river dried up too. How could I let this go?" The old chief mulled it over and figured Wong had a point. "Fine. I can't explain it well. Come take a look with me and you'll understand." And so he led Wong toward my grandparents' place. When they got there, Wong first greeted everyone warmly, then went to behold the pitcher pump well. Watching Old Li give a few light pumps and clear water come gushing out, Wong was so moved he nearly trembled. A string of questions poured out of him at the old chief. "Old Li, how was this well dug? How deep do you have to go?" The old chief could only repeat what I'd told him, giving a simple explanation about groundwater. Suddenly Wong said, with deep dismay, "Old Li, you fool." That left the old chief baffled. Wong went on, "Don't you know there's a water shortage everywhere right now? A well like this and you don't even report it up the chain. What are you thinking?" He got more worked up by the second. "Report it, and Comrade Young Li, as the inventor, is sure to earn a commendation and get named a model worker." Those words hit the old chief like a flash of enlightenment, and he smacked his own forehead. I really didn't think of that. Mostly he'd just never considered that angle. Never imagined it could bring me such a big benefit. Wong urged him eagerly. "Come on, let's go report it right now." He was waiting on water himself, after all. Reported up the chain, the higher-ups would surely push production and roll it out to every village. The old chief first explained the situation to my grandpa and asked for his consent. Hearing that their grandson might earn a commendation and be named a model worker, how could Grandpa and Grandma possibly object? In an era that prized self-sacrifice, individual recognition was a tremendous honor. Grandpa was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, and yet the first thing out of it was a scolding. Then hurry up and go. What kind of branch secretary are you? With so little awareness. If Wang hadn't reminded them, his grandson would have missed this golden opportunity. How could he not be furious? The old chief took the dressing down in glum silence, thinking, this old guy leans on his high rank and even dares scold me. And at this moment, I was still completely unaware of everything about to unfold. Back in the city, I went straight to the steel mill and found my direct superior, Group Leader Wang. I got right to the point. Group Leader, you want some game? Wang, who'd been leisurely sipping tea, sprayed a mouthful clean out. Cough, cough, more game? What is it this time? Of course I want it. This kid was gone all of 2 days and brought meat back to the plant again. He congratulated himself silently for landing in the 5th group. The other colleagues in the office were dumbstruck too. How does Li Chinsi keep running into this kind of luck? I did my best to secure a good price for my fellow villagers. A wild boar, around 100 pounds, and a black bear, at least 300. Then I added, these folks only went up the mountain out of desperation. They ran into a black bear and a man broke his leg. We've got to have a conscience about it. A black bear over 300 pounds. Everyone present couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. Good Lord, forget a broken leg. Making it back alive was a stroke of pure fortune. And a black bear wasn't valuable for its meat alone. The hide, the paws, the gallbladder were all prized. The words were barely out when Wang slammed the door with a bang and hurried off towards Section Chief Zheng's office. Chinsi, rest easy. I'm going to the section chief right now. The moment he left, the office erupted. Flattery poured in like a burst dam. After all, someone in the 5th group had landed meat, and everyone felt they shared in the glory. Group Leader Wang charged into Section Chief Zheng's office in a single stride. Chief. Zheng was reading the newspaper, and the abrupt intrusion soured his mood. You don't even know to knock? Out. Knock first, then come in. Wang backed out, embarrassed, and gave a proper, mannerly knock. From inside came, come in. Wang entered, deliberately mimicking my tone. Chief, would you care for some rare game? Zheng shot him a sidelong look and replied irritably, fishing out a cigarette and tossing it over. Isn't that obvious? Out with it. What game'd you get this time? Wang's face lit up and his voice rose. Chinsi brought back another boar, around 100 pounds, and a 300-pound black bear. Before he'd finished, Zheng was on his feet, the picture of impatience. Enough chatter. Of course I want to see that boar and bear. He marveled that this kid hadn't been on the job long, and already there'd been jerky, boar, cicadeer, and now a black bear. Zheng thought to himself, if every group were as capable as the 5th, I might just get promoted. Wang led Zheng back to the office. The din at the doorway hit them head-on. Wang cleared his throat hard, signaling the people inside to rein it in and mind their manners. The room fell quiet at once, everyone greeting in turn. Group Leader, Section Chief Zheng. Zheng walked up to me, all smiles. Good lad, you've done it again. Where's the boar and bear? Already knowing a man had been hurt taking down the bear, he gave his assurance, putting my mind at ease. Don't worry, we'd never shortchange our farmer brothers. I answered, Chief, the boar and bear are still on the way. I came back ahead on my bicycle. At those words, everyone tensed up. Wang slapped his own thigh. Chinsi, you fool. What if someone hijacks them on the road? I replied, unruffled. I doubt it. What I really wanted to say was, no chance whatsoever. Wang pressed urgently. Other folks' eyes turned green at the sight of meat. They offer a high price and our plant's out of luck. He was truly anxious. In times like these, a single pig could have different work units feuding to the point of bad blood. Zheng nodded along. He's right, Chinsi. Don't do this again going forward. So the whole group went to wait at the mill gate. Before long, the people from Upperwater Village arrived. Seeing the donkey cart covered up tight, everyone finally relaxed. Zheng led the way forward, pulled out cigarettes, and offered them to the villagers. Folks, you've had it hard. Thank you. I spoke up. Chief, Group Leader, you handle the boar and bear. I'll take these men to the cafeteria for a bite. Zheng heard a few stomachs growling with hunger too, and nodded his agreement. Go on. Be sure to treat our farmer brothers well. Let them eat their fill. I took the Upperwater villagers to the cafeteria, and explained the situation to the staff. They quickly brought out freshly steamed buns to serve them. I urged them, eat up. There's more grain to trade than the donkey cart can carry. I'll go arrange a vehicle to deliver it. The villager at their head nodded as he ate. Right. Their village head had told them to just follow my lead. They'd weighed the game themselves, so they had a fair idea of the count. They hadn't eaten buns this good in ages. Every one of them buried his head and ate hard, determined to fill up before heading off. After that, I went to the workshop and found the third elder, handing him Li family village's 200 yuan. Third elder, same as before. Make 4 more sets of those parts. He nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll go find Old Chun right now. Old Chun would never pass up a chance at a side earning. He'd even made a point of asking to be the one called. Then I went to take a look at where the boar and bear were being processed. Quite a crowd had gathered, almost all from the procurement department. The work was being handled in good order. Group leader Wang waved me over, and I hurried up to greet them. Group leader Chief, hello. Zheng clapped me on the shoulder and introduced the bespectacled middle-aged man. Chinsi, this is Director Ding from Logistics. Your watch coupon came from him. I quickly greeted him respectfully. Hello, Director Ding. Thank you so much. I was just about to buy a watch and only lacked the coupon. This was my immediate boss's boss. I muttered to myself inwardly. Director Ding studied me carefully, a gentle smile on his face. Good work. You've brought credit to us in logistics. Aim to move up another grade in the second half of the year. I answered firmly. Yes, Director Ding, you can count on it. When a leader tells you to work hard, what can you do but agree? Talking back would be unwise. In times like these, as long as you didn't make mistakes, even the plant director would have a hard time firing you. But if you didn't show your superiors due regard, well, who else would they make trouble for? By now the head butcher had opened up the bellies of both the boar and the bear. Next came the weighing. The boar came in at just over 109 pounds. Rounded up, call it 110. The black bear was 262 pounds, though the paws and gallbladder were all priced separately. Director Ding had it arranged in advance. He wanted the bear gallbladder to give as a gift, so he planned to take it directly. The head butcher had already extracted the gallbladder, but it hadn't reached copper grade, only counted as iron grade. Director Ding handed me 160 yuan and left with that iron grade gall. The gallbladder wasn't logged into the stores, and neither were the paws. He paid me for them at 10 yuan for the forefoot, 15 for the hind. As for the boar meat, Group leader Wang cut off 12 pounds to take back and split among the group. None of these specially removed items got logged into inventory. I marveled at it privately. Still, this was the better end of it. At least they'd actually paid, rather than just walking off with the goods. The final tally. That black bear was worth 460 yuan, the boar another 110. Altogether, I took in 570 yuan. Now that was a fat payday. This time, out of consideration for our farmer brothers, the price of boar meat had even been bumped up to a yuan a pound. Group leader Wang said to me, earnest and heartfelt, Chinsi, I know you're eager to get ahead, but don't push yourself too hard. Mind your safety. Inside, I was at a bit of a loss. Me, eager to get ahead? How come I don't even know it myself? All right, group leader. I'll head back now. Wang reminded me. Hang on, there's still your pound of meat. I waved it off with a smile. You keep it, group leader. I held back 2 wild pheasants for myself. Hearing that I'd skimmed 2 pheasants, Wang stopped standing on ceremony. I left the steel mill. I started mulling over how many sweet potatoes and potatoes to give Upper Water Village. Then I suddenly smacked my forehead. I haven't even checked today's 1 yuan flash sale. I hurried to open the store and found the flash sale section had 100 pounds of soybeans and 100 pounds of peanut oil. I snapped them both up without a word. Soybeans could be made into tofu and all kinds of soy products. The 100 pounds of peanut oil came divided into 10 tubs, 10 pounds each, quite thoughtfully done. There really was a lot to buy this trip back. I had to prepare for Upper Water Village and for Dachuan's family. As for what to bring to Grandpa and Grandma's, a tub of peanut oil was a must, plus 50 pounds of sorghum. For meat, 2 chickens would do. It was hot out. Things spoiled easily, and there was no fridge to keep anything. I'd settled on what to buy and was about to head back when something else came to mind. I immediately turned around. I was going to buy 2 watches. With the watch coupon, I'd get a new one for Grandpa. As for myself, I planned to try my luck at a consignment shop and find a name-brand watch that didn't require a coupon. First, I went to the department store for the new watch. The department store of this era operated across 3 floors. The sales clerks there had attitude to spare, about on par with the restaurant crowd. I didn't bother browsing and walked straight to the watch counter, picking out a Shanghai brand one. I handed over the watch coupon and 120 yuan. "Comrade, get this watch out for me, please." The clerk was a little taken aback. That was an awfully fast purchase. A watch was a big-ticket item, over 100 yuan. She couldn't help asking, "You sure you want this one?" I frowned and asked back, "Is this one broken?" The clerk replied testily, "What are you on about? How could a new watch be broken?" I said flatly, "Then this is the one." The clerk muttered to herself that customers who bought watches like this were truly rare. Still, she counted the money twice before handing it over. I put the watch on to try it. The band ran a little long, needed about 3 centimeters taken out. I'd noticed before that Grandpa's wrist was a touch smaller than mine. A watch repairman could handle that easily. Watch in hand, I left the department store and headed straight for a consignment shop that had a watch repairman. That consignment shop was also called a trust shop. It was basically the old pawn shop of bygone days, with a real grab bag of merchandise. The place had none of the tidy order of a department store. Instead, it carried a dim, musty, time-worn air. Old furniture was piled haphazardly across the shelves and floor. Porcelain and brassware, clothing and furs, clocks and bicycles. I looked around a while, and sure enough, I turned up a second-hand name-brand watch. A Patek Philippe. I asked the price, only 80 yuan. What was I waiting for? I paid for it on the spot. The watch had been well kept. Take it to auction down the road, and $1 million plus would be nothing. While I was at it, I had the band on the new watch shortened a bit. Business done, I left straight away. What I didn't yet know was that a whole party of people had arrived in Li Family Village, and they were headed straight for that pitcher pump well. After village head Wang and the others had reported it up the chain, the relevant officials had been alerted at once, and they'd come to verify it in person. Just before reaching Upper Water Village's entrance, I quietly released the sweet potatoes from my inventory at a bend in the road. I'd already bought these sweet potatoes earlier, on the way, and stashed them in the other dimensional space of my pack. 15,000 pounds of sweet potatoes in all. The boar and bear meat came to 372 pounds combined. By the rule of 100 pounds of meat for 3,500 pounds, that should have traded for around 13,000 pounds. But since they'd bagged a black bear, special circumstances, I threw in an extra 2,000 pounds for Upper Water Village. In truth, I'd paid only 150 yuan for all those sweet potatoes. It might look like profiteering, but in this era a deal like this was already outrageous. Over 10,000 pounds of grain. After all, if I didn't have that procurement clerk's title, I wouldn't have dared. Over 100 sacks of sweet potatoes stood heaped there, a small but spectacular sight. Not far off, village head Wang hurried to the village entrance with his party, talking as they came. He really said he'd have the steel mill send a vehicle to deliver everything? Someone beside him answered quickly. That's right, that's exactly what he said. Before Wang could finish, I poked my head out from around the bend and called loudly. Village head Wang's over here. The mill's vehicle had another job. I could only unload the goods here. Wang and the others turned toward my voice, and their faces lit up with joy in an instant. They came swarming over. The sight of those sacks heaped into a small mountain made their delight beyond words. Wang said, understanding as ever, no matter, we get it. A big plant's got heavy production quotas. I explained too. It's all sweet potatoes, 15,000 pounds. Since one of your men got hurt, the bosses decided on extra compensation. Joy flashed in Wang's eyes, his lips trembling slightly, brimming with gratitude. Comradely, on behalf of all of Upper Water Village, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. They'd done their own math. By the agreement, they should have gotten 13,000 pounds, yet I'd given 2,000 more. Those 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes could save a lot of lives. I said graciously, you're too modest, village head Wang. We're helping each other out. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Wang hurriedly let me in on a piece of news. You really should hurry back. People from the commune have already gone to your house to inspect the pitcher pump well. That took me by surprise. I jumped on my bike and took off at once. I'd known the pitcher pump well would shine sooner or later, but I hadn't expected it to draw the commune's attention this fast. Wang watched my receding figure, a little envious that Li family village had produced such a capable man. He urged his villagers on. Quick, haul it all back. You know what to say, right? The villagers answered in unison. We know. Wang gave the order again. Good. Then get it to the cafeteria storeroom, fast. As for the villager with the broken leg, the village would of course compensate him. Truth be told, his injury wasn't serious. The old chief's guess had been right on the money. He was playing up the pity on purpose. The people of Upper Water Village were fired up with enthusiasm. Faced with all those heavy sweet potatoes, not one of them complained of fatigue. Some of the stronger men shouldered 2 sacks at once. The shadow of starvation had finally lifted. When I got back to Li family village, before I'd even reached the door, Grandpa said anxiously, Chincy, the commune sent people to look at our pitcher pump well. There's even a professor in there. He pressed me on. Hurry over to the brigade leader's place. They're busy receiving the guests. I wasn't flustered. No rush, Grandpa. Let me get these things into the house first. The old man saw the bicycle loaded down with goods and gasped out loud. Child, bringing this much home, how will we ever eat it all? I'll say this. Bicycles in this era were genuinely well built. 500 pounds, and they held up just fine. I went through it all for him. This sack of potatoes and corn is for Dachuan's family. Have them come haul it themselves. I pointed again. This tub is peanut oil. From now on, no more pinching pennies on the oil when you cook. Then I went on. And these 2 slaughtered chickens, Grandpa, take them on into the kitchen. The old man was dumbstruck and muttered under his breath. This spread. Even moving house doesn't involve this much hauling. He gripped the 2 chickens tight in both hands and hurried inside. Flustered, terrified someone would see. He even lowered his voice and called into the house. Old woman, get out here and lend a hand. Carry this oil. These foods were too eye-catching. If anyone saw, who knew how many envious looks it'd bring. I carried the soybeans in one hand and the sorghum in the other and walked steadily into the house. First, I set aside 20 pounds of soybeans to keep at home, figuring I'd make some soy products later to liven up our meals. Grandma, hearing the shout, came hurrying out. One look at the heap of things piled by the door, and her eyes went wide. She asked, puzzled, Chincy, are you not living in the city anymore? Are you moving back to the village? Grandpa cut her off quickly. Don't ask yet. Just help get this stuff inside. Only then did Grandma snap to and help me move it all in. Once everything was carefully hidden away, the 2 of them finally let out a breath of relief. I quirked the corner of my mouth and reassured them, easy and unbothered. You 2 don't need to be so on edge. Your grandson is, after all, a procurement clerk at the steel mill. I went on. Today I turned in a wild boar and a black bear. The plant gave me a commendation and even granted me special permission to buy soybeans. Grandpa mulled it over and figured it made sense, and Grandma grinned ear to ear. The benefits at that steel mill, what can I say? I pulled out the Shanghai brand watch and held it out to Grandpa. Director Ding gave me a watch coupon. I bought this for you, Grandpa. Put it on, try it. The old man froze on the spot. He'd never imagined his grandson would buy him a watch. His eyes went red in an instant. But Grandma pushed the watch right back to me, hurrying to say, Chincy, you keep this watch and wear it yourself. Running around the way you do, it's handy for telling time. She went on, your grandpa's home all day long, sitting or lying down, one or the other. A watch is no use to him. Reminded of this, Grandpa quickly came around and agreed. Right, Grandpa doesn't need it. He knew his grandson's heart was in the right place, and that alone was enough for him. Thinking of his wretch of a son, he couldn't help but sigh inside. I said, and brought out my own watch to show them. Look, Grandma, I've got one too. This one's from the consignment shop, no coupon needed. Then I held the Shanghai brand out to Grandpa again. Grandpa, this one's for you. Seeing that I had one of my own, the old man broke into a wide smile and gladly accepted it. The watch fit his wrist perfectly. He even huffed on the crystal and wiped it clean, unable to look at it enough. Grandma asked, full of care, Chincy hungry? Grandma'll cook for you. I coaxed the old lady gently. You rest, Grandma. I'll make something when I'm back. From here on, you 2 just take it easy and enjoy your golden years. The old lady laughed until her eyes vanished. She loved hearing that sort of thing. All right, Grandma, wait. With that, I headed out toward the brigade leader's place. There, a lively discussion was underway. A man in a Zhongshan suit, his face grave, looked toward Professor Chun and asked, Professor Chun, sinking wells like this on a large scale, is it feasible? He knew well that many parts of the country were mired in severe drought right now. If this year's grain yield dropped sharply, the situation would be unthinkable. This matter was of the utmost importance. Professor Chin had just tried the pitcher pump well's performance for himself. The yield wasn't large, but the effect was genuinely satisfying. He felt it was worth promoting. Right now, he urgently needed a more authoritative, professional analysis to report back to the leadership in detail. Just as Professor Chen was about to speak, Li Family Village's old chief suddenly called out the door. Chensi, come in, quick. Every eye turned to the doorway and landed on me. The young man beside Professor Chun felt a twinge of sourness, full of resentment. Who'd have thought a pitcher pump? Well, this practical came from the hands of a man who'd never been to college. I walked in with a steady stride and greeted them warmly. Old chief, brigade leader. In the center of the room stood the man in the Zhongshan suit, calm and composed. A fountain pen was clipped to his chest. His steady bearing made it plain at a glance that he was no ordinary figure. The old chief smiled and introduced the unfamiliar faces. Chinsi, this is a senior official down from the capital, and this is Professor Chen Yuliang. I shook hands with them one by one, neither obsequious nor aloof. Hello. The senior official spoke first, his manner warm and friendly. I hear Comrade Young Li has accomplished so much at such a young age. The younger generation is truly to be reckoned with. Professor Chen Yuliang smiled too, nodding in agreement. Coming up with a water-drawing device as convenient as the pitcher pump well, that's hugely significant for easing the drought. I quickly waved a hand and answered modestly. Sir, Professor Chen, you flatter me. It wasn't my creation. At those words, the brigade leader and the old chief panicked. The man in the Zhongshan suit and Professor Chen were taken aback too. Not your invention? The two of them had insisted, with full conviction, that it was mine. Wouldn't this make them out to be exaggerators? A smug look surfaced on the young man's face, and then he set his expression hard. You'd falsely claim credit for an invention? That's a serious ideological deviation. Li Family Village's old chief and brigade leader went pale at once. I turned slightly and fixed my gaze on the young man. From the moment I'd walked in, I'd sensed his hostility. I didn't back down an inch and challenged him sharply. What gives you the right to pin charges on people however you please? Professor Chen Yuliang's face darkened, and he scolded his student, voice heavy. Little Jiang, watch your words. The leader in the Zhongshan suit smiled and spoke, unhurried. Let's hear Comrade Young Li explain in full. Don't quarrel just yet. The old chief and brigade leader were instantly relieved, and they looked at the young man with displeasure. His face flushed red as pig's liver, and the hostility in his eyes toward me only deepened. I just glanced at him. For people all eyes and no skill, I'd never had much regard. I turned back to the leader and laid it out methodically. In fact, the pitcher pump well appeared in our country as far back as the Song dynasty. I went on. That version differed from mine, but the operating principle is the same. And I added, I happened across a record of it while reading. Out of keen interest, I studied it and improved it into what it is now. That finally cleared the whole thing up. After hearing it, Professor Chen Yuliang didn't think less of me. Quite the opposite, he admired me even more. I'd come prepared and promptly produced the blueprints I'd drawn. Take a look, everyone. This is my redesign of. As I explained, I wove in technical knowledge, standard atmospheric pressure, groundwater tables, and the like. I cited specific figures and analyzed every key point in fine detail. Professor Chen Yuliang was seized with a wish to cultivate the talent before him and praised me. Comrade Young Li, you're a genius. You're wasted at the steel mill. Come study at our university. I quickly waved it off in refusal. Thank you for your high regard, Professor Chen, but I'm quite satisfied with my life as it is. I'll pass. I knew full well that going off to study would get in the way of my hustling supplies and upgrading the store. Besides, I'd never liked studying to begin with. The mere thought of exams gave me a headache. Professor Chen Yuliang felt it was a bit of a shame, but he didn't press further. To each their own. The senior official spoke up too, putting a final stamp on the whole matter. The pitcher pump well existed in the Song dynasty, true, but for you to dig it back out and improve it, that's a real merit. Then he listened earnestly to my views on his proposal to dig pitcher pump wells on a large scale. He weighed Professor Chin's analysis as well, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. He didn't linger. He meant to get back to the city quickly and report to the ministries. The drought was severe. Not a moment could be wasted. Professor Chin Yuliang left me an address, saying I could come find him anytime if I changed my mind. As for that student Jiang at his side, I knew good and well I'd be keeping my distance from him from here on. I saw them off politely. Take care, Professor Chun. The brigade leader, his face full of disgust, spat on the ground. Damn it. That kid had better not show his face in Li Family Village again. Beside him, the old chief nodded gravely. This time they'd nearly landed themselves in serious trouble. I turned to the brigade leader and said, I've already had an old master at the plant making the parts. They should be done in about 2 days. The brigade leader replied that there was no way they'd trouble me with grunt work like hauling. I'll have Dafu and the others go into the city to fetch them when the time comes. Then he said gratefully that if not for me, the village would still be fretting over grain. Chinsi, thank you. I pulled out cigarettes and passed them around to everyone present. Brigade leader, I'm a son of Li Family Village too. This is only right. The brigade leader and the others responded happily. Right. Some people forget their roots the moment they reach the city, but I kept doing my best to help the folks back home. I made the excuse that the house building was keeping me busy and got ready to take my leave. Let's not chat anymore. My family's putting up a house. I really can't get away. The brigade leader called out warmly and loud. All right, if there's anything you need help with, don't you dare hesitate. The old chief turned serious and admonished everyone present. I don't want to hear anyone gossiping about Chinsi. Whoever does, weigh the consequences first. Someone thumped his chest in assurance. Rest easy, chief. Even if Chinsi's family ate dragon meat, we wouldn't begrudge them. Another chimed in. Right, 16th uncle's given my boy plenty of good things to eat. I'd barely stepped through my door when I saw Li Dachuan coming with timber on his shoulder. Grandpa stood off to the side, directing at the top of his lungs. Over here, stack it all neat for me. Once Dachuan had the timber laid out, I clapped him on the shoulder. Come in, have some water and a smoke. In a bit, take your family's corn and potatoes home on your way. Dachuan was about to demur, but the second he heard there was a cigarette to smoke and grain to collect, he changed his tune. Thank you, 16th uncle. I pulled out that pack of Great Gates. Only 2 left, so I just gave him both. Dachuan was so pleased he scratched his head, and the hair he'd just smoothed down sprang right back into a bird's nest. Once inside, Dachuan quickly said, 16th uncle, great-grandauntie, no water for me, thanks. I pointed at the 2 sacks of grain in the corner. There, those 2 are yours. Dachuan chuckled, cracked his neck, and shouldered the corn first. 100 pounds sat on his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. People in this era were genuinely strong. He was about to ask me to help carry the other sack, but I shot him a glare. Can't you make a second trip? If the potatoes get smashed, that's a waste. Besides, a load that heavy bearing down on you. There's a reason it stunts your growth. Scolded, Dachuan didn't dare argue, and just carried the corn home first. He wasn't even through his door before he hollered. Dad, I hauled the corn back. The potatoes are still at 16th uncle's. Li Ziqing came out at the sound, a delighted look on his face. Good, put it inside, and make another trip in a bit. He opened the sack and scooped out a handful of corn kernels. All dry, no cob bits mixed in. Honest dealing, that. Then he noticed the cigarette in his son's pocket and helped himself to it. Seeing there were 2, he didn't bother asking, just stuck one between his lips. Dachuan started to say something. Dad, that's my. Li Ziqing shot him a look. Furious inside but reading his father's face, Dachuan changed his words. A little something for you. Li Ziqing nodded, satisfied. Meanwhile, Dachuan's younger brother had already gone to their grandparents to try to persuade the 2 old folks. Over in Upper Water Village, once the sweet potatoes were all in the storeroom, village head Wang had people start cooking. By now, nearly the whole village was weak with hunger. Wang gave the order. Send 50 pounds over to Ginsheng's family. Ginsheng was the man with the broken leg. Those 50 pounds were his compensation. They couldn't spare any more. Wang also set aside a dozen-odd portions of sweet potatoes to send to the families on the brink of starvation. Just yesterday, a man in his 70s in the village had saved his food for the children and chosen to starve himself to death. Luckily, Wang's authority was strong enough that no one dared openly object to splitting it up this way. Soon the scent of sweet potatoes drifted out of the upper water cafeteria. The whole village lined up and waited. At the sight of the sweet potatoes, their faces actually showed happiness. Common folk are content so long as their bellies are full. A child, thin as skin over bones, asked his mother, "Mom, can we eat now?" The gaunt, sallow woman nodded. "Eat. Careful, don't burn your mouth." The villagers ate their sweet potatoes, not a single one bothering to peel them. At last there was laughter in the cafeteria again. Back at my place, Grandma was rinsing sorghum, getting ready to cook sorghum rice. I was chopping chicken, planning to make mushroom-stewed chicken. The three siblings gathered round helping me tend the fire. Elsewhere, Li Jiming had taken his men to gather stone. Not just any stone would do. They picked out a suitable batch and hauled it back, stacking it on the open ground near my house. I called out to them, "Take a break, everyone. We'll get back to it this afternoon. Time to eat." Li Jiming told the men, "Country households don't have spare bowls. Go home and bring a bowl." That's right, bring your own bowl. There was even a dedicated trade for mending bowls back then, called juwan, bowl stapling. The craftsman first fits the broken shards together and holds them in place, then bores holes with a diamond-tipped drill, takes a juju pit-shaped metal staple, and taps it carefully into the little holes with a small mallet. The moment they heard they could eat, the men scattered in a flash and ran home for their bowls. The meal was sorghum rice, the dish, potato chunks braised in lard. No meat added, yet the aroma hit you square in the face. I did the serving, 2 scoops of sorghum rice and 1 scoop of potato chunks, a heaping big bowl each. Some of them ate partway, then left a third of it. I asked, "Full already?" The man grinned sheepishly. How could I be full? Just saving some for the kids at home. That left me speechless. I told everyone, "Eat it all. When you're done, I'll fill your bowl again." Every one of the workers was grateful, resolving to put real heart into building my house well. Li Jiming gave a wry smile from the side. "Chensi, only you would feed them like this." A thick layer of lard sat on those potato chunks, drizzled over the rice. No wonder they wanted to save it for their kids. I said, "I can't have everybody working on an empty stomach, can I?" After everyone finished a bowl, none of them touched a second. They thanked me and carried it home. Li Jiming was no exception. He went home and called his wife and kids over, pouring a little into each bowl. The children licked the lard out of their bowls spotless. "Mom, lard is so good." Li Jiming's wife rubbed her child's head. "Good as it is, there's no more." Indeed, only Chinsi was this generous, whose household, hiring people for work, feeds them and lets them take some home. And right about then, I was eating too. I gave the 2 chicken drumsticks to Grandpa and Grandma. For myself, I gnawed on the wings, feet, and other odd bits. I just love gnawing on those. It's the most satisfying. I couldn't help feeling a little nostalgic for the hot and sour chicken feet and pickled pepper phoenix claws of my past life. But in Grandpa and Grandma's eyes, giving up the meat was a sign of how devoted and sensible I was. Third auntie said from the side, "Chinsi, you eat more meat. Just leave the bones for Laifu and the others to gnaw." In times like these, having chicken bones to gnaw was already pretty good. Who needed actual chicken meat? Grandpa truly lived it up that day. Meat and liquor both, and he had 2 small cups. Every so often he'd lift his arm and steal a glance at the watch on his wrist, and the smugness on him. I can't even describe it. Whose family gets to live like this? All because their grandson was capable, that's why. Just take that pitcher pump well beside the house. It had the whole village green with envy. These days, the moment Grandpa stepped out the door, plenty of people heaped praise on me. Third uncle stared fixedly at the watch on Grandpa's wrist, envy all over his face. "Uncle, what time is it now?" Before, only the brigade leader's family had a watch in the village. If you wanted to know the time, you had to go ask him. Now one family had 2 watches, a real rarity around here. Third uncle privately mused. If he could wear that watch out for a couple of laps around the village, how impressive that'd be. Grandpa glanced at the hands again and announced the time with the most effortless, leisurely air. 12:30. Third uncle marveled at how willing I was to spend. He'd heard the watch cost 120 yuan. His own family could turn their place upside down and not scrape that together. And even if they could, they'd never bear to buy a watch with it. But me? Without a word, I'd up and bought one for Grandpa. Awfully free-handed. Grandma watched the old man's smug airs and felt a little put out. If you're eating, eat properly. What are you always checking the time for? This watch was bought by her grandson, after all. Without her grandson, the old man would be gnawing cornmeal buns. Grandpa chuckled, then took another big bite of drumstick and chewed slowly. Watching everyone eat the chicken, I marveled at how clean they picked it. A fly landing on those bones would slip right off. Some of the smaller bones, people just swallowed whole. Third uncle was the most impressive. He didn't spit out a single bone the whole time. By comparison, I was the crudest eater. Any bone, big or small, I spat right out. If anyone else ate like that, Grandma would have laid into them long ago. But she doted on me, so naturally she said nothing. After eating his fill, Grandpa couldn't sit still. He said he was going out to walk it off. Really, everyone understood he just wanted to go show off. They just gave him face and didn't call it out. The three siblings ran out excited, ready to bring that wily mouse to justice. Third Annie went home to keep working on the clothes, stitch by stitch, careful and meticulous. I was getting a little drowsy. I'd built up a napping habit in my past life. So I went back to my room and lay down. When I woke, there was Grandma sitting at my bedside, fanning me with a hand fan. She asked tenderly, her eyes full of love, "Chintzy, you're up? Want to sleep a little more?" I said helplessly, deeply touched, "Grandma, you should rest too. Don't trouble yourself over me." I checked the time. I'd slept less than an hour. Then again, I'd gone to bed early last night, so it was enough. The old lady smiled. Her energy, though, really couldn't match a young person's. Grandma's not sleepy. I got up and splashed my face, planning to find some sand to bury soybeans in and sprout bean sprouts. Sprouts can be grown in water or in sand. I preferred sand. Sand-grown sprouts have a crisper, sweeter texture. It's not hard. Bury the beans in sand away from light, water them daily, and in a few days you've got sprouts. Grandma saw me fiddling with the soybeans and hurried to ask if I was hungry. In her heart, she always figured her grandson must be going hungry, forever fretting that I didn't eat enough. Half exasperated and half amused, I explained, "I'm not hungry, Grandma. I just want to sprout some bean sprouts. I'll go dig some sand in a bit." The old lady doted on me to no end, always giving me whatever I wanted. "You want bean sprouts? No problem. Grandma'll send Lifu and the others to dig sand right now." If the old man had brought up the same thing, she'd have torn into him without mercy. She stood outside and bellowed at the top of her lungs, with plenty of gusto in her voice. "Lifu, Lifu." I didn't stop her. Digging sand wasn't heavy work, and it'd keep them from running wild all over the place. I found a discarded wooden crate, figuring I'd flip it over the sprouts later to keep out the light. The moment Lifu heard Grandma Annie wanted sand dug, he grabbed a tool without a word and set off. He'd gone out with just the three of them, but came back leading a whole gang of little friends. The sand was heaped into a small mountain. Seeing this, I laughed and went to the store to buy a bag of fruit candy. I looked at the children and said, earnest and kindly, "One apiece, no grabbing. Whoever grabs gets none next time." The little ones were exceptionally well behaved. One by one, they lined up nice and orderly to collect their candy. I made a point of telling the girls, "Eat it now, don't take it home." In this era, favoring sons over daughters was the norm. A girl's candy, brought home, would very likely get taken away. I'd heard before that of the peanuts and seeds I'd handed out. The girls had eaten hardly any. The children held the candy in their mouths, unwilling to bite down, gingerly licking the wrappers. To them, those wrappers were as precious as a glass marble would be in a later era. Suddenly, one little guy accidentally swallowed his candy whole, sat stunned for a beat, then burst into wails. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but I couldn't redistribute candy over this. It wouldn't be fair to the others. I consoled him. "So you swallowed it. It's all in your belly either way. No crying. Cry again, and there's none next time." The instant he heard that, the kid reined in his tears, turning it on and off so smoothly I half suspected he'd been faking. I said with a laugh, "All right, go on and play, all of you." Then I spread out a square meter of sand on the open ground in the vegetable plot, scattered the beans evenly across it, covered them with a layer of sand, carefully watered it through, and finally flipped that old crate over the top. Done. I just walked back into the house, and Grandma brought me a bowl of sugar water, urging me to drink up. When, right on cue, Grandpa's furious roar came from outside. Who threw my crate into the vegetable plot? I went speechless on the spot, grumbling inwardly. Grandma, couldn't you have given me a heads up? The old lady, though, was utterly unafraid and fired right back, righteous as could be. That junk crate of yours, if it can't cover my grandson's bean sprouts, what's it good for anyway? The second Grandpa heard it was his grandson's idea, his temper evaporated. That junk crate. I've been meaning to toss it forever. I hurried to smooth things over. Grandpa, I'll have a new crate made and brought over in a few days. In this household, anything kept in the home simply didn't qualify as junk to throw out. Li Jiming and his men finished moving the stone, then started carrying the mud bricks over and stacking them neat. Today was mainly about prepping materials. Tomorrow was the day they'd break ground. Grandpa had even consulted the almanac. I'd originally wanted to give everyone an extra meal in the evening, but Grandpa stopped me. He said that wasn't how it was done. When you have fellow villagers help with work, you always feed them one meal. Feed them two and you've broken the custom. Then what's everyone else's family supposed to do? Hearing that, I thought it made great sense and quietly admired him. There's truth to the saying, a family with an elder has a treasure. What I didn't know was that afternoon, a directive came down from above to the steel mill where I worked. The document was handed to factory director Hu, and reading it, he was overjoyed. He'd never imagined the plant had talent like this. He promptly summoned Director Ding, who ran logistics, to get the full picture. Director Ding stood up for his man, full of praise. Li Chinxi is a fine comrade, fresh on the job, and he's already procured meat for the plant several times. Director Hu, all smiles, said excitedly. Li Chinxi improved the pitcher pump well, and the parts were made right here at our plant. He went on. The higher-ups verified that it works exceptionally well, and the ministry has ordered our plant to open a workshop to produce them specially. And he added, we're also to give Comrade Li Chinxi a commendation and a public citation. Where is he right now? This time their steel mill had really earned a great deal of face. Director Ding was stunned to hear it. He'd never expected young Li to spring such a big surprise on him. There's been all that. Only, this young Li was awfully composed, not even tipping him off about something this important. Director Ding answered, since there was no way to keep tabs on every logistics worker's whereabouts at all times. Director, I'll go ask around right now. Director Hu, meanwhile, fell to pondering how to reward me. The higher-ups had already issued a 500 yuan bonus, but the plan itself couldn't very well do nothing. He made up his mind. Bump me up 2 wage grades in one jump, plus another 100 yuan and a stack of coupons. Then he had the publicity office arrange the citation and promotion write-ups. After that, Director Hu convened the senior staff to discuss setting up the production workshop. When Group Leader Wang heard the news from Section Chief Zheng, he stood rooted to the spot, astonishment all over his face. A procurement clerk had gone and made an invention and drawn the high attention of the top brass? It was too unbelievable. You sure this isn't a joke? Zheng asked. Director Ding just told me. Where's Youngli now? Wang couldn't very well say I'd skipped out on work, so he answered. He's probably off in the countryside on a procurement run. Zheng left him with, since I wasn't around, he wouldn't wait. Fine. When he's back, have him come by my office. The way things were going, Zheng was very likely about to lose me, his ace. I might even climb above him. He privately resolved that he'd better put in some extra effort himself. Master Chun in the workshop was bewildered too. He thought his moonlighting on the side was about to be exposed. He'd been using the plant's machines for private jobs, and if he got caught, even being in the right would be hard to argue. But the workshop director told him the plant was setting up a new shop and was promoting him to team leader. Master Chin never dreamed he'd get bumped up to team leader over this. As for the matter of making parts for me, the plant didn't pursue it at all. Nobody so much as brought it up again. He knew good and well that this whole opportunity had come entirely from me. So Master Chin sought out the third elder, Yang Zhenhua. Old Yang, I owe you for this one. I won't take the rest of the payment. Pass my thanks along to Young Li. Master Chin added that those 4 sets of parts would be ready tomorrow. Hearing that his friend had been made team leader, Yang Jinhua was achingly envious. He'd caught the announcement over the loudspeaker too, and felt sincerely happy for me. This kid really is going places. Yang Jinhua agreed readily. Sure, I'll tell him. The next morning, the first thing I did on waking was open the store's 1 yuan flash sale. Today's good haul was 100 pounds of millet and 100 pounds of apples. I took them both for 2 yuan. Millet was hit or miss depending on the person, but apples, those weren't something ordinary folk got to taste easily. Breakfast was the usual steamed buns with eggs. I said goodbye to Grandma. Grandma, I'm heading back to the city. I won't be home for lunch. Grandma urged me, full of care, knowing her grandson had his own career in the city. All right, ride slow on the road. Before setting off, I tucked the 2 deer antlers into my pocket. The moment I stepped out, I saw Li Jiming digging the foundation. I went over, passed cigarettes around to say my hellos, then hurried off. First, I returned to the courtyard compound to check on Master Gu's progress. The moment I came through the gate, I ran into the first auntie from the front court, who praised me for making something of myself the second she saw me. I was baffled. When did I get promoted? First auntie, who told you that? The first auntie launched into a vivid account. You don't even know yet? Your whole plant gave you a citation. I heard it from your first uncle. Only after hearing her out did it dawn on me. So that man in the Zhongshan suit really got things done fast. I pulled out the deer antlers, then picked out 2 red apples and handed them to the first auntie. I was hoping to trouble the first uncle to steep these for medicinal liquor. And these 2 apples are for you to take home and enjoy. I knew the first uncle was well versed in traditional medicine, always drying herbs, which was exactly why I'd brought the antlers back. Seeing those 2 big, plump apples, the first auntie's eyes lit up. They were the finest apples she'd ever seen, and she took them, delighted. You're really too kind, child. When your first uncle's back, I'll be sure to tell him. Passing the Su family's place, I waved at Dong Dong and the other kids playing in the yard. I pulled a handful of melon seeds from my pocket and shared them out. Thank you, Brother Chensi. The grown-ups in the yard watched the scene with smiles, praising me for being so thoughtful. I just stepped over the threshold into the middle court when I saw Master Gu and his crew hard at work. I hurried over to enthusiastically hand out cigarettes. I bought plenty these days. I didn't smoke much myself, but I was always glad to share. The men worked with more vigor after a smoke. The women of the middle court saw me back and greeted me warmly, one after another. They all remembered buying low-priced corn kernels from me before, which had eased their hardship. The second auntie praised me. Chensi, in this whole compound, you're the one who's really made something of yourself. The news of my plant commendation had long since spread through the entire courtyard, talked about up and down. Last night, the young men in the compound about my age had all gotten an earful from their families. Another auntie nodded along. This Chensi, you could tell from when he was little, sharp, real clever in the head. Hearing that left me with a tangle of feelings. Why does it sound both familiar and a little grating? Wasn't that practically a line straight out of some old TV sitcom? I really couldn't accept that kind of 5-star review. I quickly mumbled a few words in reply and deftly steered the subject elsewhere. The last thing I wanted was to get slapped with the clever since he was little label. Right then, the third auntie from the back court strolled over. The thing you wanted will be finished today. The third elder says to hurry back to the plant. She added, I hear there's a leader looking for you. She was full of envy, grumbling privately about why she couldn't have raised a child this outstanding. She had 4 kids. The eldest 2 were about my age. The eldest also worked at the steel mill, having joined even earlier than me. Yet he was still an apprentice to this day. The second was a casual laborer hauling coal, scraping together 70 cents a day, working himself half to death. A world of difference, I said gratefully. Got it. Thank you, third auntie. Then I headed out for the steel mill. On the way, I ran into a buddy from the compound, Li Yud. We'd been close as schoolmates once. Li Yud now looked grimy and worn out, a bit haggard. As I recalled, he had no steady livelihood, got by hauling sacks as a casual laborer, earning just a few dimes a day. His family had it hard. His father had lost an arm in a machine malfunction. The plant had paid compensation, but he could only be reassigned to a different post, his income slashed. His mother, on top of that, was ill, often going to the first uncle's to buy medicine. Money got tighter and tighter. He also had 2 younger sisters, the youngest only 7. The whole family lived hand to mouth. I stopped my bike and offered him a cigarette, full of concern. Yud, how come you're not out today? Watching me, whom he'd grown up alongside, ride off to work. Li Yud's eyes were full of envy. He took the cigarette and offered heartfelt congratulations. Chinsi, I hear you jumped 2 grades. That's amazing. When are you throwing a table to celebrate? Seeing the obviously underfed look of him, a wave of feeling welled up in me. I answered readily on the spot. Done. When I'm back from the plant, the two of us'll go hit Dong Lashun for some instant boiled mutton. Dong Lashun being the famous mutton hot pot house. At those words, Li Yud's mouth instantly watered, and he couldn't help swallowing hard. He hadn't had meat in half a year, couldn't even get enough cornmeal buns. He asked, a little disbelieving, really? I rolled my eyes, mock annoyed. What's with all this, really? When I'm back, I've got something to talk to you about, as it happens. Then I added, oh, and bring that Da Peng kid along too. Li Yud agreed excitedly. Got it, I'll go find Da Peng right now. The three of us had grown up together as close childhood friends. Yet now, only I had made something of myself. Li Yud had no proper job. Thank goodness he could at least scrape by on casual work. As for Da Peng, after he left school he'd become a drifter, and not long ago had even gotten hurt in a fight. After I got back to the steel mill, I went straight for the procurement section. Group leader Wang came up and clapped me hard on the shoulder, feigning anger. You sly dog, hiding it so deep. You can actually invent things, and you never breathed a word to me. He said it that way, but anyone could tell he was in an especially fine mood just then. I hurried to explain. Group leader, I really wasn't hiding anything. I made the pitcher pump well just to make getting water easier for my grandparents. Wang didn't doubt it. What he'd heard really did say it was for my grandparents. But however it had come about, the pitcher pump well had genuinely played a big role during the drought. Their procurement section, and the whole steel mill besides, had basked in the glory of it. Wang steered me towards Section Chief Zheng's office. Whether it was hard study or pure luck, the point is your commendation came through. Come with me to the chief's. Zheng's manner was even warmer than before. After a hearty reception, he led me to see Director Ding. Zheng waved group leader Wang off. Nothing more for you here. Head on back. Wang was caught off guard at that. He stood there blankly, grumbling inwardly, kicking me to the curb the second the rivers crossed. Use a man to your face, indeed. I followed Zheng to Director Ding's office. Ding warmly brewed me a cup of tea, though it wasn't fine tea, but gaosui, a kind of tea dust. Ding explained patiently. Gaosui, also called gaomo, is just the tea fannings sifted out at the tea shops. He went on. In the old days, poor folks couldn't afford good tea, so the tea shops would sell them these leftovers. And he added, that way common people could still savor the fragrance of tea and keep up the dignity of an old Beijing. In these lean years, even Director Ding had to make do with gaosui. I ran through my motivation and the process of building the pitcher pump well once more. Ding nodded, satisfied. Good. A young man ought to be this sharp. Come, I'll take you to Director Hu to collect your award. As he spoke, Ding turned and instructed Section Chief Zheng. Nothing more for you here. You head back first. Zheng went speechless inside. Why does that line sound so awfully familiar? I nearly couldn't hold back my laughter. The scene really was too funny. I followed Director Ding to Director Hu's office, who first asked after my recent situation with genuine concern, then gave my performance high marks. After some words of encouragement, he placed the reward in my hands. Inside was the 500 yuan bonus allocated from above, along with a certificate of honor. The steel mill had its own gesture too. 100 yuan bonus, an enamel tea mug, and a brand new thermos, plus a good many grain coupons, soap coupons, and cloth coupons. I looked closer and found there was even a radio coupon. I said, my face full of excitement. Thank you so much, Director. From now on, I'll work even harder and bring more glory to our steel mill. Director Hu nodded, satisfied, and instructed Director Ding to look after young talent like me. Section Chief Zheng had heard that a university professor had taken a shine to me and was urging me to go off and pursue advanced study. He worried that losing me to a poaching would cost him face. Back at the 5th group's office, my colleagues came crowding around to congratulate me, envy plain in their eyes. Think about it. I'd barely been on the job, and not only had I been made permanent ahead of schedule, I'd jumped 2 grades. Yet they didn't resent it. After all, I'd won it all on merit, No pulling strings, no back doors. Made permanent early because I procured games several times, putting real benefits in the group's pockets. Jumped 2 grades because I'd come up with an innovation like the pitcher pump well. Swap any one of them in, and they could shake their brains loose and still never invent a pitcher pump well. Someone asked, half joking, "Chintzy, you treating us?" This was a big deal after all, and I hadn't shared a meal with everyone since starting the job. I smiled and nodded, hoping to get on better terms with them all. Sure. Any suggestions? Someone proposed. How about the group leader's place again? We'll each bring a little something. What buyer doesn't have a bit of mountain produce on hand? For a get-together, everyone would bring a little something along. Group leader Wong cursed in mock anger, his face all smiles. You bunch of rascals, always eyeing those few bottles of liquor at my place. I laughed. Tonight, then, we'll gather at the group leader's, and I'll bring a few pounds of meat. The instant everyone heard a few, they were speechless. This kid, one mouth fed, and the whole family's worry-free. Watching how unburdened I was about it, Wong finally spoke up. Let's do hot pot, then. You all bring some cabbage and potatoes, sponge off Chintzy a little. The plan set, I was off to skip out of work again. Wong had long since stopped batting an eye at this. Buyers spent most of their time out and about. The more time out, the more diligent you were considered. When I got back to the courtyard compound, I found Li Yud and Da Ping already waiting at the gate. The moment Da Ping heard his good buddy was treating them to mutton hot pot, he dropped the brawling and come right back. Da Ping wore an envious look. My Uncle Li, the original Chintzy's father, was practically his ideal of a dad. Chintzy, you've really got it made. The house, the bike, your old man left it all to you. I parked the bicycle steady and turned to the two of them. Come on, quit dawdling. Da Ping asked, curious. We're not riding the bike. I shot back. I ride, and you two plan to run along behind? Da Ping asked again. Can't we sit on it? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 3 grown men. How would that work? We're not little girls. There's no room. Chatting and laughing, the 3 of us arrived at Donglashan. Donglashan was a venerable old establishment, the first choice for mutton hot pot. Back in the 20s, it had refined its hot pot equipment, making its name on choice ingredients and a roaring fire. Though it had weathered hard times before liberation, its standing in the capital's restaurant trade still ranked among the very best. 3 years ago, with government support, Donglashan had smoothly completed its public-private merger. Even in these years, when common folk couldn't get enough to eat, Donglashan still had mutton to serve. All thanks, the story went, to a single remark by the country's great leader that Donglashan must be preserved forever. It was like having a charm of protection. Da Ping marveled. Chintzy, don't laugh at me, but this is my first time eating mutton hot pot at Donglashan. Li Yud chimed in. Mine too. They'd caught the tempting smell of mutton at the door and couldn't stop their mouths from watering. I found us a quiet spot and sat them down, the two of them silently grateful to be riding my coattails. Once seated, I started ordering. Hello. 3 pounds of mutton, to start. Li Yud quickly tried to stop me. Chintzy, that's enough. That's way too much. 3 pounds of meat for 3 people. What was their whole big family's monthly meat ration, even? Li Yud suddenly remembered something and asked. You said earlier you had something to talk to me about. What is it? Da Ping pricked up his ears too, listening intently. I lowered my voice. How much do you two know about the black market? Both of them froze. Why the sudden talk of the black market? What's this about? Da Ping nodded and came clean. I know it. I've even been there. Li Yud said nothing, but nodded along too, indicating he knew a thing or two as well. I smiled faintly and said, conjuring up an imaginary friend out of thin air, I know a guy with a channel for hard-to-get goods. You two interested in selling at the black market? This was actually something I'd been mulling over for a while. Hustling the stuff myself was time-consuming, labor-intensive, and risky, so I'd thought of these 2 childhood friends. They were trustworthy and not exactly thriving, perfect for me to give a leg up. They might even become my black market right hands. The 2 exchanged a glance, temptation flashing in both their eyes. This was, without a doubt, a chance to turn their fortunes around. Da Ping had no job now and stood a rung lower at home. His sister-in-law was always sniping at him, openly and otherwise. Li Yud, meanwhile, broke his back hauling sacks. Just yesterday, his little sister's hungry eyes had cut him to the core. Doping asked eagerly. I'm in. How does it work? I explained in detail. My friend supplies the goods, you move them. 3% cut on each deal. I gave an example. Pull off a 100 yuan sale and you get 3. But the second something feels off, ditch the goods rather than get caught. Just then the waiter brought over steaming mutton, and the three of us ate while talking through the details. I noticed Lee had set down his chopsticks and asked, concerned, Eat up. You full already? No way. Doping read his mind and said with a grin, You're thinking of bringing some home for your sister, aren't you? I paused, then caught on. Eat. When we head back later, I'll give you both some things to take home. They were the tools I'd picked, sure, but I was good to them all the same. Hearing that, Li Yud's hand visibly sped up, swishing meat through the pot, eating with abandon. He hadn't eaten meat this freely in years. Honestly, you could say never. Doping patted his round belly, a contentment on his face he hadn't felt in years. I'm stuffed. Donglishun's mutton lives up to its name. I rolled my eyes at him with a laugh. Look at the state of you. I was doing the math in my head. As long as they put in the work selling, they could come back for a feast like this often. Sell 100 yuan of goods in a day, and they'd split 3. A month of that was 90 yuan, higher than the wages of most people at the steel mill. Though early on I wouldn't give them too much stock. Li Yud and Doping ignored my ribbing. Getting to eat meat was satisfaction enough. Full and content, the three of us returned to the courtyard compound together. I went first to the unrenovated house and brought out 20 pounds of millet, 4 pounds of jerky, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 6 apples. These were all what I'd prepared for the two of them. I called toward the door. Come in. The two were sensible, deliberately chatting with Master Gu outside, only coming in and shutting the door when I called. Doping looked at his own cramped little room of a situation and couldn't help sighing. You've really got it good. One person in a place this big. I said, what's there to sigh about? There's an empty room in the front court too. When the chance comes, I'll help you get it. With that, I pointed at the things on the table. Split these between you. The two looked at the stuff on the table, eyes nearly popping out of their heads. There were even apples. As for the matter of the empty front courtroom, they both conveniently let it slide. Not that the room wasn't important. It was too important. They didn't dare so much as dream I could help them get one. In truth, I'd mentioned that empty room with my own plans in mind. It'd be a convenient place to stockpile goods later. Doping asked in disbelief, reckoning this was worth at least 20 yuan. All this, it's all for us. I urged him on. You and your yapping. Hurry up and take it back. Don't let anyone see. Then I instructed, and ride my bike over to Lee Family Village in a bit. Tell them the parts are done. I added, have them come into the city to fetch them, and remember to ride the cargo trike back for me. The two quickly set to dividing the goods, 10 pounds of millet and 2 pounds of jerky each, plus a pound of brown sugar and 3 apples apiece. They bagged it all in cloth sacks, so you couldn't tell what was inside. Doping agreed readily. Sure, I'll stash this and head over. Lee had wanted to help too, but he couldn't ride a bike, so he had to let it go. The two went their separate ways home. Lee had got home and quickly shut the door. His mother had just taken her medicine and was lying down to rest. His second sister was secretly nibbling on the dregs of the medicine. Caught red-handed when her big brother walked in, she looked panicked. It pained Li Yud. He rubbed her head. Big brother brought you something good to eat. Don't eat this stuff anymore, all right. His second sister was at that greedy age. The second she heard there was something tasty, she forgot all about it. Big brother, what good thing. He took an apple out of the cloth sack. Look, it's an apple. His second sister had only ever seen apples from afar. At the word, her eyes lit right up. I know. Sister said apples are so sweet. Sister's dream is to eat an apple. Li Yud cut the apple in half and gave both halves to his second sister, instructing her, give one piece to mom. Eat it at home. Don't go outside, and don't tell anyone. He didn't plan to eat any himself. Much as he wanted to, the mutton hot pot had left him plenty satisfied. His second sister ran off happily with the apple to find their mother. Big brother, I got it. The noise must have woken Lee's mother. She'd already gotten up and come out of her room. When she saw her youngest handing her half an apple, her first reaction wasn't delight, but worry. Yud, where did you get an apple? In this era, apples weren't a fruit ordinary people had access to. Lee had started to explain. He hadn't meant to hide it from the family, since he'd have to keep going out anyway. Mom, here's the thing. He'd told Chintzy about it during the hot pot, and Chintzy hadn't objected. Lee's mother heard him out, then opened the cloth sack. Seeing the millet, jerky, and brown sugar, she sighed helplessly. If not for her illness, the family wouldn't be in such straits. But she couldn't bring herself to stop her son. He'd already made it clear. He was doing this not only for the family, but for his own future. Jobs these days were as precious as jewels. Was he really supposed to wait for his father to retire and inherit the post? Lee's mother was full of gratitude toward Chintzy. That boy was dependable. Mention this to your father. From now on, listen to Chintzy more. He's smart and reliable. Lee gave his mother a reassurance to set her mind at ease. Don't worry, Mom. Chintzy said if anything sudden happens and the goods are lost, you just run. Hearing that, Lee's mother did feel steadier. Good, that's good. She carefully put away the millet and the rest. These were exactly what the family needed most, grain above all. Everything else they could do without for now, but grain they could never lack. That was a matter of life and death. She couldn't bear to eat her half of the apple either, saving it for her daughter, who was still in school. The little girl gnawed on the apple, thinking it the most delicious thing she'd ever eaten in her life. Meanwhile, Dapeng got home and secretly stashed one apple, handing everything else to his mother. He told her he was going to the black market, but didn't sell me out. Don't try to talk me out of it, Mom. If I don't start earning, my sister-in-law's glares could stab me dead. Dapeng's mother had no answer for that, and in the end could only sigh. Every family has its own hard scripture to recite. All she could do was urge her son, over and over, to be careful from now on. Does your hand still hurt? As a mother, when her son was hurt, she could sense even the faintest sign of something wrong. Following the directions, Dapeng made it to Lee family village without trouble and asked a villager working in the fields. Excuse me, sir, is this Lee family village? The villager looked up and answered, That's right, this is Lee family village. And who might you be? Dapeng smiled. I'm Chintzy's childhood friend. He had me come tell you the pitcher pump well parts are done. You can come into the city to fetch them. The moment he heard it was Chintzy's friend, the villager warmed right up, insisting on dragging him home for some water. When the old chief got the word, he quickly dispatched a few young men into the city to drive the trike back. The villagers had long since picked out spots for the pitcher pump wells, and there'd been no small amount of squabbling over getting one closer to their own homes. That afternoon, Li Dafu came into the city to find me, returned the trike, and immediately hauled the parts back to the village by ox cart. He and the others knew well what was urgent. The village was waiting on those parts. Before they left, I had them carry word to Grandpa and Grandma that I had to get together tonight and would be back tomorrow. Once the parts were back in the village, nearly the whole place turned out, vowing to get all 4 wells sunk before dark. Having done it before, the villagers knew the well-digging steps inside out by now. Li Dafu also made a point of going to great-granduncle's place to tell the 2 old folks that 16th uncle wouldn't be home tonight. Grandma felt a little let down, but Grandpa understood. Building good relationships with colleagues mattered. As night fell, I ambled my way over to the front of Group Leader Wang's courtyard compound, a basket in hand holding 5 pounds of fresh, tender beef for hot pot. Meatballs and ham sausage would have worked too, but they'd be hard to explain the source of, so I'd let that go. At the gate, I offered an old fellow a cigarette. Sir, does Wang Weiman live in this compound? The old man pointed the way warmly. You're a friend of Wang Weiman's? Several have already arrived. He's in the back court. I nodded gratefully. Thanks so much, sir. The old man watched me walk into the compound, his eyes landing on the basket, a little envious of Wang Weiman. The folks in the compound had long stopped finding Wang's get-togethers remarkable. The food at his place really was top quality. I reached the back court and at a glance spotted my colleagues standing at the group leader's door, smoking. The moment they saw me, they hollered warmly. Chintzy, over here. Someone held out a cigarette. Chintzy, smoke? Everyone's eyes drifted, unbidden, to the basket in my hand. The main event was inside. Wang heard the commotion and came out too. Hey, finally here. I thought maybe you couldn't find the way. I handed the basket over with a smile. Wanna get meat? Shame I could only get 5 pounds. The instant my colleagues heard, only, they shot me looks that said you sly devil. Wang took the basket, looked inside, and broke into a grin. Huh, fine beef. This, perfect for hot pot. You just sit tight and eat. I followed him in and greeted Wang's wife. Hello, sister-in-law. She kept her hair short, capable, and crisp. Though she'd born and raised 3 children, she still carried herself with grace. She greeted me warmly. So you're Chintzy? Old Wang's been talking about you nonstop these past few days. Come in, make yourself at home. I took a few coconut candies out of my pocket and handed them to Wang's 3 sons. That's right, all 3 were boys. Wang Weiman had actually most wanted a sweet daughter. The 3 kids were well-mannered. Instead of grabbing for the candy right away, they first looked to their mother. Wang's wife looked surprised. Coconut candy had only come out in the last couple of years, and few people knew of it. She nodded at the children. Chintzy, this is the first time sister-in-law's seen candy like this. Hurry and thank your Uncle Lee. The 3 children thanked me in unison. Thank you, Uncle Lee. The eldest took the candy and divided it fairly among his 2 younger brothers. But one little brother noticed his candy wrapper was wrinkled and insisted his big brother swap it out. I explained with a laugh, pulling out another handful of coconut candy as I spoke. This is Southern coconut candy. It's got a coconut flavor. You all have a taste too. Hearing it was made in the South and coconut flavored, everyone stepped up curiously to take one. So this is what coconut tastes like. Coconuts come from the South. After all, many of these Northerners had never even seen one. There were a dozen odd kids loitering outside the door too, eyes flicking over this way now and then. I wasn't stingy. I waved them over. Come on in, kids. Then I gave each child a coconut candy. The bag I'd bought held 40 in all. The few that remained I gave to the 3 sons. Before the little ones could even cheer, their mother confiscated the candy, saying she'd store it for later. This was common practice among parents. Sometimes the candy stored away melted before they ever got the chance to eat it. What I didn't expect was that group leader Wang turned out to be a skilled cook. He deftly sliced the beef into even, thin slices for the hot pot. Ingredients ready, everyone hauled out the stove. Wang also brought out 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor. 2 bottles clearly weren't enough, so others had brought liquor too, just nothing that matched Shifeng. Wang raised his cup first. Come, everyone, a toast. Congratulations to Chintzy. Everyone chimed in, heaping on the praise. After all, everyone helps lift a fancy sedan chair. Wang's wife and the children finished eating quickly and left the table. This meal ran nearly 2 hours before everyone wrapped up, thoroughly content. Wang's wife studied me and suggested to her husband, "You think Chintzy's got a girl? How about introducing him to my cousin?" The more she looked me over, the more outstanding she found this young man. Good water shouldn't flow to others' fields. Just look at this get-together. I'd brought 5 pounds of beef and handed out coconut candy to everyone. A man like this you couldn't find with a lantern in the dark. She knew well, the quick get, the slow go without. Wang Weiman, however, gave a wry smile. Suqin, with her temperament, Chintzy might not like her. He'd witnessed that cousin's domineering streak. But his wife insisted. How will you know without trying? Maybe Chintzy likes that kind of woman. Wang nodded helplessly. Fine, I'll ask him some other day. I just passed through the front court when the first uncle called out to me. Chintzy, I've got your deer antlers all prepped. Take them back to steep liquor, just mind that you. The first uncle explained the do's and don'ts of steeping in detail. How much to use, how many days to let it sit. I gratefully took the sliced antlers. Got it. Thank you so much, first uncle. He waved it off with a smile. You sly boy, what are you being so polite to the first uncle for? Get on home. As the doctor in the plant's medical office, the first uncle knew about the things I'd been doing at the mill too. Toward the most promising young man in this compound, he felt great satisfaction and pride. On the way home, I even ran into a clerk from the neighborhood office, who not only praised me to my face, but commended our whole compound. All because I'd helped prep some deer antlers. I'd also made a point of giving the first uncle's family 2 big apples. Mind you, the last time they'd eaten an apple was years ago. After parting from the first uncle, I returned to my own room in the middle court. I put the deer antlers into my store inventory and took out the rest of the jerky and brown sugar. There were about 40 pounds of jerky left and 60 pounds of brown sugar. Tonight, I'd send the 2 of them to test the waters at the black market. I didn't much care for jerky myself. Fresh meat was so much better, so I figured I'd just have them sell it. As for the brown sugar, a full 100 pounds was more than I could use. I'd send Grandma 2 pounds and give the 2 of them a pound each. Before long, Da Peng and Li Yud came feeling their way over in the dark, slinking along so furtively that anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were sneaking off to an affair. I gave them their instructions again. Each take half. Get a feel for the market before setting your price. If you hit trouble, ditch the goods, no question. The two looked at the mountain of jerky and brown sugar before them and froze on the spot. I prodded them. What are you standing there for? Only then did they snap to, anxious and excited both, each taking 20 pounds of jerky and 30 pounds of brown sugar. Dopping thumped his chest. Rest 100% easy. I know the black market like the back of my hand. Guaranteed no slip-ups. I shot him a look. You're the one I worry about most. In business, harmony brings wealth. Don't go itching for a fight at the drop of a hat. I knew Li Yud was the patient, dependable sort, so I was at ease about him. The two headed for the black market separately. Dapeng knew the ropes. The moment he stepped in, he paid the 1 yuan management fee. That was just how the black market worked. If your goods were few and cheap, it wasn't worth coming to sell. Still, the fee wasn't unjust. For one, it gave everyone a place to trade. For two, the collectors stood guard, and the second someone came to investigate, they'd sound the alarm so everyone could clear out. Dapeng didn't rush to set up his stall. First he made a loop, observing the going prices. Once he had a sense of things, he found a spot and laid out his wares. He'd barely set up when someone came over to inspect the goods. Everyone was bundled up tight, so Dapeng couldn't make out the face, but the voice sounded like an old man's. The man asked, "What V you got that's good?" Dapeng lowered his voice. "Beef jerky, brown sugar. Want any?" The man started, then quickly pressed. "How are these two going for?" Dapeng lifted the cover cloth to show the goods. Jerky's 5 yuan a pound. Brown sugar's 1 yuan 20 a pound. The man was clearly startled by the price. That dear? Fresh meat at the butcher's isn't even a yuan a pound. At that, Dapeng immediately threw the cloth back over and waved a hand. Right then, best you go buy at the butcher's. Came all the way to the black market and still quoting butcher shop prices. Besides, buying meat at the butcher's needed coupons. The man hesitated, then gritted his teeth. Knock it down a bit. Dapeng shook his head. He was in no hurry. Food never wanted for buyers at the black market. Can't go lower. Seeing this, the man had no choice but to fish out 12 yuan 40. Give me 2 pounds of jerky and 2 pounds of brown sugar. And just like that, Dapeng breezed through his first deal. Li Yud's end went smoothly too. He'd barely set up his stall before someone took a fancy to the goods. His brown sugar, though sold cheaper than Dapeng's, going for just 1 yuan a pound, 2 dimes less. It wasn't even midnight before the two came back one after the other, carrying a fortune on them. They were jumpy the whole way, terrified of being tailed. Dapeng sold 20 pounds of jerky for 100 yuan and 30 pounds of brown sugar for 36. Li Yud's brown sugar went a bit cheaper, 6 yuan less than Dapeng, but he too came back carrying over 100. When had they ever held that much money? The thrill of it was beyond words. Dapeng tiptoed up to my door and gave a meow. Meow. The second I heard the noise, I knew they were back and couldn't help griping. Meow your foot. What are you mewing for? Sounds awful. Dapeng smiled sheepishly. Didn't you say not to disturb the people in the compound? I was truly done with this guy. That doesn't mean meow like a cat. There's not a single cat in this compound. People think it's haunted. Dapeng scratched his head. Fair point. A rooster crow then? I reminded him, helpless. Roosters sleep too. Next time you pick up goods, just pay me in the daytime, all right. Dapeng scratched his head again. Carrying this much money, how could I possibly sleep? Then Dapeng gave me a rough rundown of how it had gone. I counted the money and, per our agreement, split off 4 yuan 8 cents as his cut. But Dapeng waved a hand and took only 4, looking thoroughly satisfied. Forget the 8 cents. I'm off, going home to sleep. After all, earning 4 yuan in a day was something he'd never have dared dream of before. Not long after, Li had slunk back too. He wasn't as twitchy as Dapeng, just gave 2 light knocks. Chensi, you asleep? I opened the door and let him in, muttering, from now on, you two hold the money first. You keep doing it this way, and will I ever get to sleep? Li had nodded in agreement. Sure. It was mainly that this was his first time holding so much money, and he was anxious, terrified of losing it. I took the 130 yuan he handed over and split off 3 yuan 90 for him. Li Yud held that money, excited inside but putting on a calm face. He got home, and had just opened the door when his father's voice came back. Seeing his mother was up too, he figured the two of them had been waiting up for him this whole time. Liud nodded, feigning ease. I'm back. You two go to sleep, don't wait up for me. His father smoked, his eyes full of helplessness. Your mother's worried. Can't sleep. He'd originally meant to work a couple more years and then hand his post at the plant to his son, but plans never keep up with change. He saw the family's hardships, yet was powerless to do anything about his son taking risks at the black market. Lee had comforted his mother. Don't worry, Mom. There's loads of people at the black market. Lee's mother thought privately. How could I not worry? That's speculation and profiteering. It's against the law. Then Liud took out the 3 yuan 90 he'd just gotten and handed it to her. Mom, this is what I earned tonight. Lee's father saw that wad of cash and his brow twitched a few times. This much in one night. If it's like this every night, that's nearly 100 yuan a month, more than double my own wages. Lee's mother was startled and stuffed 1 yuan 90 back at her son. You're not a kid anymore. From now on, give Mom half your income. Mom will save it up for your wedding. Lee's father felt a bit deflated inside. Even half of what his son turned over might beat his own wages. Looks like from now on he'd have to ask his son for cigarette money. He'd already taken to smoking the economy brand. Lee's father spoke up. All right, everyone off to bed. Liud lay in bed tossing and turning, silently vowing to give his family a good life. Meanwhile, Dapeng got home to find everyone asleep and quietly climbed back into bed. He'd just lain down when he discovered a small bottle of medicinal oil under his pillow, secretly placed there by his mother. Every time he got hurt in a fight, his mom would tuck a bottle of medicinal oil under his pillow. It warmed his heart. As for me, I was counting up my savings. The 1,000 yuan old Li left me had already been topped into the store, with about 600 left now, mostly because buying sweet potatoes and potatoes for the 2 villages had cost a lot. The sheer volume added up. These past days, procuring all sorts of things for the plant had brought in around 1,200 yuan. 200 to master goo for the house, another 200 for watches, and the 600 pitcher pump well bonus. Tonight the two of them had earned me back about 260. Total savings now topped 1,600. But that was still a long, long way from the 10,000 needed to upgrade the store. The next morning, first thing, I checked the store's 1 yuan section. Today's refresh was 100 pounds of chestnuts and 100 pounds of cured duck. I snapped them up for 2 yuan. Chestnuts were a starchy staple too, probably priced about the same as coarse grain. Cured duck was cheaper than jerky. I took out 80 pounds of cured duck, set it in the room, and covered it up for the two of them to take when they came for the black market that night. I'd told them already, if there were goods in the room, take them. If there were none, that meant a day off. Cured duck stowed. I went out to the courtyard to wash up and overheard the second Andy discussing something with someone. She said she'd heard a death cat's cry last night. Very unlucky. Hearing that, I broke into a cold sweat. I quickly shook my head. Didn't hear a thing. I sleep like the dead. The second Andy didn't doubt it. Young people sleep well. After all, straight through till broad daylight. Washed up, I gathered the plant's rewards, especially that certificate from the Youth League. The certificate bore the great leader's portrait, a red flag, and a 5-pointed star, dignified and grand, vivid in color. I figured bringing this certificate home would make the old man very happy. The enamel tea mug and thermos were no use to me, so I'd just bring those to Grandpa and Grandma's too. Besides that, I packed up the remaining 20 pounds of cured duck and 20 pounds of chestnuts. I had breakfast at a roadside shop and headed straight for Lee Family Village. But partway there, I suddenly stopped. I'd spotted an abandoned infant by the roadside, wailing its lungs out. It had to have been left by a family that couldn't go on. Having lived in the 21st century, I simply couldn't harden my heart and pretend I hadn't seen. I parked the bike and walked back, and found the baby was a girl, wrapped in rags, set in a basket. Hesitating, I looked around, hoping to spot the child's family. I called out loudly, "Hey, the child's family, come on out. If you're in trouble, I can help a little. I mean it." I'd actually have preferred to just give them some grain so they could raise the child themselves, sparing me the trouble. But no matter how I called, there was no response. With no other choice, I picked the baby girl up. What I didn't know was that, after I'd walked off, a haggard man slowly poked his head out from a haystack. He was the baby girl's father, Chen Zhong. He already had 3 children, and his wife had died in a difficult childbirth. He simply couldn't keep this newborn daughter alive, and so he'd been driven to such a decision. When I'd called out a moment ago, Chinzhong had nearly rushed out, but seeing me on a bicycle, he'd figured the family was well off, and gritted his teeth and stayed silent. He felt his daughter would only have a chance to live with a family like that. Not until I'd vanished from sight did Chinzhong stagger back home. At home, his mother was wiping away tears. The 3 children kept watch beside their mother, not yet buried. Chinzhong's mother asked mournfully, "Did you give her away?" Chinzhong nodded. A man on a bicycle took her. Grieving yet relieved both, Chinzhong's mother said, "That's good. It wasn't that girl's time to die." A family with a bicycle was well off, and picking up an abandoned baby meant they were kind-hearted. To grow up in a family like that, too, was the girl's good fortune, bought with her mother's life. Back in Li family village, the villagers greeted me warmly from a distance. After all, in this little village, I was the only one who came and went on a bicycle. Li family village was small. It didn't even qualify to have movies shown. To see one, you had to make the trip to Red Star Commune, which often organized open-air screenings. For everyone, that was a rare and grand event. But when the villagers saw I'd come back with a baby in my arms, they all fell silent. In those years, when your own household could barely keep going, who'd want another mouth to feed? Anyone else would most likely have given it a wide berth, out of sight, out of mind, lest they feel the guilt. Since last year, the sight of people starving to death had grown frequent. People had seen too much of it and gradually gone numb. Only after I'd walked off did the villagers start murmuring. Only 16th uncle would dare bring a person home. He's got the means, adopting a child's no problem for him. And someone sighed. Say what you will, it's still a human life. Little granduncle's soft-hearted. He can't stand to watch misery. That I had a good heart was an acknowledged fact in the village. I'd handed out plenty of food to the kids over time, and so I'd earned everyone's support and respect, not just for my high generational rank. Back home, I saw Li Jiming directing his men in the building, with Grandpa supervising off to the side. They all stopped their work when they saw me, and the old man hurried over to meet me. The moment he reached my side, he spotted the baby in my arms, his face full of bewilderment. "Chensi, back this early?" I told Grandpa my plan. "Found a baby girl on the road. Couldn't bear to see her suffer. Let's adopt her." Then I added, "I figure we'll ask third auntie to help raise her. She's experienced with children." I knew well I didn't have the energy to look after a baby, and Grandpa and Grandma were too old to take on the strain. The old man sighed inwardly. He knew his grandson's nature. Run into an abandoned child, and of course he'd take it in. Thankfully, their household could afford to adopt, so he agreed with a smile. "All right, I'll call your third auntie to raise her." "Oh, this child hasn't even cried. What a good baby. We've got to give her a name." I marveled at it too. From the moment I'd picked the little girl up, she hadn't cried once. I'd already settled on a name. "Grandpa, how about Li Qian? Qian for short." The old man's face filled with approval. Fine name. My grandson's the learned one." "All right. Not crude like the names they pick around the village." Watching Grandpa find one way after another to praise me, I felt both helpless and amused. Back inside, Grandma saw the baby girl, and after hearing the explanation, likewise didn't object. The Li family was thin on members. One more mouth meant more liveliness. Grandma was delighted. She hurried out to call Xuqiang's wife, third auntie, over to help with the baby. Like showing off a treasure, I brought out the rewards one by one for the old man to see. "Grandpa, look, this is the certificate the state issued, and there's a 500 yuan bonus too." As expected, the moment Grandpa saw the certificate, he was as happy as a child. Remarkable, just remarkable. This was likely the first certificate their village had ever seen. How could the old man not be thrilled? He held it up against the wall, here and there, but kept feeling the wall didn't do it justice, and fell into a quandary. His grandson did him so proud. A certificate, a pay raise, a bonus, any one of them enough to make people envious. I left the overexcited Grandpa to it. I hung up the cured duck and set the chestnuts on a stool. After a moment's thought, while no one was looking, I quietly slipped a few bags of milk powder into the procurement basket. Before long, Grandma came back with third auntie, the 3 siblings trailing behind. I said politely, Third auntie, sorry to trouble you. Third auntie took the child, saw she looked quite healthy, and let out a breath of relief. Chintzy, don't stand on ceremony with your third auntie. Go boil some hot water, and I'll give her a bath. Grandma said she still had 2 bags of milk powder there, and I quickly replied, right, her name's Qianqian. There's plenty of milk powder. I brought a few more bags, so Lai Fu and the others can keep drinking it too. With that, I hurried off to boil water. I knew well that raising a child really did take an experienced hand. Only then did the old lady notice the old man behaving oddly, holding a sheet of paper, peering at it this way and that. She also spotted the enamel mug and thermos on the table and assumed her grandson had bought them. Old man, what are you doing? Grandpa snapped to and lifted the certificate, beaming. Take a look at this. It's a certificate the state gave our Chintzy. Where do you think's the best place to hang it? Grandma and third Annie were stunned to hear the bonus was a good several hundred yuan. Neither of them was a factory worker, but they knew well how hard a wage grade promotion was. Plenty of people never got one at all. Third auntie praised me sincerely. Chintzy really is the most capable. She turned to look at her own 3 children and couldn't help a flicker of disappointment inside. If only her kids had half their big brother's promise. As a mother, she'd laugh herself awake from her dreams. Just then, the 3 siblings were eyeing the little baby in their mother's arms with great curiosity. Grandma laughed until the corners of her mouth reached her ears. Across all our generations, our Chintzy's the one who's made the most of himself. Then her mind turned to that no-good son of hers. What good was all that book learning? Never once brought home a certificate, and in the end got lured off by a widow, abandoning his parents and his own child. Then Grandma offered the old man a suggestion. Make a frame and put it in. That way you can show off our Chintzy's accomplishments even better. Grandpa agreed at once and couldn't wait to go find someone to help make a frame. Right. The 3 siblings walked into the kitchen and asked, full of curiosity, Big brother, so this is our little sister now. I smiled and nodded. That's right. Qianqian is your little sister. From now on you've got to take good care of her, got it? Lai Fu answered sensibly. Don't worry. From now on I'll carry little sister on my back. He often helped his mother look after his younger siblings and had quite a knack for it. Lai Kai and Lai Feng weren't about to be outdone, vying to promise they'd take good care of their little sister too. Seeing this, I pulled some White Rabbit milk candy from my pocket and handed it out to them as a reward. White Rabbit was a brand new product, just launched last year as a tribute for the 10th anniversary of the nation's founding. It was said the factory making it could only turn out 800 kilograms a day, and all by hand. On the strength of the slogan, 7 white rabbits equal a glass of milk, it was regarded as a top-notch source of nutrition. Probably no one in the family village had ever tasted milk candy like this. The 3 siblings counted among the first. They'd gotten a taste of the sweetness. Big brother, this candy's so sweet. Lai Fu deliberately saved 1 white rabbit, planning to let his mother try it. Once the water was hot, third Annie carefully adjusted the temperature and gave Qianqian a nice comfortable bath. Then she dug out an old set of baby clothes Lai Feng had once worn. Washed clean, they fit the little girl just right. In this era, clothes were always passed down generation to generation. Even torn, they weren't lightly thrown away. The little girl was probably hungry. She started wailing at the top of her lungs. The instant third Annie saw it, she hurried to mix some milk powder. Sure enough, the moment Qianqian got her milk, the crying stopped, and she quietly savored the treat. Lai Fu pulled faces to amuse his little sister. Lai Kai, snot nearly dripping, refused to budge, and Lai Feng watched her little sister drink the milk with a greedy look, wanting a taste herself. The scene warmed my heart, and I handed a few bags of milk powder to third Auntie. Third Auntie, take this milk powder home. Give Lai Fu and the others half a bowl each every day too. Third Auntie was overjoyed inside, feeling that her 3 children were truly lucky to have met me. Other kids were still going hungry, while at least her children no longer wanted for nutrition. Just then Grandpa came in from outside and called Li Jiming and the working men in to rest. He didn't actually offer them water. Instead, he proudly brought out the certificate. None of you have ever seen a certificate, have you? Take a look at what the state gave our Chintzy, and these rewards too. Li Jiming and the others were stunned at the sight of the certificate and the rewards, every item filling them with envy. They didn't even know I'd gotten a few hundred yuan in bonus money. The old man hadn't said, "Don't flaunt your wealth. Li Jiming marveled. Qinxi's amazing. Li family village's first certificate. He half suspected the Li ancestors were all favoring me. Even the smoke from the ancestral graves was drifting toward my house. Back in the day, my father Li Shuhua had given the whole village a jolt too, as its first college student. Someone beside him chimed in. Right. 16th uncle is the hope of our whole village. Hearing that, the corner of my mouth twitched. Wasn't that line once my old man's exclusive trademark? But I didn't dwell on such small things. The old man was basking in the praise. In a fine mood, he decided to do a good turn and gave the order. Old woman, hurry and fix everyone a bowl of sugar water. Everybody's worked hard. Praised until her heart bloomed, the old lady cheerfully went to prepare it. Everyone drank their sugar water and had a look at the baby girl, a whole basket full of nice words, blessed face and the like. Before long, the women of the village came too. Having learned I'd picked up a child and brought her home, they figured it only right to come offer a few words of blessing. Those who could spare it even brought a small gift. They all felt the baby girl was truly fortunate to have been found by me. The whole village knew my family's situation. We were the best off in the village. I suggested to Grandma, Grandma, I'll go boil all the eggs and pass them around. Let everyone share in the blessing. The old lady was actually quite reluctant about those eggs. She'd been saving them for her grandson to build up his health. But with so many people present, she didn't want her grandson to lose face, so she agreed with a smile. Those folks had also heard about my certificate, and another round of rainbow flattery dizzied the old lady, so she stopped fretting over the loss of the eggs. Third Annie, off to the side, kept exclaiming what a waste it was. All those eggs boiled and handed out. Even she felt the pinch, but thinking of the bonus money, she let it go. Once the eggs were boiled, everyone present got one, including Li Jiming and the men working outside. But not a single person could bear to eat theirs on the spot. They all meant to bring it home to build up their own children. After seeing those folks off, I said to Grandma, Grandma, I brought back cured duck and chestnuts. Let's have cured duck rice today. The old lady, naturally, didn't object. As long as we had it at home, whatever her grandson wanted to eat, she didn't hesitate. All right, cured duck rice it is. Lai Fong stood nearby sucking her fingers, watching me with expectant eyes. Big brother, I want some too. Third auntie said from the side. Eat what? Come home and eat with mom. I patted Lai Fong's head and turned to third auntie. Third auntie, just eat here at midday. Call my uncle back to eat too. Third auntie hesitated. This? The old lady settled it with one stroke. Chensi told you to stay and eat here, so stay. What's all the fuss? You think that bit of sweet potato at the cafeteria fills anyone up? Third Auntie's eyes reddened slightly, and she thanked us over and over, privately resolving she'd raise Qian for me no matter what. When she went into the kitchen, she spotted that whole row of cured duck hanging up, and her heart filled with even more gratitude. Third Auntie suddenly remembered something and asked me, Chinsi, isn't Laifu about old enough to start school? I thought about it. That was true. Laifu was 8 this year. He was indeed a bit late starting. Third Auntie gave a bitter smile. The village school's already shut down. If you want schooling now, you've got to go to Red Star Commune. Red Star Commune was an hour's walk away, genuinely far, and on top of that, no one could even get enough to eat. Only then did I learn that Li Family Village had once had a school. You could study up through 3rd grade. But early this year, because the teacher had fainted from hunger in the classroom, the school had had to suspend classes. I asked, curious, was the teacher one of our own villagers? Grandma nodded and pointed toward the door. Zhigao was the teacher. That house over there is his. The old lady said Li Family Village's school had just the one teacher, Li Zhigao, one man teaching 3 grades. Li Zhigao had been through junior high. Before I came back, he was the 2nd most educated person in the village. The first, naturally, was my old man, Li Shuhua. Hearing it, I couldn't help marveling. Good grief. How busy would one man have to be? I'd have been dizzy with it long ago. At midday, I made a hearty meal for the building crew, and even chopped up a whole cured duck specially. The duck wasn't big, so each man got only a few pieces, yet Li Jiming and the others ate with great satisfaction. By now, word of my certificate had spread through Li Family Village, and quite a few people felt a share of the glory. After all, the man in question was one of their own. Third uncle leaned back contentedly in his chair, belching and patting his round belly. These past days, he'd gotten to enjoy plenty of good eating riding my coattails, savory dishes every meal, and now and then a few sips of liquor. Comfortable as a god. The workmates who saw him like this, which of them didn't look on with envy? Third uncle knew well that all this was thanks to me, and he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. The family had just cleared the table when a jumble of footsteps came from the courtyard. I looked up at the sound. There were the old chief, the brigade leader, and several other village notables walking up. I mused to myself, aren't these folks timing it just right? Sure enough, the moment they stepped into the courtyard, their eyes were drawn straight to the certificate on the wall. Turned out they'd all come for that certificate, the one that had brought glory to Leaf Family Village. Seeing this turnout, old Grandpa was thrilled. He figured this was a prime chance to show off properly in front of everyone. The brigade leader spoke first, his booming voice like a great bell. This Chintzy, he's truly the pride of Leaf Family Village. Remarkable. The old chief stood by, a gratified smile on his face, nodding without pause. This certificate wasn't just my personal honor. It was a symbol of glory for all of Leaf Family Village. The old chief added, his eyes full of recognition for me. The pitcher pump, while Chintzy invented, did our village a huge service. This certificate is well-deserved. When it came to the pitcher pump well's marvelous effects, the villagers of Leaf Family Village had the most to say. The 4 wells had been installed last night, and the village's water situation had improved enormously. Before, everything had relied on that one old spring. The limited flow couldn't possibly meet the whole village's needs. Villagers had to spend huge effort every day hauling water to irrigate, and even then the spring couldn't keep up. But today was a different story. The moment the new wells went into use, the crops were all watered in a single morning. Watching those sickly crops gradually come back to life, the weight lifted off the villagers' hearts. After all, the harvest determined whether they'd fill their bellies in the second half of the year. A drop in yield was no laughing matter. Seeing guests had arrived, I hurried into the inner room and dug out the Gaoswei tea I'd bought in the city. I quickly boiled a pot of hot water to brew tea and properly entertain them. As for Grandpa's tea, that was a fine canister I'd carefully picked from the store for 5 yuan. I greeted them warmly. Brigade leader, chief, please have some tea. The countryside had no fine tea ware. The enamel tea mug the plant had awarded me, I'd given to Grandpa. The brigade leader lifted the big bowl, brought it close to his nose, breathed in deeply, and couldn't help praising it. Whoa, just the smell of this tea is fragrant. This has got to be the good stuff. In the countryside, Gaoswei tea was a rarity. An ordinary family couldn't bear to buy it. While everyone was drinking tea, I quickly said, Old Chief, there's a matter I'd like to trouble you to help with. The old chief sipped his tea, set the bowl down, and nodded with a smile. Chintzy, just say the word. Anything the village can do, it'll be handled properly. In the old chief's mind, I'd done so much good for the village that he'd long since counted me as one of his own. I stated my purpose. It's about Qianqian. I'd like to trouble you to help register her household record. Hearing this, a relaxed smile crossed the old chief's face. He'd thought it was some enormous problem. Turned out it was just this, easy as pie. But then he reminded me, you're planning to put her registration in our village? A city registration is far better than a rural one these days. He went on, a city registration means you get to eat commodity grain. That's what we country folk dream of. From the 1950s on, the state had allotted grain and oil quotas according to circumstance, issuing resident supply certificates. Those grain and oil certificates came in red and blue, and the natural color of craft paper, more important than money. Some rural girls, just to eat commodity grain, would even marry the old, the weak, or the sickly of the city. Registering Qianqian in the village was easy, but transferring her to the city later would take a great deal of trouble. I said firmly, I've already made up my mind. She'll go on the same household register as my grandparents. As far back as '58, our country had begun implementing the household register system. Country folk envied city registration, mostly because of the allotment of grain and supplies. But for me, grain and supplies were no issue at all. So whether Qianqian's registration was in the city or the village made little difference to me. As for her schooling down the road, I'd naturally have ways to handle that. The old chief readily agreed. All right, I'll get her registration sorted out this afternoon. I thought for a moment and then asked, Old Chief, would it be possible to reopen the village school? The old chief and the others were taken aback, surprise on their faces. The school. Ever since the school had closed, everyone's attention had been on getting enough to eat. Schooling had long since been pushed to the back of their minds. The brigade leader offered his own view too. Chief, our village can just about fill its bellies now. It's time to get the school running again. Now that I'd brought the matter up, he was glad to respond. The old chief said, this still has to be discussed with Zhigao. His whole family depends on him to support them. Let's go ask his opinion. With that, the old chief and the rest drained their tea, rose, and headed for Li Zhigao's house. I quickly followed along. The development of Li family village concerned my own roots, so I cared about it. The group arrived at Li Zhigao's house, where the furnishings were spare, the place nearly bare. On the way over, the old chief had given me a rough rundown of teacher Li's family circumstances. Li Zhigao bore a heavy load. Above, 2 elderly parents to support. Below, 5 children to raise. And he was only a substitute teacher, no salary, getting by purely on logged work points. Circumstances like these were common in many places across the country. Hearing it, I couldn't help feeling deeply moved. Rural teachers truly had it hard. As far as I knew, some rural teachers even ran night literacy classes, teaching knowledge of farming, herding, and forestry. Yet they got no salary, scraping by on those meager work points alone. Seeing everyone visit, Li Zhigao hurried to greet them warmly. Brigade leader, Chief, come in and sit. Oh, Chinsi's here too? There weren't enough stools in the house, so he had to send the children back to their room to free up space. Xiaolan, bring out the stool from your room for the guests to sit. While I greeted them, I observed the surroundings carefully. The house was crude, but kept in neat order. It looked very tidy. Li Zhigao's parents were in poor shape, so thin the bones jutted from their cheeks. His wife held a tattered rag, carefully wiping down the chairs for everyone. Of the 5 children, 3 were girls. The eldest looked 15 or 16, the youngest, a boy of just 3 or 4. After I came in, the little boy kept stealing glances at me. When I looked his way, he timidly called out, 16th uncle. Then, embarrassed, he hugged his mother's leg and hid himself behind her. I beckoned to him with a warm, kindly smile. Come here. Hearing my gentle come here, everyone present seemed to anticipate a heartwarming scene. The little fellow looked up at his mother, eyes shining with hope. The woman gently encouraged him. Go on, 16th uncle's calling you. Only then did the little guy, with a trace of nerves but full of hope, walk over to my side. And I didn't disappoint anyone. My trouser pocket seemed to hold an endless supply of little surprises. I pulled out a handful of white rabbit milk candy and said with a smile, hold it with both hands, and remember to share with your brothers and sisters, okay? The little fellow was so happy he practically jumped, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. As a teacher, Li Zhigao of course knew how precious this candy was. Chinsi, this is white rabbit. It's far too expensive, and you've given far too much. The brigade leader had seen this milk candy too. He wanted to ask for a couple for his own kids, but couldn't bring himself to. Everyone marveled. Truly, Chinsi was free-handed. No wonder the village children all loved him. I replied with a smile. Is that so? A friend gave it to me. I really don't know how much it's worth. Everyone privately scoffed. Grew up in the capital. How could you not know how precious it is? The little fellow cradled his big handful of candy and went hopping over to his brothers and sisters to hand it out. Seeing this, the old chief hurried to change the subject. Zhigao, I hear someone came by to propose a match. Li Zhigao's face went awkward in an instant. There was indeed such a thing. With times this hard at home, marrying Xiaolan off would mean one fewer mouth to feed and some bride price to help out. But the family that came to propose was outrageous, offering a bride price of only 2 yuan. It rankled him. Li Zhigao gave a short answer without going into the reasons. It didn't work out. The old chief and the others tactfully didn't press. One look at his expression told them the talks hadn't gone pleasantly. The old chief asked, didn't work out? That's fine. Today Chinsi brought up the matter of the school. Zhigao, what do you think? Li Zhigao's heart bloomed. Teaching was his strong suit. Send him to haul water and till fields, and he genuinely couldn't match others, earning fewer work points. He quickly answered, It's a good thing. No problem on my end. I can start classes again anytime. The old chief nodded, then turned his gaze to Xiaolan. As I recall, Xiaolan does well in her studies. Chinzi suggests she become a substitute teacher at the school too. Hearing this, the whole Li Zhigao family's blood ran hot. It felt like a surprise dropped from heaven. If Xiaolan could be a teacher, it would not only solve their hunger, but add some income to the family. More crucially, Xiaolan could be spared marrying too early and wouldn't have to fret over matchmakers again. Li Zhigao thanked everyone over and over, several times. Wonderful. I don't even know how to thank you, Chief. The old chief waved a hand. Don't thank me. This was Chinzi's idea, his heart set on the village's children. Li Zhigao quickly turned to me, pulling his daughter Xiaolan along, and the two expressed their gratitude together. I shook my head with a smile. It's Li family village that should thank you. Poor as we may be, we can't shortchange education. Then I added, Brother Zhigao, whatever the school's still short on, I might be able to lend a hand. Knowing I had means, Li Zhigao spoke plainly. If you can, help us get some chalk, pencils, and exercise books. Some children can't afford them. I agreed at once. Sure, leave that to me. Let's try to get every school-age child in the village into the school. At this, the old chief looked troubled. Some families were poor with many children. The children might not have much strength, but they could still help out at home. Sending them to study cost money and lost labor. The brigade leader chimed in too. That might be a bit hard. Actually, there was no need to explain. I'd already guessed the reason. I put forward a proposal, and everyone's eyes snapped to me at once. Old chief, see what you think of this. Drawing on a measure from a later era, I proposed, some families fret over the cost of schooling. What if the village took on that expense? In other words, the village would fund the education. Villagers would only need to send their children to school. For the children who excelled, the village could even offer a certain reward. This was actually somewhat like the university system of the present, tuition fully waived, with a stipend besides. The old chief and the others were so astonished by this proposal their mouths fell open. The village covers it? Tuition? Meals? Or the whole thing? They mulled it over uneasily. A poor little village like Li Family Village, did it really have that kind of capacity? The brigade leader shook his head with a wry smile. Where would Li Family Village find that kind of means? But I said, full of confidence, that's why the village needs to find a way to bring in a little extra income, understand? It all came down to poverty. An individual bringing in extra income could easily get slapped with the speculation and profiteering label. But the collective? The countryside right now was already a collective economy. Some ventures weren't out of bounds. As for the modest cost of the school, I could cover it out of my own pocket, but I felt that wasn't the way. Getting the whole village involved was the right path. That way the risk would drop a great deal too. The brigade leader looked puzzled and reminded me that the fields were all planned out. Bring in income? Can that even work? After all, the higher-ups had mandated growing wheat. I shook my head. I never planned to touch the village's fields. That wouldn't be smart. The brigade leader still didn't get it. Surely we couldn't make a difference with a few small vegetable plots. But the village hasn't got any spare land for income, either. The old chief knew I had a plan, so he asked, Chinzi, what exactly do you have in mind? Out with it, and we'll all hash it over. In that crude little room, aside from me and Li Zhigao, nearly everyone was a farmer. To them, land was their whole life, the very foundation they survived on. In their understanding, to bring in income, there was no getting around land. The village had a long-standing tradition of raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. The income from selling pigs went to the village collective. But raising such poultry and livestock required grain. You couldn't just feed them grass. Even cattle, which graze, need some extra nourishment. As it was, the village's few pigs, short on grain, could only be fed pig fodder weeds and were thin as skin over bones. But what could anyone do? When people didn't have enough to eat, who'd bear to feed grain to pigs? Just then the brigade leader couldn't help speaking up. Chinzi, give us an idea, but it absolutely cannot take up farmland. That's the principle. If income could be brought in without touching farmland, that would of course be ideal. Everyone was willing to try. I nodded slightly and asked, my gaze steady. So as long as it doesn't take up the cropland currently growing grain, it's fine, right? The old chief pondered a moment, found it reasonable, and nodded too. The corner of my mouth curved up in a confident smile. Then it's simple. As the saying goes, those who live by the mountain live off the mountain. Those who live by the river live off the river. I went on. There's no water in the river now. So isn't the dry riverbed ready-made land? How about growing some vegetables on it? The words landed like a beam of light into everyone's bewildered minds. It dawned on them all at once. Right, the riverbed's so fertile, and the river's dry now. Perfect for planting things. And most important, the riverbed wasn't classified as farmland. The village could use it freely. The old chief slapped his thigh, excited. How did I not think of that? I nearly forgot all about the riverbed. The brigade leader and the others grew excited too. They knew well that the riverbed's area was no small thing. If it were all planted with crops, by harvest time it would surely bring in a sizable income. Li Zhigao was more thorough. He knit his brow and cautioned. But if it rains one day and the river fills up, won't everything we've planted be ruined? I explained with a smile. That's exactly why I said to plant short-cycle crops as much as possible. The losses will be relatively smaller. Then I added, think about it. Besides losing a bit of seed, what else is there to lose? And I have ways to get seed. Everyone privately marveled that I'd come prepared, having even considered the matter of seed. The old chief and the rest felt my proposal was all the more workable, worth a try. The riverbed was naturally fertile and needed no fertilizer. At most they'd lose a little seed money. And labor was the one thing the countryside never lacked. With everyone pulling together, they could surely make it work. The old chief decided then and there. Chensi, then I'll trouble you to bring us some seed back. The village will pool the money. I nodded and went on. We've talked about the river. Now let's talk about the mountain. At the mention of the mountain, the brigade leader immediately objected. The mountain probably won't do. The moment you clear it for farming, it gets counted as cropland, and the soil's poor besides. The old chief shot the brigade leader a look, signaling him not to interrupt. Chensi, go on. We're all listening. Still smiling, I spoke unhurried. I never said anything about clearing land. Think about it. The purchase price for medicinal herbs has always been pretty high, hasn't it? I continued. Just scatter some herbs up the mountain, treat them as wild, and harvest whatever you get. Delighted looks appeared on everyone's faces, and they began murmuring. That idea actually sounds pretty good. But soon someone raised a worry. But herb seed's hard to get. If we can't even recoup the seed money, we'll take a big loss. I gave a helpless smile. When has anyone made money without taking some risk? The wheat in the fields could meet disaster and fail too. Hearing me, everyone fell silent. With the drought this severe this year, if not for the pitcher pump wells, no one knew how bad the yield drop would have been. I continued. Take a step back. Even if we don't grow herbs, surely we can grow some mushrooms? I went on. Mushrooms grow fast with high yields. I'll procure them straight from the village and bring them back to the steel mill. And I added, the village gets a buyer. I complete my procurement, the plant gets its supplies, 3 wins at once. The old chief and the others exchanged glances, then suddenly understood. They'd nearly forgotten. The post I held at the steel mill was that of a procurement clerk. Whatever the village grew, I could procure directly and haul back to the plant, which would indeed save a lot of trouble. The old chief's thinking was clear now, his reactions quicker. Right. That's exactly it. I went on. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take people to turn over the riverbed and get ready to plant. Then I added, I'll bring the seed back tomorrow. The earlier it goes in, the earlier the harvest. I painted the future. Once the village has money, down the road we could even set up a free little canteen at the school. I said with a smile. I refused to believe that still wouldn't get the parents to send their kids to school. Everyone was full of admiration for my thinking. They could already picture it. Even children not yet of school age would be sent along by their parents. After all, in that era, free meals for the kids meant a lightened burden for the family. Xiaolan stood off to the side, gazing at me with eyes full of admiration, feeling 16th uncle was both bold and clever. This plan was ingenious. It solved the school's predicament and could bring the village income. And most crucially, none of these measures broke any rule. Even if word got out, no one could find fault, and other villages might even copy it. The brigade leader couldn't hold back any longer, itching to get moving. Chief, I'll go round up the labor right now. The old chief waved a hand and earnestly cautioned, "Go on. But remember, bringing in income is a sideline. It can't get in the way of normal production quotas." The brigade leader answered loudly and turned to go gather the idle laborers. "I understand." The old chief looked at me and said with feeling, "Chintzy, you've really got the nimble mind. The ideas you come up with are just good." I smiled. "Which is why we've got to take education seriously. Only knowledge can change one's fate." This time, the old chief didn't argue. He knew well that study was the path to changing one's fate. Li Zhigao, fired up by my proposals, was already calculating how to run the school well. Now that the village's stance was clear and fully behind it, he was full of confidence. He couldn't sit still either, wanting to prepare for reopening right away. "I'd better go tidy and clean up over at the school," I said. "I'll come take a look with you. Maybe I can lend a hand." Li Zhigao was happy to have me along, feeling that with my broad experience I might offer valuable suggestions. "Then let's go right now." So he brought his wife and a few of the able children, and we all headed for the school together. The school, long unused, looked somewhat derelict. I walked in and saw that this so-called school was really just a slightly larger house. Inside were 3 classrooms, plus an office, where the teacher rested and worked. The classrooms were small, set with 5 rows of beat-up desks that looked like they'd fall apart at a touch. A single tiny window let in only limited light, leaving the rooms rather dim. At the front of each classroom was a small chalkboard, a little over a meter wide, covered with the marks of time. As I moved about a classroom, I accidentally bumped one of the chairs. With a crack, it instantly fell to pieces, parts scattering across the floor. A little embarrassed, I quickly said, "I really didn't use any force." Li Zhigao consoled me with a laugh. "It's nothing, Chintzy. That chair was already worn out. A bit of repair later, and it'll be fine." I offered a whole string of suggestions. Enlarging the windows, for instance, since insufficient light harms the eyes. I realized, too, that bigger windows would make it colder in winter, but those problems could be solved later. I also brought up the chalkboards and desks needing improvement, and was even more surprised the school had no toilet. So I suggested building one, to keep the kids from running off into the fields to relieve themselves between classes. I proposed, "Just mention these things to the old chief." Then I stressed, "The school concerns the whole village. We've got to pull together. Those with money give money. Those with strength give strength." After that I didn't stay long, and headed back home. Before long Li Dachuan showed up, his hair combed neat, a smug look on his face. I teased him, "Got yourself a wife?" Dachuan grinned foolishly. "Not yet, but soon. So I came to borrow 16th Uncle's bicycle. Would that be all right?" He'd already taken grain to Xiaofang's family and gotten their approval. Both sides were drawing up the introduction letters to register the marriage. Dachuan figured that if he could fetch the bride by bicycle, it'd be a point of pride for both families. I asked, "When are you going?" Dachuan answered, "This afternoon." I marveled. That fast. In this era, getting married was just that decisive. Once both sides were settled, they might go register that very day. I pointed at the bicycle. "It's over there. Will it off." Dachuan couldn't hide his excitement. "Thank you, 16th Uncle. I'll bring you wedding candy another day." I smiled. To me, candy was no big deal. I didn't much like it and didn't lack for it. Then I suddenly called him back, went inside, and grabbed 2 new towels. "Hold on. Take these 2 new towels as my wedding gift to you both." One look and Dachuan was beaming. Wasn't he just short of new towels? For a rural wedding, having a pair of towels, an enamel wash basin, and a thermos was a great point of pride. His father had long since prepared the wash basin, thermos, and wedding candy. Only towels were out of stock at the supply co-op. The 2 towels I gave were truly coal in the snow, letting him round out the 3 big wedding items. Dachuan was full of gratitude. Strapped as his family was, he still planned to set out 2 tables of wedding banquet. 16th Uncle, how about coming over with my great-granduncle in a bit for a couple of drinks?" I nodded in agreement, then pulled out a pack of Great Gates and handed it to him, so he'd have face when fetching the bride. "Sure, I'll come by in a bit. Oh, and take this." Dachuan was deeply moved and hurried to dig out money to pay me. I set my face hard. "Don't make me give you a scolding today." Dachuan smiled awkwardly and had to put the money away. He wheeled the bicycle off to set out, but I soon noticed something odd. He pushed the bike the whole way, never riding it. Li Jiming, Busy with the building, said with a laugh from the side. He doesn't know how to ride a bike. He'll probably have to push it home with the bride on it later. Hearing that, I could only click my tongue helplessly. It wasn't entirely his fault, though. The village had never had a bicycle to begin with. Back inside, I saw the three siblings keeping watch over Qianqian, who'd eaten her fill and fallen asleep. A warmth welled up in me, and I decided to reward them with the 20 pounds of chestnuts in the kitchen. I muttered to myself, lugging the 20 pounds of chestnuts over and dumping them into a bucket to wash. Sugar-roasted chestnuts? Good timing. I've been craving these myself. The three siblings, keeping watch by Qianqian's bed, spotted this and immediately gathered round. "Big brother, what good thing are you making?" I said with a smile. "Making you all a treat. Laifu, go wash some sand. That top layer of coarse sand." There was a good deal of sand left over from sprouting the bean sprouts the other day, and I deliberately kept the coarser grains. Laifu agreed without hesitation, puzzled but obedient. Okay, like I hurried to help too. Big brother, me too. Worried he'd get snot in the ingredients, I gave him a different job. "You don't need to be busy here. Just tend the fire in a bit." Laifeng saw this and anxiously raised her hand too. Big brother, what about me?" I instructed Laifeng. "You watch over little sister while she sleeps. Don't let the mosquitoes bite her, got it?" Laifeng immediately returned to Qianqian's side, standing guard as alert as a little scout. Okay. Meanwhile, I'd washed and drained the chestnuts and skillfully scored a cross into each one. This step was crucial. You had to cut down to the chestnut flesh so the flavor would soak in better while roasting. At the same time, Laifu had rinsed the coarse sand twice and carefully let the water dry off. Everything ready, I started directing. Like I, go light the fire. Like I dashed nimbly to the kitchen. He got the fire going even faster than I could. I poured the coarse sand into the pot and stir-roasted it, then poured in the malt syrup I'd bought from the store. With only these kids around, I didn't need to explain too much. The malt syrup slicked the sand and let it gradually heat. Once the sand turned oily and glossy, I began adding the chestnuts and stir-roasting. I reminded Like I, no need for too high a flame. At that, Like I immediately pulled a stick of firewood out of the stove, adjusting the heat. As the roasting went on, the chestnuts gradually turned golden. I added more malt syrup. By now the aroma of sugar and chestnuts spread through the air. Laifu and Like I couldn't help sniffing hard. Even Laifeng, minding her little sister in the room, kept glancing toward the kitchen. If Big Brother hadn't specifically told her to look after her sister, she'd have flown to the kitchen long ago. That fragrance drifted lazily out of the house and drew in even the grown-ups, Li Jiming and the rest, hard at work. To say nothing of the children. The moment they caught the smell, they came in droves, following the scent. Just then Grandpa and Grandma got back from outside. One whiff of the aroma, and they knew chestnuts were being roasted. Ever since I'd come back, it was as if the household never once ran out of good things to eat.